Well, welcome ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is round 2 of the Club 100 Cadet Junior Championship here at Whilton Mill. It is, of course, that 1.2 kilometre circuit, plenty of elevation change, and a blisteringly hot day today. Here in the commentary box, it is me, Reeve Taylor, joined by Yousuf Bin-Suhayl. How are you, Yousuf?
I'm doing really well, Reeve. Excited for yet another day of racing in, as you mentioned, the scorching heat here in Daventry.
We are just about to head into qualifying in a moment's time. The drivers have already had a little bit of practice. As you can see there, the weather, potentially some light rain coming later on, is going to be about a 50-50 chance just at the end of the day for our finals race running. We've got the qualifying sessions coming first up, then we'll have a little bit of a lunch break before we drop straight into the finals races. We'll have the pre-finals followed immediately by the proper finals to round out the day.
Pre-finals and then the final finals, as I think we've been calling it this weekend. Also, I should probably correct myself, we're not quite in Daventry, we're in the middle of Daventry and Northampton. Long Buckby, I think, is the probably more appropriate.
I think that's the nearest place to us, yeah, I believe you are right there, as we've got a very nice shot here of the pit lane, the start-finish straight, as well as drivers are getting ready to head out into that first qualifying session in just a moment's time. What you're seeing here is the very end of the Junior Group C practice running. I can tell you that our best time was a 53 flat, and we are ready to go to qualifying in just a moment's time.
So, our super lightweight cadet Group A qualifying session about to get underway. For those people who are new to the stream, or maybe this is their first time watching a Club 100 Junior Cadet event, we have 6 qualifying sessions, 3 for our cadets, 3 for our juniors. So we do our Cadet Group A, then we do the Junior Group A, Cadet Group B, Junior Group B, Cadet Group C, followed by Junior Group C. Once all of those qualifying times come together, we're able to formulate our grids for the Cadet and Junior Pre-C, Pre-B and Pre-A finals. The top 2 from the Pre-C and the Pre-B final will advance to the next final, so they get a chance to go that little bit higher up, and then the finishing positions from all of those determine the order for our C, B and A finals at the end of the day, where we are apparently scheduled to have a little bit of rain. I don't believe it. I don't know about you.
No, I mean, we were promised rain. I say promised. It would be relief from the sweltering heat that we've got. We were promised rain yesterday, and it never came to fruition. I feel like, though, today might be the day. We were speaking, actually, when we were heading through the paddock on our paddock walk, which we'll see just after qualifying. We were speaking to some of the drivers, and it seems to be kind of, especially with the cadets, they're looking forward to the challenge of the rain. They're looking forward to the kind of the fun, the chaos, the drama that brings here at Whilton Mill, because it will change everything about this track.
You know, the other weird thing for me when we had that paddock interview was that talking to one of the drivers saying, I think it was one of the cadets, asking, would you be looking forward to the rain? Pardon me, it was one of the juniors, and he was a relatively short junior. He said, I want the rain because I'm a few kilos overweight. And I'm looking at him, it's like, how are you overweight?
That's what the lead is for, really, as we have our first fast laps coming in now. 57.1 how it goes to James Vout there. That is a cracking lap to start proceedings off with. That is his first proper fast lap. We've got 8 minutes to go in this qualifying session, and we were playing the game in qualifying yesterday of, will we see, will we break into the 56s? Will we break into this time? We should expect, especially with hot temperatures and the fact that it's super lightweight, we should expect to see some maybe slightly better lap times. But with the fact that we're already into the 57.1s this early on into the day bodes well. One thing to consider as we're watching a little bit of an on-track battle here going on between the number 25 car of James Vout, that very fast driver there, and I believe the number 16 kart. One thing we do have to watch out for is, if that rain does, it's a number 19 cars, if that rain does come later on, this track has spent the past few days getting rubbered in and baking in that sun. That surface, as soon as it rains, is going to be absolutely undrivable.
And that's where we start to see the wet weather lines coming in. And it's such a tricky challenge when you have changing conditions. You have to kind of find where is the track getting wetter, and it might be a case of a line that you took at one point in the race, one point in the session, you have to take a completely different line a few minutes later, as James Vout is going up the inside of Wyatt McAllister into Christmas Corner. White McAllister, I believe he also had was it Toby McAllister yesterday?
Can't quite remember, to be honest, but they're battling it out for P2 or P1 in the session, and they're battling out on track at the moment. Currently, our leader in the session is Marguris Kavekis with a 57.0, so that is our fastest time of the day so far. But the margins, as we found yesterday as well, the margins are oh so close here at Whilton Mill, despite that it being kind of one of our longer form circuits, perhaps, with plenty of overtaking opportunities, for which we're very thankful for. The gaps are only about 1/10, maybe half a tenth, something like that. The gap's just expanded a little bit as Rory Hamilton sets what was to be the fastest time in the session so far. However, Kavekis in the number 15 go-kart there decides, I can go a little bit quicker into the 56s. It's a 56.882, currently leading this session on provisional pole.
And I'm just trying to think back to yesterday and what the fastest lap times we saw in the cadet session were. I'm just looking over to our cadet A final. It was actually a 56.5, and as you mentioned, running 10 kilos lighter are these drivers, so maybe we can be expecting 56.3s by the end of the day once we do get to that A final. But the fact that we're getting near to those 56.5s already is very impressive indeed.
We're going to have a bit of another battle going on track here. It's between Kavekis in the number 15 go-kart and Rory Hamilton here, as Rory Hamilton decides to let his rival through so he can get a bit of clean air and decide to push once again for another fast lap. That is a good strategy to see from Rory Hamilton. I think it's great to see already these young drivers so early on in their racing careers deciding, let's think long term, let's plan ahead, let's keep a level head, let's think about this more intelligently and start to plan our sessions out, and Rory should benefit from that. We'll see what time he posts. I will say though, current leader James Vout on top once again. It's a 56.805, has found 7/100ths of a second on the number 15 car that we're on board with at the moment. So already we're seeing these thin margins. Once again, we're only halfway through the first competitive session of the day.
So I have just had a quick look through the timings. The fastest lap that we saw in the cadets yesterday was actually set in the practice session by Jake Anders, a 56.3, which was narrowly quicker than what Logan McAllister was able to do of a 56.5 or a 56.4 in one of his heat/qualifying sessions. It was actually the pre-A final, 56.4 from Logan McAllister.
We are into the 56.6 range now. Wyatt McAllister with a fantastic lap there, a 56.696, just about eclipsing what were briefly the fastest lap of the session, the 56.7s. So the time's really tumbling down now as these cars get back up to temperature, as they had a little bit of a rest in between practice and the quali, and the drivers get more and more familiar with the track. That is one of the things that we took away from the paddock walk here. Some of the younger drivers are saying, it's a really great opportunity, this practice session, just to kind of get back into the rhythm of how this track works, because it's all about that flow, that momentum through some of the high-speed sections, Whilton Mill.
And here is James Vout and Wyatt McAllister making their way onto the back straight down towards the boot. It's Wyatt McAllister who is behind James Vout, and he does have this little target that he can chase. Doesn't actually get as good of a run through the boot as the number 19, as the number 25 of James Vout does. So this might be a good lap for James Vout, and indeed it is. 56.661, new fastest lap of the session.
Only by 3/100ths of a second. In fact, the top 4 covered in just a couple of tenths. In fact, top 5 only a couple of tenths apart. That is absolutely fantastic to see so early on.
Very, very close, and it kind of makes the gap from Rory Hamilton in 4th to Aidan Hammond, which is only 12/100ths of a second, look incredibly large, but it is such a close field between the top 4 of James Vout, Wyatt McAllister, Marguris Kavekis and Rory Hamilton.
It's great to see as well these young drivers. It might be quite tempting for them to treat these sessions, the qualifying session and the race sessions, pretty similarly. They're both 11-minute laps around Whilton Mill, and you're surrounded by your rivals, but you can see a clear difference in how the drivers are approaching it. There's a lot less kind of, not aggression, but there's a lot less kind of eagerness to try and get that best part of the. What are you seeing here?
The times keep on changing at the top.
3,000th of a second.
That's the thing, the times keep changing, but there's still only 68,000 separating the top 4. They're still improving, but they're improving by such fine margins. It's absolutely incredible. The top 3 all improving on their most recent lap times, 56.6s for your top 4 drivers.
Yes, it is just 0.003 of a second separating James out and Kavekis on provisional pole at this point in time. 2 minutes to go in this session. We're currently on board with a little bit of a track battle going on here. Who is this?
That's
between
Aiden Hammond at the front, if I recognise that helmet, the 100 car in that black suit with the green and purple helmet.
That's number 33 of Blatant Sultan as well. Currently running in P16, a 58.1 on his last lap, his best lap as well. So some good progression going on for that number 33 car in this session. Let's see where he can end up with just a few laps remaining to go. Probably about 2 or 3 fast laps really left in this session.
I think we were speaking to Aiden Hammond and Jacob Chispregi earlier, and Jacob was saying, "Oh, I don't know if I can beat Aiden Hammond. He's a tryhard." Suggesting that Jacob doesn't like to try hard in these events, which I don't fully believe. Either way, both Aiden Hammond and Jacob Chispregi doing well, currently sitting in P6 and P8. As Aiden Hammond that time round only a 57.2, but did have to navigate past Blatant Sultan. Now has a couple of clear laps that he can set before the session goes to a close.
James out on some good pace at the moment. Last lap was a 56.670, so only 400ths off his best lap so far. So he's found a nice consistent pace this late on in this session, as we have some of our faster drivers now just heading down that start-finish straight. Rory Hamilton, does he improve? No, he does, but Kavekis improves. It's a 56.2. There we go. That's a lap that we were looking for. Now, that very finite gap between Kavekis and James Vout now stands at 0.3 of a second, not 0.003 of a second. That is a fantastic effort from the number 15 car there.
That is incredible for Marguerite Kavekis. We're seeing such consistent 56.6s being set by the top 4. And then out of nowhere comes Kavekis with a 56.2, the fastest lap of the weekend by a margin as well. Nearly 0.2 quicker than anyone else has been, both yesterday and today.
Absolutely flying along then late into the session as well. Clearly the track still ramping up just that little bit more. As you see, we're on board at the moment with James out, dipping down below the steering wheel as much as possible, trying to get any advantage you can down that long back straight where he heads through the boot.
And then just behind him is the 19 and 18 Wyatt McAllister and Teddy Young. Rory Hamilton currently sitting in P4. Teddy Young 57.3 that time around. And Teddy does have Wyatt McAllister just in front of him. Remember, Wyatt McAllister was at the top of the times at one point. There goes the 15 over Marguerite Kavekis. Rather easily identifiable, isn't he, Marguerite? With that blue suit and then the multicoloured Zappa helmet that is very popular with quite a lot of drivers these days.
So the checkered flag does rain down now, and the first few drivers have finished their session. Nothing yet from our top drivers at this point in time. They're just about to head into the boots. Let's see as the bottom half of the grid is confirmed for now. We're watching now as James out and Kavekis head through that final corner. Let's see as they cross the line here. They're just about to head across that timing line. It's no improvement on this last lap for Kavekis. It's not either for James Vout, but it's very close indeed. So that looks to be the top end of the grid has been settled in Group A here. It is Marguerite Kavekis who takes pole in the Cadet Group A qualifying. James Vout P2, Teddy Young P. In fact, no, Aiden Hammond very late on indeed. Blistering lap at the end there at 56.5. Good effort. Aiden kept that one a little bit of a secret until the very last second. Made the difference when it matters though. So now Aiden Hammond P2, James Vout P3, Teddy Young P4, and Rory Hamilton rounding out the top 5 here in the Cadet Group A qualifying.
Very, very late lap from Aiden Hammond, and that could be the difference from starting down in P10 for the pre-A final or starting maybe second or third. However, with that, we're going to be heading into our junior super lightweight Group A qualifying session.
So then, Junior Super Lightweight Group A. Here we go. We see the juniors already out on track now as they're completing their warm-up lap, getting back into the rhythm, getting the karts up to temperature and getting ready for 11 minutes of fast running. In fact, make that 10 minutes by the time we get past our out lap here. See the drivers, some of them slowing down, deciding, you know what, I'm going to back off a little bit now, try and find a bit of space on track to occupy, a bit of clean air, so that I can run without the stresses of rivals around you.
Just just trying to take a note of some of the drivers to watch out for. Jamie Tyler Gooden, one of those in the number 81 kart. I think Jack Philpott as well rings a bell for me. I can't see him on the standings right now, so this might be his first round of the championship. Wonder if that's a possible relation to Bradley Philpott, who I think races in British Indoor Karting Championship. No way of knowing for sure. At the moment though, fastest lap time is for Jack Philpott, that 56.6, but expect the times to come tumbling down with the day. I believe the fastest lap that we saw yesterday, I will double check this, but I think it was that 53.0 that we saw from Dan Munro.
Let's see then as our current front runners head through the boot. Yeah, of course, not the most representative lap time the previous time round, so here we go then. As we have the first few carts just crossing the line now to 54.6, currently our fastest time, beating Charlie Wainwright by only 0.02 of a second, but not to be outdone, it's Frederick Navarro, only 0.08 of a second ahead of P2. We're going to have some ultra-fine margins once again, and I am all for it, as we have Max Kilby, a 54.4, currently leading this session after the first fast lap here.
So I've just checked the times. The fastest lap was indeed Dan Munro yesterday with a 52.847 that he actually did in practice. He was the only driver to get into the 52s as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Good to see in the comments. Clearly a fan of Finley Jones watching. They've just left in the comments, just in all caps, just Finley, just all in caps there. So clearly we know who they are rooting for. That's the number 91 car, currently running P7 in this session, into the 54s as well, so in good stead at the moment. It's Max Kilby currently leading at this point in time. He's heading around the boot now, heading through that last corner. Let's see, we're on board with him now as he heads through the last corner, absolutely aces it, comes across the line. There's Noah Checkley currently leads this session. It was a 55.0 on that last lap for Max Kilby. Noah Checkley then a 54.1. We're going to be into the 53s before we know it.
Very quick bunch of drivers out on circuit. Benjamin Hamilton, one to watch out for. He's currently sitting third in the championship, just 7 points off Sam Cole, who leads, and then Ben Yangu, who is in second, further 5 points back. Sam Cole, not in this session, was able to pick up the first 2 race wins of the opening round at Wilton Mill a few weeks back. Noah Checkley, though, at the top of the times, 54.1. That is probably beaten by the aforementioned Benjamin Hamilton, who sets a 53.949, going nearly 2/10 clear at the top of the field.
Very strong lap there, first driver into the 53 so far, although he's going to be under threat, and he is. It's Max Kilby. It's a 53.7 last time around for him. He's found 2/10. That is a good margin to have at the very top end of the field. Not to be outdone, though. Here are some more drivers dipping into that low to mid 54 second region now.
We get closer and closer to those 53.5. Jensen Jowett jumps up into P2 with a 53.9, and there is Jamie Tyler Gooden, 53.678 at the top of the times for now. Still got nearly 7 minutes of time remaining. As who are we watching? That is the 26 of Benjamin Hamilton, making his way through the final corner. Need to have another look at how he takes that, just to see if he does dab on the brakes or if it's just a little flake. But through the final corner goes Benjamin Hamilton, not an improvement, half a tenth off his personal best.
It is such a fine balance, that final corner, because sometimes it could actually work out better to just have that slight lift off or dab on the brakes, because if you push it too much, you will find yourself off the track. As someone here is off the track, we can't quite make out who that is at this point in time. As they are getting some assistance recovering, they should be able to rejoin safely and be back on their way in quick succession. Max Kilby improving on his time. It's a 53.4 on that last lap. He's absolutely flying along, because found another 2/10. So he could be into the, at this rate, should we see 52s in qualifying?
It could very well be. Jamie Tyler Gooden's just come over the line. Not a good lap for him, but Max Kilby at the top of the times. There's that Jamie Tyler Gooden wearing a different helmet. He usually has this Lewis Hamilton replica helmet, and he pulls that helmet out because he needs a clear visor sometimes, and his other helmet doesn't have that clear visor. So, just wondering what happened to the old helmet of Jamie.
Maybe a bit of glare issue, something like that. But yeah, that last corner, as we saw yesterday, if you push the cart too hard into it, you're going to end up on the outside there. As Max Kilby does improve, no, he doesn't. As yeah, you could find yourself on the outside of the circuit, riding over the curves, riding over the paint, and there's no grip there at all. You could find yourself in the barrier sooner rather than later.
getting some support in the chat for a few drivers. That's how it's done at Margiris, who set that phenomenal lap time in our cadet qualifying session. And I believe we were talking about Jake Anders before. He's in chat, or one of his parents are in chat, saying go on Max Davies, Ethan Waters and Rory Hinckley.
Sounds like they're relatively local to me, the Anders crew. Based, by the sound of things, based in Warrington, not too far away from me at all. So local heroes, perhaps. Still Max Kilby leading this session. It's a 53.4, just over a tenth ahead of Jamie Tyler Gooden, and then Rory Hinckley behind as well. We've got a bit of a mid-pack battle building up here, as there's a penalty for Jamie Tyler Gooden and for Rory Hinckley. Clearly they've been having a bit of fun out on track, and perhaps a bit too much fun, unfortunately, for the stewards' liking. So this is going to affect their chances in this qualifying session. It just makes that mid-pack battle even more interesting. The gaps between the two there. What have you just seen?
Tyler Gooden absolutely thwacked the curve through the final corner, really unsettled the kart. That's not something he'll want to be doing on repeat, and I don't think it would have felt too comfortable going over that curve either. But it is Max Kilby still on pole ahead of Jamie Tyler Gooden and Rory Hinckley. The pair of them, though, let's not forget, have those penalties, and that could be anything from hitting a cone, track limit abuse, to contact with another car, trying to overtake them.
No, I can attest to some of those curves not being comfortable at all. I mean, as Tom Sands does improve here, it's a 53.3, great lap from him. Managing to jump up quite a few places, actually, now ahead of Max Kilby by about another tenth and a half. Max Kilby just ahead of Benjamin Hamilton by about 0.03 of a second. So it was a strong lap, that last lap for Max Kilby. Just unfortunately for him, not quite enough to challenge Tom Sands at this point in time. With 3 minutes to go in the session, can Tom remain on that top spot, on that provisional pole?
Jensen Blakesley also improving with a 53.689, jumping up into fifth, as we are seeing the number 71 of Max Kilby going up the inside into Ozias. It is indeed. So this lap probably won't be a very quick lap for Max. He has had a bit of traffic, but his next lap he should have a bit of clear air in front of him from to set maybe a new personal best, as Frederic Navarro goes up second with a 53.458.
And not an improvement that time around for Tom Sands. Penalties coming in for Zane Etobishi, which I imagine is mainly due to that cone warning that he's had there potentially. Not quite sure on that one though, as we have a few more improvements coming in. Contact warnings, so drivers battling out on track in this qualifying session. Good improvement there for Jensen Jowett. It is a 53.6 on that last lap, so nice and comfortably into that 50s, into that 53.
The 52 going grass karting. And that would have been the 52 of Noah Chackley, running a bit wide coming out of Ashton Corner. They're still keeping an eye though on Max Kilby as he makes his way onto the back straight. Tucks his head down for that bit of extra aerodynamic. Goes a bit wide through the boot. You want the kart to be a bit more to the left as you go through that double right-hander, as it costs you a lot of speed coming all the way to this final corner. I say that, he's probably now going to improve on his best lap, and he does indeed, a 53.3.
He does. Benjamin Hamilton does take provisional pole, however, it's a 53.2, so Max Kilby once again thwarted right when he thought it would have made all the difference to take that provisional pole. Benjamin Hamilton just about takes that away from him. It is very fine margins once again, though. Max Kilby and Tom Sands, 0.08 of a second separating those two drivers.
Very impressive times. Also an improvement we've seen from Charlie Mainwright and Finley Jones. Jensen Blakesley also setting a 53.5 to jump up into fifth place. We have just over a minute remaining, and I think you've got a fellow Warrington fanboy over in the chat with you.
By the sounds of things, I do. Wouldn't exactly say I'm a Warrington fanboy, but I know the place
Warrington
quite well. As we have Frederic Navarro taking pole once again, it's a 53.1. He's found a decent amount of time there. I say he's found a decent amount of time, not compared to his rivals though. It's only 0.04 of a second. Once again, the margin's ultra thin in the remaining 40 seconds of this session now.
So the top five separated by less than 0.2 of a second. 20 seconds remaining, so a few drivers will be able to complete this lap and start a new lap, but for many, this is their final lap. We'll see whether Benjamin Hamilton in the 26 car can make it to the line in time. 20 seconds, I think he'll just about get around to start a new flying lap. As he's trying to point someone through, but whoever he was trying to point through has jumped into the pit lane.
Yeah, so he needs to get going to make sure he can cross that start-finish line once again. And I think they will just about 2 seconds to go. Frederick Navarro is able to start another lap. In fact, very few drivers not actually able to make it across that time around, so it's timed quite well. As Tom Sands, that's all he can do in this qualifying session. It won't be pole for him, unfortunately. A few more drivers crossing as well. Max Kilby, apologies, crossing the line to take P4 in the end, as things stand.
Improvement as well from Tom Sands on his final lap, 53.2 to jump up into second place. Jamie Tyler Gooden now coming over the line. He can't improve on his 53.3, so will remain in P5. So that should be that, as Rory Hinckley also crosses the line. Frederick Navarro then.
We have Benjamin Hamilton and Frederick still left to go. It's going to be Benjamin crossing the line first. Let's see now. It's not improved. It's an improvement on his last lap, but it's not enough for Benjamin Franklin, unfortunately. Benjamin Hamilton, apologies, was made. Benjamin Franklin, one of the founding fathers, on track. And now Frederick Navarro rounding out the field there with that 53.1 that sees him on provisional pole. In fact, no, it's not provisional. It is just pole at the end of this Junior Group A qualifying session. It's Frederick Navarro, Tom Sands, Benjamin Hamilton, Max Kilby and Jamie Tyler Gooden are top 5 for this session.
Here comes Noah Checkley, Jensen Blakesley, Rory Hinckley, Jensen Jowett, Max Davies, Finley Jones, Charlie Wainwright, Luke Richards, Jack Philpott, Ethan Waters, Caden Ward, Max Nash, John Wall.
Right, it is now time to dive into the Group B qualifying for the cadets. So here we are then. It is Cadet Group B qualifying, and they're already out on track, getting those out laps underneath their belts, ready to go, ready to start hammering in those fast laps. So someone's already had a bit of an off there. I'm not sure if there was contact with another car, so that was just a bit of an unfortunate error, but either way, it's just the very first out lap, so it shouldn't have any effect at all on the remainder of the session for any drivers there.
We've got Ellis Cox in this race as well. He's currently running 3rd place in the Cadet Super Lightweight Championship. A few other very quick drivers as well. Just trying to see if Jack Beasley or Rory Hamilton are in this session. I don't believe either of them are. We've got Tate Hart in this. We had a chat with Tate in our paddock walk.
We did. I'm currently watching then as the drivers begin their first fast laps. They're all very bunched up as we head into the first fast lap. So let's see how that bodes for the remainder of this qualifying session. It could have a bit of an effect later on, as all the drivers will potentially end up in some type of pack battling. Good to see actually in the comment section of the stream, plenty of drivers from yesterday actually still sat watching, supporting their friends, their colleagues, their rivals today, which is great to see. So hello to you all, well done for yesterday. It was a very thoroughly enjoyable day's worth of racing yesterday. So we're seeing then as our first kind of pack heads through the boot now, and it's going to be, I imagine the times are going to start tumbling in as we have so many cars heading through those penultimate corners, and then that last corner, of course. Let's see then as the times begin to come in.
It's not exactly too hard to forget, but remember that incredibly quick lap time that we saw from Margiris in the Group A Cadet qualifying session. That was a 56.2 that he was able to set. Everyone else was lapping around the 56.5s, 56.6s. We'll see whether anyone else can manage that. One driver to watch out for, Carter in Skipper Clarkson, who is running 5th place in the championship. We'll see what he has under the hood of his car. You can't really say under the hood of the car. There is no real hood, is there?
No, they are open air to allow those engines to breathe and cool down a little bit more, which they certainly need on a day like today.
So a couple of drivers making their way through the boot and through the final corner. We'll see who'll be our first driver to make it into the 56s. Low 57s coming in for both Ellis Cox and Carter Inskip Clarkson, who are at the very front of the train of cars.
Yep, starting to see the drivers now getting closer and closer to those 57s, watching an on-track battle at the moment going on between the two session leaders, Carter and Ellis now, as they are fighting for time, but they appear to be fighting for track position as well. We do have a contact warning coming in for Carter in Skip Clarkson there, so doesn't want to repeat that too many times, just to make sure that his time is able to be recorded without any kind of penalties added on after the fact.
Last thing you need is a penalty in qualifying. We already saw a couple of those going the way to some of our juniors in the Group A session. And here comes Ellis Cox and Carter and Skip Clarkson through the final couple of quarters. These two have experience battling with each other from that opening round of the championship. We'll see whether they can eke their ways into the 56s this time around. Not quite. Is an improvement though for Ellis Cox, who is in that 11 kart. Edward Jones also improving up to third with a 57.4. Probably beaten though by Lewis Prendergast, a 57.3.
Improvements across the board then as the drivers starting to settle a little bit more into this qualifying session. Now we are still just under halfway to go. Haven't quite found that 56-second region just yet, but still the gap's very close indeed. I mean, just look at the gap between Ellis and Carter. I mean, we've seen how close it is physically on track. It's close in the timing system as well. Lewis Prendergast as well, only 4 hundredths of a second behind, and then there's only a few tenths separating the karts just behind those as well. So once again, I think we're going to be in for a fantastic day's worth of competition.
Absolutely, and just looking down the order, I'm seeing Corey Chapman. You had a very nice chat with Corey and two of his friends in the car park. Managed to catch up with them, which was absolutely lovely.
We did. I loved their confidence when we were chatting to them about how, well, because we were chatting about the rain and how eager they seem to be. They seem to be really looking forward to it. I mean, not only, I suppose, will it cool down, but they seem to be quite looking forward to the chaos and the drama. And it was lovely. So shout out to Corey Chapman Racing and his friends as well.
Ellis Cox going up the inside of Carter and Skip Clarkson, the pair of them setting new personal bests, and they are battling with each other. They're saying, let's work together. And that is Ellis Cox, who's trying to work together with Carter and Skip Clarkson, saying, look, I was behind you for a few laps. Now you sit behind me and let me try to set the pace at the front.
We are into the 56s, of course. It is a 56.957 from Carter and Skip Clarkson, which sees us diving into those 56-second range. Now our provisional pole at the moment is Carter, embroiled in his battling at the moment. I'm sure he would like to enjoy a little bit of clean air. He may choose to back off towards the end of the session when we'll have our last charges towards the front end of the grid. Edward Jones, nice improvement there. A 57.3 sees him now in P3 in this session. And never mind, that's now P4 because Lewis Prendergast, good improvement from him. He has, I imagine, a little bit more of a cleaner situation instead of, Carter and Ellis. He's able to jump into P2 with a 56.0.
More drivers nearing that 56 mark. Jensen Barnard also improving with a 57.3, takes him up to P5 just ahead of Charlie Chisbregi, who's on that 57.4 in P6. And it does look like Ellis Cox has been able to gap Carter in Skip Clarkson on this lap. I know Carter went a bit wide through Oblivion, and that might have cost him a bit of time. Is closing in, though, through the boot, so whatever time Ellis was able to gain through the first few quarters, Carter has been able to regain over the rest of the lap. Let's see if these are 56s for the pair. It is not 57.5s for both of them.
No, they may be slowing each other down in this battling. I'm sure they're having an absolute blast out there, so they may not care too much. I suppose at the end of the day, they are at the very top end of the field. What more can they want to do? But I'm sure if they decide, you know what, let's just kind of neutralise this, let's break off, they might find some better times. But they need to do that sooner rather than later because there's only 3 minutes left to go in this session. As we're watching another battle now on screen, there's the driver with the, is that the Union Jack on the kind of Union Jack motif on the helmet there? No, I'm not quite sure if it is, but cool looking helmet either way.
There's Tate Hart, another driver we were able to talk with during our paddock walk. For those people who are tuning in on YouTube, which I guess is everyone because otherwise you can't hear us, that paddock interview show will be going out on the broadcast after our qualifying sessions are done before we head into our pre-C finals.
Ellis Cox improving there, now only 1/100th of a second behind Lewis Prendergast with a 57.098. However, does that change? No, Lewis Prendergast is not able to improve. He's currently looking over his shoulder under pressure in this qualifying session. Just 2 minutes, apologies, make that 3 minutes to go.
I just saw Carter and Skip Clarkson going up the inside of Ellis Cox into Christmas corner, so those two are still battling with each other. They haven't been able to come to an agreement, let's say, of who's going to be at the front of their two-kart train as they continue to try to set quicker and quicker lap times. There is the 38 of Lewis Prendergast, who has a very, very quick Corey Chapman directly behind him, and Corey's doing a fantastic job to be able to stick to the rear end of Prendergast as they make their way through Oziers, and Corey Chapman might actually have a go up the inside into the boot. He's got to go for it as well, you know. This is going to slow the pair of them down as they almost go 3 abreast through the second half of the boot, and now up the inside into the final corner goes Chapman.
He does win out in the end there. I suppose it can be quite helpful to see what the lap times are looking like. That was a slower lap, of course, but sometimes it can be helpful to have that reference out in front of you. You can start thinking, how are they taking this line a little bit differently? Are they braking at a certain point in comparison to me? It can be helpful to try and find a rival to stick with it. Just when we get into that kind of 3-wide kind of battling that it can become slowing down. As we are now further into the 56s, just not by much. Jensen Barnard, a name we haven't seen too much in this session so far, has been quietly whittling away at this Wilton Mill circuit, now into the 56.9 region, currently our man on provisional pole.
Very quick time, also improvements for Tate Hart, Edward Jones, Jacob Kent. Very good lap from Jacob Kent as he jumps up into 7th with a 57.4.
Carter and Ellis just crossing that start-finish line. They're not improving once again this time around. They got those early fast laps in and have been embroiled in battle ever since. I suppose it's very good preparation for the racing coming up in just a little while.
Well, I do always enjoy this, watching juniors qualifying, because there is no thought about, okay, this is a qualifying session, I need to put in clean laps.
I know, sometimes it is though. Sometimes if you see it on the kind of the outlap, sometimes you can see drivers, deciding, let's back off, let's drop back. It's really nice to see, even drivers this early on in their career thinking like a racing driver. I mean, we saw when we hosted another running race today, and we asked what the verdict was on the steward's decision to do with a little bit of contact that happened in this running race, and we got both sides of the story, and it was very racing driver-esque. So look forward to that in the paddock show there. We do have a track limit warning for Jensen Barnard, and that doesn't matter too much in terms of the pole time, because currently that goes to Carter Inskip-Clarkson, a 56.5. He is absolutely romped away with it now. He might have been able to find a little bit of cleaner, or has just been able to set in and have that kind of like epiphany moment, and is able to set a very strong lap time indeed. Our first driver into the 56.5 range in this session.
We'll see whether Jensen Barnard, who's making his way across the line in the blue suit with the white helmet, can he improve? It's a 57.6 this time round. But Carter Inskip-Clarkson, our first driver to be matching the kind of pace that we saw in the Group A cadet qualifying. Checker flag is out. Tate Hart jumps up to 3rd with his lap time.
Yes, of course, checker flag out. Drivers now coming towards the end of their session, and this will be everyone's last lap by the looks of things. So let's see, as we have our front runners coming across line. Carter Inskip-Clarkson, can he improve just for the sake of it across the line here? Let's find out. He does not improve at this time round, neither do his nearest rivals. So, as it looks, I know we called it a little bit early in the previous qualifying session, it is Carter Inskip-Clarkson who takes pole in this session. Jensen Barnard P2, Tate Hart P3, Ellis Cox P4, Edward Jones P5. So, apart from Carter Inskip-Clarkson with that fantastic late lap there, very close running once again throughout the field as we run down to P19, P20 there. That is our results for this qualifying session, and we'll join you in just a few minutes, in just a few moments, in fact, for the Junior Group B qualifying coming up next. Looking on then to the start-finish line here, looking down that straight with the tram lines. Drivers will have to be careful to make sure they abide by those when we start the racing, as we have the juniors out on track now. It is amazing to see the turnaround times so quickly. Helps having 2 separate fleets of karts. We've got the CLUB100 karts, and then we have the Mini-Maxes as well, so that certainly helps things, but yeah, the turnaround time is very impressive indeed.
Is it Mini-Maxes or the Micro-Maxes?
Oh,
I always forget.
Oh, that's very good.
I think it's
Micro. I've been calling them Mini-Maxed for yesterday and today. I do apologise there for the mistake, but you get the idea. It's the same sort of thing as we now look on the drivers currently on their out laps.
So, a couple of drivers to watch out for. Sam Cole leading the championship. Very, very quick driver, won both of the races last time out. Do we have... I'm trying to see if George Palmer Mobsby is out. I don't believe he is. Ethan Pritchard is actually one driver I've seen racing a fair bit, and could be right up there at the sharp end. We'll see what he has available. Very quick driver is Ethan. I'm just looking further down the order to see if we've got the likes of Ryan Shepherd, Jack Redfern, Ollie Clegg out. They might be in our Group A qualifying session.
So they're watching drivers as they get ready to start getting those fast laps in. There's an issue there for the number 29 car. Who is that? That is Imogen Owen. Unfortunately, she is not starting qualifying in the way that she would have wanted. We do have 11 minutes to go in this, or maybe about 10 minutes to go in this session now. We're just waiting for confirmation on that. So there should be enough time for her to dive into the pit and get a fresh kart and get back out there. As we have Sam Cole currently leading this session with a 54.8 on his first fast lap. Harry Bowman P2, Owen Timon Clydesdale P3 into the 55s. But that is a strong first lap for Sam Cole. At 0.6 of a second faster than his nearest rival. Lewis West improving the 56.1. So these juniors poised and ready to start fighting for a higher position on the grid.
And just having some support coming in for Elliot Goddard and I believe also Flynn Perry. We're going to assume as they are the only Elliot and Flynn's out on circuit, but it is currently, unsurprisingly, Sam Cole, who is at the top of the standings with a 54.8, and there is Sam Cole making his way through the final corner. Very nice livery, the suit and helmet design, bright, stands out, and a nice blue suit as well for a background.
And not only is it looking good out there, his times are looking good as well. It's a 54.7 with an improvement on that last lap there. Harry Bowman either having a bit of an issue or deciding to drop back a little bit and try and get a bit of clean running.
And then just behind Sam Cole on circuit is Owen Timon Clydesdale and Felix Bond in the 18 and 16 karts. There they are, heading into Ashby, just a few seconds behind, as Ethan Pritchard sets his new personal best at 55.5, takes himself up into P3.
As you mentioned there, Ethan Pritchard, yes, finding a good amount of time here, should be on the sharp end of things. Rudy Gilmore Kelly, though, just about eclipsing him to that P3 in the end, 55.4 on that last lap for Rudy. Only a few hundredths of a second off Harry Bowman's best time, as Sam Cole improves once again into the 53.4 second range. He is in a class of his own at this point in time in this qualifying session. Still plenty to play for, still a lot of time left, but he's found over a second on P2. He is absolutely flying along, is Sam Cole.
1 second clear of everyone else, although Bobby McKeer jumps up into second
that
with
Connor
a
this time now.
54.3, and Connor McNamara, and all of the times are improving. Maxwell Cooper, Lewis West, Flynn Perry at 54.2 jumps up to second. That's promptly beaten by Ethan Pritchard, so some really hot laps coming in right now.
Yes, clearly drivers now got their cars fully up to temperature and they are very familiar with this circuit once again. Ethan Pritchard, though, 0.3 of a second. That once Casimir's gap now looking a lot slimmer, as I do believe there is a waved yellow at some point on the circuit. Not quite sure where it is. That'll be why, as there is a kart spun around, is able to rejoin very quickly, very safely as well. Good to see. A 53.3 though for Sam Cole. He's expanding that gap once again. Let's see some 52s in this session. I think at this rate we should be on for it as well.
53.3, very quick lap time from Sam Cole. I'm just going to double check what our fastest time was in the Group A qualifying. It was Frederick Navarro at 53.195, so he needs to find just over 1/10 of a second. And again, our cluster of karts come over the line and every single driver is improving.
It's looking good up there at the moment. Ethan Pritchard back into P3. Oliver Liversedge does improve. It's a 53.8 on that last lap, sees him now in P4 as well. Improvements all round though, as you say, not just at the top end of the field, a little bit further back as well. We've got Richard Wincombe, Elliot Goddard, Taylor England, all pushing, all improving their times. Wilfred Hobson up into the 55s now, as well as Sam Cole, a 54 flat on that last lap, not quite near his best, but still competitive.
Got some support coming in the chat for Connor, which I'm going to guess is Connor McNamara as the only Connor out on circuit. Harry Bowman improves 54.0. A lot of drivers on that 54.0, the cusp of making it into the 53s. Conor McNamara improves with a 53.8. He is beaten though by Lewis West, who jumps up into fourth with a 53.8. And there comes Flynn Perry, another improvement, 53.7.
Absolutely flying along these drivers now. A few warnings coming up, but no penalties just yet. Hopefully haven't commentators cursed it. It's for Felix Bond, Richard Winchcombe, Elliot Goddard, Kira Boylan, and then Harry Bowman. A couple of curb warnings there. I presume that's going to be at the very end of the circuit if we know anything about Wilton Mill, which occasionally we do. It's probably going to be that last curb there where it is oh so tempting to push the car onto the curbs as Sam Cole, not his fastest lap there, is either dropping back, getting a bit of clean air, or maybe just needs a bit of a breathe, a bit of a break in this very sweltering heat here to try and push late on into the session.
There's Ethan Richard making his way into the boot, looking like a clean lap so far. Bobby McGeer improving 53.474, just a tenth and a bit shy of Sam Cole. Let's see if Ethan Richard, who's currently running in P4, can improve on his 53.789. It's a 53.8, so he will remain in fourth for now.
Oh dear, as that is enough for Ethan Pritchard there. That is not ideal at this stage in qualifying. It has brought him back into traffic as well, so now he's got that little bit of added pressure. Has to give it a couple of corners for the kart is back up to full grip. Of course, he's going to bring a little bit of dust and debris onto the tyres, onto the track, as well as, just look at that last lap from Sam Cole. It's a 53.333, so it's not quite eclipsing his best, but it's still a very competent lap time indeed. Bobby McGeer, his nearest rival at this point in time. Harry Bowman improves to go third fastest, as we have not an improvement for Bobby McGeer there, but improvements elsewhere on track.
They'll demote Flynn Perry down into P4 after that lap from Harry Bowman. Flynn Perry unable to improve on that occasion, and I'm pretty sure that Sam Cole, I've already learnt his helmet. It does stick out, doesn't it? And it is very nice to see.
Yes, it certainly does. It looks brilliant. Reminiscent of one of the early Lando Norris lids, I would say, with the yellow and with it like the neon greeny yellow and the blue, but with that added kind of it looks very cool, that helmet.
Will it be a very cool lap though as he rounds the final corner? He'll have some traffic for his next few laps. Sam Cole.
It is an improvement, and unfortunately for him, it's 1,000th of a second or 2,000th of a second off the 52s there. That is contact as well between Sam Cole and the number 122 of Wilfred Hobson there, as Sam is pushing his way through traffic and trying to push into the 52s, but what a lap.
I don't know what you're saying, it's not 52, he's slacking Sam. Terrible lap time. Improvements for all of our top four, in fact. Bobby McGeer with a 53.4, 53.6 for Max Cooper, and a 53.6 for Lewis West. Ethan Pritchard jumps up into P3 with a 53.6 as well. So from third down to, well, sixth is separated by just a tenth of a second.
Still on board then with Sam Cole. Our start of qualifying in the Junior Group B session so far. Does he improve that time around? No, perhaps unsurprisingly a little bit of traffic to negotiate. Let's see though, with a bit of cleaner, will this be the lap? It'll be one of the last few laps that he can do on track, of course, although he's been lapping very quickly, so he might get maybe 2 more laps in fact 2, maybe 3. And it has been very quick running indeed. 1 minute 40 left on the timer now as Lewis West improves. It's a 53.6 on that last lap. That promotes him to P4. As that's the number 96. Who is that? It's the number 96 of Thomas Wordley.
That's Ashby. So running a bit wide through Ashby corner. Also, there's some support for Henry Jones in the chat, and I don't know if that came before or after Henry set a blistering time of a 53.7 to take him up to P6, because he was running at around about P20 until that point. So very impressive lap from Henry Jones. Also, Bobby McGeer improved 53.349. Here comes Sam Cole over the line once more. It's not a 52, and it's not a 53, it's a 54.7 this time. We'll call that Sam's cool down lap.
He'll have to try and get another fast one in though, because just 49 seconds left on the timer now. As it stands, I believe he will get one more lap in. He will cross that stop finish line just about once again, but that seems to be that he has shown what he can do on track. That is a very strong lap time indeed. He's got a few tenths of margin to relax a little bit with. Has some traffic up in front. Let's just see now as he comes home. Let's see what he can do in terms of what position he ends up in qualifying. As Ethan Pritchard, is that an improvement? No, it is not this time round.
Sam Cole trying to navigate his way past Henry Pomerantz' door. Now the question is, does he have enough clear space in front of him to do one more lap? He does indeed. 18 seconds remaining on the clock, so there won't be any issue for Sam to get over the line. And there is how much time is left in the session. So anyone crossing after we hit 0, that they will see the checkered flag and they'll be coming into the pits.
That lap also would have seen him P2 if that was his fastest lap of the session so far. So even with a little bit of battling and traffic, that was still a strong lap as the checkered flag has now come down. It was nearly an improvement for Bob McGeer, unfortunately. Too little, too late, just 0.04 of a second off his best, so he has to settle for P2 for the time being, as we have a few more drivers coming home. It's Lewis West with that 53.760, his best time of the session. Max Cooper, Oliver Liver's Edge as well, as Ethan Pritchard comes home. His best lap being set on that last lap there, it's 53.5, doesn't change his position, however. Let's see now, it's just pretty much Sam Cole left to go. No one can challenge him in terms of pole just yet, so it's looking like it's going to be a good end for Sam Cole.
He does it.
He does it. He's into the 52.9s. A fantastic last effort from Sam Cole. Had that cleaner and just went, you know what, I don't need to do this, but let's just show everyone what I am made of. Into the 52s then for Sam Cole. 0.4 of a second behind. It's Bobby McGeer, followed by Ethan Pritchard, Lewis West, and Max Cooper. We finally have a driver into the 52s in the Group B qualifying in the junior division just at the very end of the session. That was very enjoyable indeed. So then, in just a moment's time, we'll be swapping over to the Cadets Group C qualifying. So then, it's time for the Cadets. It's Group C, the last time we will see the younger drivers out on track in qualifying. As they're on their out laps at the moment, we have a big swarm of those Micro Max go-karts heading around the track.
This is the bit where we find out that they are actually mini maxes.
Yeah, we've just been played a prank by Adam, our stream director, just for the lols. I'm down with kids.
They definitely are Micro Maxes. A few quick drivers to keep an eye out for. You have the likes of Jacob Underhill running 9th in the championship. Jack Beasley, who is leading the championship, having won both of the opening races. Matthew So, I believe, is another driver to keep your eyes out. Actually picked up a podium in the B final in the previous race. Just trying to see who else. Have we had Rory Hamilton? I think we have had Rory Hamilton before. Who else is there? Luca Batuev, who is currently running in 7th place in the championship.
Yeah, apologies. It's probably more likely me. You seem to be far more cultured and you know, considerate than myself. Apologies if I do mess up any pronunciations of the names, but I'll try my best.
I always find it fun, you know, when you see a name that you aren't familiar with, trying to be able to figure out what the pronunciation is for it. So
especially live on camera as well,
like,
or
yeah.
live on stream. Let's see then, as our first drivers are going to be coming across the line. Our first fast laps in. Jack Beasley leads the session for the first moment. A 57.5. That sees him currently leading the session. Let's wait for the rest of the field to round for the first fast lap there. Good, strong lap from Jacob Underhill. Not to be outdone though, Ben Hunt follows closely behind at 57.2, currently leading us, so we're expecting 56s once again.
We'll see if anyone can get into those low 56s like we saw earlier on today from Margiris Kovekis, who had one of probably the best qualifying performance I have seen all weekend. That was a very, very quick lap from Kovekis, and we'll be expecting to be starting on pole for the Cadet Super Lightweight pre-A final. We're seeing a couple of drivers heading through the boot. One of them is the 21 of Jack Beasley, who points furiously forward and says, "Let's go get that lap time, boys."
Crossing line once again. Not his best this time around, of course. Luca Batuev does improve. It's a 57.6 this time around for him, up into P4. Zyla Ono is up into the 57s as well. That last lap, Jacob Underhill sees him currently leading this session.
This is very smart from Jack Beasley. So he's had the 16 of Max Lovell go up his inside, and then whilst Jack Beasley said, "You know what? I can't trust you." He said, "I can't trust you to do hot laps. I'm going to back off. He's let about 5-6 karts go past him. He's going to find himself on clean air and then get back to setting fast laps. So don't expect a quick lap from Jack Beasley this time round. He's currently in 4th, and will probably drop outside of the top 10 once other drivers complete their lap.
Improvements throughout the field. Once again, Harry Kinghorn improving up to 17th. Now it's a 59.1 on that last lap. Should be diving into the 58s with some good progression. That's what we've seen. We've seen plenty of nice progression running through these sessions. As we're seeing some more of that now, Luka Batuev is just very close behind indeed. Jacob Underhill with that 56.6 Jacob has just put in is a new fastest lap. 1/10 behind it is Luka with a 56.8. Then we have Ben Hunt just behind those as well. Currently watching Jacob Underhill heading through up the inside of the, I believe that was the number 52 or 50. It was the number 52.
Of Zaya Ono, I think. That's the pronunciation I'm going to go with. I mean, if any parents are watching and we are getting names grievously wrong,
please do tell us. Please do shout
tell
at
us
me.
and try to let us know how it is meant to be pronounced, and we will do our best to correct ourselves or call defeat.
Jacob Underhill still leading this session at the moment then, 56.6. So good, strong early showing from Jacob so far.
56.9 from Luka Batuev, unable to improve on his personal best, but Jacob Underhill does improve with a 56.6. Ben Hunt 56.7. I want to see Jack Beasley 57.6 last time round, so not able to improve on that time. A lot of improvements as Theo Thomas goes up to 7th with a 57.4.
Joseph Davis a little bit of a slower lap that time around, might just be choosing to drop further back, have some clean air. We've seen drivers so far in these qualifying sessions benefiting hugely from a little bit of clean air. So drivers, of course, before they dive into the cars themselves, will be watching on, see how their rivals are faring in the other qualifying sessions, and might be deciding, you know what, here's what I've learned about the track, here's what I've learned about how the drivers are driving, and deciding, you know what, I'm going to take what I've learned through watching the other drivers go through their qualifying runs, and I'm going to maybe think about how I'm going to manage traffic, how I'm going to negotiate, say, Christmas, for example. All a learning experience here today, as Jacob Underhill has learned how to go just a little bit quicker. It's a 56.4 on the last lap. Now sees him near enough, makes no difference, 3/10 ahead of Ben Hunt in this session at this point in time. He is absolutely flying along, getting ever closer to those ultra-low 56-second laps.
Ben Hunt is someone I'm very interested to see their performance today, because at round 1 they were in the pre-B final, only able to finish 22nd. I think they may have qualified at the C final, I'm not sure. But after finishing 22nd in the pre-B final, they ended up finishing 7th in the B final. So they gained a whopping 15 places. So I'm just wondering if they had some issues that resulted in them being that far down. But either way, Ben Hunt is looking like a changed driver, or looking to have a completely different performance to round 1.
As is, I thought that was another improvement for Jacob Underhill. It's an improvement for Ben Hunt, though. It's an improvement for Ben Hunt, and it is a very important one. It's a 56.431. Sees Ben Hunt now leading this session by only 0.04 of a second, though, so Jacob certainly not out of the mix just yet. It's the battle between the two cars. Very similar suits and similar numbers. It's the 52 and 53 of it's the 52 of Zyler and then the 53 of Ben Hunt, currently leading this session as he's working his way through traffic.
Very good lap from Ben Hunt, getting close to that 56.2 we saw earlier on today from Margiris Kovekis. Still a few minutes left if anyone does want to beat that time. At the moment, the likes of Ben Hunt and Jacob Underhill are looking at starting 2nd, 3rd for the pre-A final. That will be coming up in an hour's time as Ben Hunt goes a bit wide through the boot. That's going to compromise him through the next section of track, but he did have to pass the 52 of Zaya Ono, so not expecting a quicker lap time. 56.9, about half a second of his personal best. But now a clear lap to go for Ben. We'll see whether he can improve on that 56.4.
As we have a couple of contact warnings actually coming in now. That is for Jacob Underhill, Max Lovell as well. Jacob will be wanting to be as careful as possible to make sure in his remaining 2 minutes he doesn't end up coming home with any penalties. That would be a great shame after a strong qualifying so far.
Hani Sadiq improving up to 9th with a 57.4. I know he's got a bit of support in the YouTube chat as well. Oliver Yango up into 5th with a 57.0, tantalizingly close to the 56s, as here is Ben Hunt having to pass a couple of drivers. Now, will he get held up through the boot, as that would definitely compromise him? He's behind the 20 of Jacob Underhill, so Jacob is a quick driver. Maybe these two can work together for the next lap or so. Not an improvement for either of them.
It was a strong improvement for Luka Betuev, though. It was a 56.6 on that last lap. I did notice as well, Jacob Underhill on that previous lap heading down towards the boot. He was kind of jigging himself up, egging himself on, saying, "Come on, car, let's go a little bit quicker before we head into the boot." And that's what he needs. He only needs that tiny little bit of difference in order to try and usurp pole position away from Ben Hunt once again. He's looking over his shoulder now. Very much under pressure is Jacob Underhill as he's heading into this final few dying moments of qualifying now.
And that's Luka Betuev, who has, I believe it is the 16 of Max Lovell directly behind him, saying, look, let's just work together. We don't have much time left. Let's just get this lap done and get a quick lap in. Luka currently sitting in P3 and Max Lovell sitting in P4, nose to tail, as they start their penultimate lap of the race. The question is, does he push him along on this straight, or does he look for a move? If it was me, I'd probably push Luka along, because they're both very quick drivers. And I think if you try to overtake, you're just going to hold yourselves up. And a bit of bump drafting never hurt anyone.
Not sure JV would like to hear that, but
it's bump drafting. It's not like pushing into the braking zone.
True, very true.
Pushing on a straight spot.
These carts are his babies, after all.
They are.
Yeah.
You have to tenderly push the cart forward.
I've seen
that almost looked like the 28 of Luka Betuev.
Yeah, it was just kind of,
he was just relaxing,
having a great time. I hear no, it was actually in fact the opposite. He was trying to, poise himself to get that little extra slipstream, try and go as quickly as possible. Heading into the boot there, does it once again, dives down, try and get as much speed across that line.
Neither of them able to improve on that particular occasion. Zaya Ono and Theo Thomas improved on their previous lap. Zaya Ono coming over the line, not improving this time around. What about Theo Thomas? Can he improve on his 57.2? Comes across the line now, 57.7, so no improvements for any of our top 50.
So then the timer hits 0, the checkered flag is out, and we have our first drivers across the line. That is all that they need to do in qualifying, and they can have a little break now before the next time in the go-kart, which will be in a little while after the lunch break for the first set of races.
Ruben Jenkins improving with a 57.2. He's up to P9, as here is the number 20 of Jacob Underhill closing into the 23 of Noah Hobson. Is this going to compromise it?
I think it will.
Yeah, just can't find a way through. Ben Hunt is behind the pair of them. We'll see the lap times coming through now. And sadly, not an improvement for either of our top two.
No, it looks to me that 57s towards the end of the session were all that was achievable. So it is Ben Hunt in the end who just about takes pole position from Jacob Underhill with that impressive 56.4 lap time, likewise for Jacob as well. Then we have Luka Betuev in P3, Max Lovell P4, and Jack Beasley in P5. So there is your top 5. It's a very close field, actually, all the way down to around P13, all within 1 second. And that is it for the Cadet Group C qualifying. We'll join you in just a couple of seconds for the Junior Group C qualifying. So then, the juniors are out on track, raring to go with those outlaps under the belt now.
Some quick drivers in this session. Jack Redfern, Benny Angao, Ryan Shepherd, all of them in the top 6 in the championship. And they will be, I'm sure, very eager to dismount Sam Cole-Simon. I say that. Also, we've got George Palmer and Mobspeak in this race as well. Matt Sheldon Hayward. So the majority of the top 8 in the championship are in this particular qualifying session. So I'm expecting some very quick times. Nathan James Royal also in this heat. So expect some very quick times, and we'll see who tops the timing sheets at the end.
Are we going to have quick times, or are we going to have battling? I hope for their sakes we have quick times, and they can save what will be some fantastic battling if there's so many of them from the top 8 in this session. They'll save the fantastic battling for the racing later on. Now it's all about getting those quick laps in, securing a good, strong lap here around the circuit of Whilton to make sure that these drivers are on as good a position as possible for the grid coming up later on. Waiting to complete our out laps. Then, in fact, we have completed our out laps. We're now on our fast laps. Quickest driver out at the moment is that 55.7 of George Palmer Mobsby. Let's see how he fares. He's currently stuck in the middle of a huge pack of traffic, so it might not be right in the mix at this point in time. We'll see how he fares, though, later into the session when things have spread out a bit and it's all calmed down after the start.
Bin-Suhayl at the very front of the field. Jack Redfern just a little bit behind. Jack Redfern to the top of the times with that 54.4. Another driver I like to see because I've seen him race a few times over at other championships, and he has been quick and very impressive, but I then didn't get to see him anymore. Luigi Pardini in the 99 car. Quick driver, impressed me a lot when I was able to catch him. I'm trying to remember the name. He was racing against an Alfie O'Brien. And the two had some very good battles, and Alfie was a very quick rider. So excited to see what Luigi has in store for us here in the Junior Super Light.
Quickest time out on track at this point in time, Zachary Watson with an impressive 54.3. As where is he? He is just heading down to the boot now at the end of Sector 2. So let's see now, will this lap be an improvement? It's going to have to be a good improvement because there is the number 21 of Ryan Shepherd, a 53.7. Strong lap from him. Also, George Palmer Mobsby into the 53s as well. The first 3 drivers into the 53s already. Strong laps all around. Should be in for quite an exciting quali here once again, because I think we're going to get, just like we saw in the previous junior division, where we had plenty of improvement in the middle of qualifying.
Now, Jack Redfern in the championship is in 5th, but I'm expecting him to absolutely dominate this practice session because, as people will see in the paddock show that we recorded earlier on today, I gave Jack some incredibly insightful tips on how to improve his lap time at Whilton Mill. So I'm interested to see whether he'll be able to put those into effect.
I'm sorry, Jack. If there's any, if you struggle today, as we have Ryan Shepherd taking provisional pole at this point in time, it is a 53.4. I'm just joking, Yousuf, of course, you're much quicker than me.
Well, maybe not with the advice I gave to Jack.
I dread to think. Toby Edelson, nice improvement there. That is a P8. It's a 54.1. Very close now to the 53s. He'll definitely be in the 53s by the end of the session. Just over halfway to go. The number 14, that's a very cool lid there with the nice visor as well. Who was that? It was Mikey Brysenden.
I quite like the England flag at the back. Sometimes you see...
not happy. Not happy is Mikey with his rivals nearby. Hopefully, for his sake, or for everyone's sake involved, they can all just find some clean air and start lapping.
So it's Redfern, Brysenden and Shepherd in that order across the line. These 3 are going to be setting very quick lap times, working together. I like to say that term a lot. They should be working together. Once you get into a championship, you start to recognise, drivers by their helmets and their suits, and then you start to know, okay, these are drivers that I want to work with in qualifying, or okay, these are drivers that are going to be too aggressive in qualifying. Just leave them to do their own thing.
Exactly. Still, our provisional pole sitter is Ryan Shepherd, a 53.5. Sorry, 53.4. That last lap was 53.5. So lapping very consistently with Ben, the number 8 car, just behind there.
Bin-Suhayl improving on that lap, as does Nathan James up to 3rd. Then it's Jack Redfern, Zachary Watson, Mikey Brysenden, Brody Skinner, Benjamin Amorim Draper, George Palmer Mobsby, and Declan Luff completing the top 10. As Jack Redfern, that looks to be a quick lap for Jack. Ryan Shepherd, though, improving more than anyone else at 53.2. 53.2 as well for Jack Redfern. 53.3 for Nathan James. And then Zachary Watson up in to P4 in the 62 car, as we are seeing the 21, the provisional pole sitter of Group C. Ryan Shepherd making his way through Christmas Boxing Day, through the flat-out Inkerman's kink, and then down into Ashby Corner.
I think we could be seeing... Again, I'm not a betting man, but I think we could be seeing 52s earlier than we did in the previous session. Of course, 52s only just about showed up at the very end. In fact, the last lap that a car was out setting a fast lap for, we saw a 52.9. I think we could see that earlier on. We still have pretty much half distance to go in this qualifying session.
And that was a Sam Cobb. Look at Ryan Shepherd. He's caught up right to the back of Jack Redfern. Flies past. Does Ryan Shepherd. Mikey Brysenden, the quickest of all, 53.2. Your top three separated by 68 thousandths of a second. But what can Jack Redfern do? Now that he has Ryan Shepherd in front of him, he has a kind of target, something to chase down. And it might be now that Jack Redfern becomes the quickest of this trio at the front of the field.
In fact, you have to look down to P17 to find someone who is over 1 second behind the leader. We have a very close field once again, 400ths of a second now, as you say, separating P1 and P2. They are heading, those leaders, Mikey and Ryan Shepherd, heading now down towards the boot, and they are very close together by the looks of things. So could we see a bit of battling going on track here in qualifying for a top spot on the grid?
And they're closing into Brody Skinner in that number 10 car. I tell you what, Ryan Shepherd is just checking out at the front. He has so much pace. And a 53.1, unsurprisingly so. He is absolutely flying right now.
Not quite the 52s, but still a very good effort indeed, though. That is a strong lap from Ryan Shepherd.
Adam Sims improving with a 53.3, as does George Palmer Mobsby and Jack Hamer.
We do have a cone warning coming in for Ben Yanjiao in the number 8 kart there, so doesn't want to repeat that too many times with just 3 minutes to go in the session.
This looks to be a quick lap from Jack Redfern. I think he's closed in onto Ryan Shepherd over this lap. As apparently Ryan's auntie Tracy is watching in the YouTube chat. It says, "Come on, Ryan." He is coming on. He's putting in some very hot laps as they close in.
Very close indeed there, but it's Ryan Shepherd who makes a substantial improvement. However, Jack Redfern matches that exactly. I have never seen that before, ladies and gentlemen. That is a 53.111 for Ryan Shepherd, but also a 53.111 for Jack Redfern.
Now, Reeve, you know as well as everyone else, I love to see improvements, right? I don't want to see improvements. I want to see those times being exactly the same at the end of the session, because I think that would look very, very cool.
So now we have our top 13 drivers covering half a second with that improvement there for both drivers. This is hotting up to be a very competitive qualifying indeed. Ryan Shepherd and Jack Redfern, hats off. That is brilliant. I love that. I think you have to go back to, is it the 80s or the 90s in Formula 1, the last time that I can say that I saw that happen in a racing session. However, Ryan Shepherd decides, no, I can do far better than that. It's a 52.9. Our first driver into the 52s. It's Ryan Shepherd now with a 52.945. Breaks away from Jack Redfern, and I'm very impressed by Ryan Shepherd, but also a little bit disappointed just because that was cool.
You're impressed with Ryan. I'm not. I'm very sad. Bad Ryan. We wanted to see identical lap times. Can't blame him though. Of course, he does want to go faster. 52.945. Our second driver to make it into the 52s today. Our third driver over the weekend to make it into that exclusive 52 club. George Palmer Mobsby improving on that lap with a 53.3. Mikey Brysenden 53.1. It goes up into third place.
We are watching now as Ryan Shepherd heads through the boot. Let's see. With just one last corner to go. In fact, can he improve once again? There's a minute to go, but on the time system, it's a 54 that time around, so no improvement there, but still a strong lap from Ryan Shepherd sees him leading this session.
And there goes the 15 of Jack Redfern up the inside of Christmas corner, so puts a move on to Brody Skinner. That actually, I don't think will cost Jack Redfern too much time. That's one of the places where you can overtake without losing lap time. So good stuff there from Jack Redfern, and all of these four drivers will get another lap, as will Nathan James, who is just behind them, actually making his way into Ozier's, and you can just about catch him in the back of the shot at times. But let's see, Ryan Shepherd, can he improve on that 52.9? Dare we hope for a 52.9?
I am very much hoping for that, and if anyone can do it, it's looking like Ryan is strongest at this point in time. 10 seconds to go on the timer. It was a 53.5 at that time round. Maybe the sweltering 26-degree temperature out there just getting a little bit too much for some of the drivers, perhaps. Then again, it's very difficult to try and improve on a 52.9. So I was right. I should have bet on it. It was going to happen. It was going to happen earlier than it did in our last junior session.
Ooh, did someone just touch a cone going through Inkermans? They
No,
didn't
you
knock
saw
it
nothing.
over.
You saw nothing.
No, we saw nothing.
As you see the first few drivers now coming across the line here.
Redfern is behind. Sorry, Redfern is ahead of Shepherd. Shepherd, I think, let Redfern through through turn 1. So this isn't going to be an improvement here for Ryan Shepherd. That's interesting that he's done that.
Let's see then as Redfern heads across the line for the last time in this session. Is it an improvement? It was nearly an improvement. In fact, it was an improvement for him. It's a 53. No, it's Mikey Brysenden. It's a 53.0 for him. Jack Redfern at 53.3 on that last lap. And Ryan Shepherd in the 53s as well. But that means that is the end of qualifying here. And it's Ryan Shepherd on pole position with that impressive 52.9. Mikey Brysenden in P2, Jack Redfern in P3, Brody Skinner takes P4, and Ben Yanjiao takes P5 in the end there. That is our top 5 for that session, and look at how far down we have to go before we see a driver 1 second behind the leader here. The top 14 covering 7/10, and then we have, still a very competitive session. That turned out to be arguably one of our most competitive we've seen over the weekend.
Absolutely, 1.6 seconds separating the top 26 drivers, but with that we're going to be heading on into our... Actually, was that our final qualifying session? That was. We get a break.
You seem relieved. I was quite sad. That was brilliant, that last qualifying session. I thoroughly enjoyed that.
Oh, absolutely. But it does mean I get to grab some food, grab some water, and then we get to be back with... How many? 12 races.
We have 12 fantastic races, and in the middle we have an even, or not equally as fantastic, a paddock show in the middle.
Yes.
So
right now.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that coming up in just a second. Thank you very much for watching qualifying. That was thoroughly enjoyable.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the paddock show here at Whilton Mill. We hope you've enjoyed qualifying, and we are here now, starting off in the pit lane for round 2 of the super lightweights.
We are indeed. The super lights, a little bit lighter, a bit more lead needed. Well, they would need more lead if it wasn't for the fact that the weight limit was a bit lower. So I think it's 37, if memory serves me correctly, for the cadets and 60 for the juniors.
We can get future Reeve and Yousuf to check that for us,
yes,
even though we're recording this in the past, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Does that make it past us or future us?
I'm not entirely sure. Either way.
Time travel.
We're here in the pit lane now, so let's go and have a look at some go-karts in this sweltering heat once again.
We will indeed. It is very hot, just like it was yesterday. So we can have a chat then with our very first driver. Hello, who do we have here?
Max Wainwright.
Max, how you doing?
Good.
Good. Are you excited?
Yes.
Are you incredibly hot?
Yes.
Did you make sure to drink lots of water?
Yeah.
Right, so myself and Reeve, we were wondering, we had some very important questions about the best drinks to have, and we thought the best people to ask would be the juniors, because when you go to school, obviously you need to have the best drinks so you look nice and popular, don't you?
Yeah.
So the question is, Capri Sun or Fruit Shoot?
I'd say Capri Sun 'cause you've got so many different flavours.
I like that. Well, best of luck out there on circuit. 1 to Capri Sun so far. Reeve, is this what we were expecting, you know, when we did our analysis last night of the questions to ask in the paddock show?
I hope so, yeah. I'm on Team Capri Sun as well, so...
Right. Who do you have in store for us then?
Hi there, your name is?
Ruben?
Nice to meet you. And are you excited for today?
Yeah, it's going to be really good.
Yeah, enjoying the heat here?
It's a bit warm, but it should be fine.
We do have...
Conditions.
Good stuff, good stuff. We do have one very important question for you. In this type of heat, you need to make sure you're nice and refreshed. So is it going to be a Fruit Shoot or a Capri Sun?
Water.
Correct answer. That is you've trained him well. We have one for water there.
That's a very smart decision.
That is, yeah.
What's
Keeping
happening with children
hydrated
these days? They don't
I know,
want
they're far more
juices
sensible than I
anymore.
was.
Yeah. That means
Right.
we're probably going to get a few Coca-Colas or Pepsis as well. Let's have a jump over to the other side here, and let's have a chat then with Mr. 31. How are you doing, mate?
Good.
What's your name?
Joseph?
Joseph. Are you excited for today?
Yeah.
Now, our question for the paddock show is, how do juniors and cadets like to stay refreshed? So, Capri Sun or Fruit Shoot?
Fruit Shoot.
Fruit Shoot. I like the answer. I'm a bit of a Fruit Shoot man myself. So, what's your plan for qualifying? What are your hopes for the day?
I came 11th last time, so I'm trying to be 11th.
I like that. So top 10. Best of luck then.
Thank you.
Right. So, was your interviewee a Fruit Show or Capri Sun?
It was a water.
Oh, right.
Yeah, of
sorry.
course.
I've already forgot. You literally said that 10 seconds ago. So we've got one for each. Very
do.
even to start things off, isn't it?
And I think now will be a very good chance to have a quick look, now that we're in the pit lane and before all the action starts, because it's about to start now.
Yes.
Let's have a quick look at these Minimax carts that we've got here.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they're a little bit different to the regular carts that perhaps you or I are used to.
Yes.
But they're basically the same thing, but shrunk down a bit.
Yeah, and you can kind of see you've got the, what do they call it, the cooler part, the radiator. There we go, and it's a lot thinner than you have on the junior carts. So the juniors are using the same carts that you'd see in BUKC and Club 100, which is why when you look at them, you can see the BUKC and Club 100 icons on the side pod, whereas for these cadet carts you don't have them, because getting BUKC drivers and Club 100 drivers into them might be a bit more of a challenge.
Right, I feel like we should probably move out this pit lane. It's about to get very active here and it's going to get very noisy. So let's have a wander around the paddock and see what we can see. Now, last time we were in the paddock, which was just yesterday, of course, Yousuf was able to convince two unfortunate souls. It was Mr. Jake Renshaw, and I forget the winner of that race, unfortunately, to have a bit of a sprint race.
Yes, it was Max, I forget his surname, but it was Max something. He was in the A final as well, so I could check timings and figure it out, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. Jake Renshaw had a bit of a slip. He lost traction.
He did, yeah, poor launch.
So are we going to do the same thing again?
I imagine so. Should we like try and change it up a little bit, maybe? Should we?
I think so. I think
Up
you need
stakes?
to convince two people to do it.
Oh, that is never going to happen. That's all on you.
Okay, right. So what are you thinking that we find them a prize or something to give them at the end of the day?
Ooh, if we can. I mean,
We could do.
we'll have to pop to the shop, perhaps.
Right. I've spotted two juniors.
Brilliant.
Look, they're already active. They're standing up.
Oh, they're
They're
raring
to go. Little do they know they're about to engage into a running race. But, you know, we need to have races on circuit and races off circuit. So let's have a chat then with these two. Hello, boys. How's it going? Good?
Yeah.
Right, okay. We have a challenge for you two. Do you guys have any idea what that challenge is?
No.
No.
Okay. How do you guys feel about a running race?
Don't know.
Oh yeah, we'll do that.
Oh,
Oh,
look,
I like the
he's ready to go.
enthusiasm.
Come on. You've got to do it. It's on camera. You can't be scared. You've got to be confident.
Nah, I'm not. I don't have any confidence, man.
But that's what makes it better if you beat him.
Maybe. But I'm not in the same group with him, so what's the point?
It's not for championship points.
It could be. Could have a word with JV.
Come on. No. Otherwise, he's going to have to race against me.
All right.
No, because that's going to embarrass me, isn't it?
Maybe you'll beat him.
Maybe. I'm not that fast anymore. Not that I ever was fast. Right, okay, so we're thinking we're going to race over to that wooden fence over there. We'll have a nice starting line here. So, look, it's already beautifully laid out. It's practically a track, boys. Now, remember, no jump starting, right? Are you all over our weight limit? Yeah, otherwise I'd have to get you to run with lead, and that's, you know, health and safety issues there. Okay, so we're going to do ready, set, go, run, touch the wooden fence, and then come back. Right. Are we both ready? Ready? Well, what's it jump? Right, I think that's a half a second time penalty. Ready, set, go.
Oh, and it's a good launch for the driver in blue there. We've had no falls. Oh, we're having a bit of bump and pass.
So, boys,
Advantage by contact.
now, John, I've got to say, I was very impressed that you actually took on board the half a second time penalty at the start. Very sporting of you. But I think there was some non-sporting actions. Do you have anything you want to say about the incident?
Yes. He's dirty because he's holding my back.
Now, do you believe that you left the space?
I think I left a lot of space. There's enough space for him to take the corner. Like, I don't know what he's talking about, really.
These are racing drivers through and through. That's what we've learned.
I think we're going to have to leave that one to the stewards to decide who has won that race. Either way, cracking job, boys.
Yes.
Thanks for being good sports, and good luck for your races today.
Thank you very much, boys.
Thanks.
That was some good fun, wasn't it?
That was good fun.
I do like how we got an ABC.
Yes, we actually did. I don't believe we had too many of those yesterday, actually, so hopefully we continue that trend today in the racing, which, speaking of the racing yesterday, it was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, we saw some incredible battles in both the junior and the cadet races in all of our pre-finals and our finals as well. And to be honest, we expect to see the same again today.
Yeah, exactly. As we'll just wait for the sultry tones of JV's voice to pass us by through that speaker system there. There we go. Yeah, it was hundredths of a second, maybe tenths here or there. The battles for the lead were just absolutely phenomenal. Let's see if we can pick on some more drivers.
So, are you finding our interviewee this time, or is that on me now?
Let's go you. Let's reset.
Okay, we're resetting. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Taran.
Taran.
Taran, yeah.
What are you racing in today?
Junior C group.
Junior C group, I like that. You excited for today?
Yeah.
Right, important question. Obviously it's a hot day. You need to keep yourself refreshed. Yeah. Capri Sun or fruit shoot?
Capri Sun.
I like that. Best of luck today. There we go, another one for Capri Sun.
Perfect. Right, so is that three? No, two to Capri Sun.
2 Capri Sun, 1 fruit shoot, 1 water.
Okay, I think now it's time for me to maybe try and find a driver who's relaxing up in the recently renovated cafe.
I think you need to have a quick trip upstairs.
Right, let's see who we can find here. I think we'll pop into the shade. We'll find some drivers who are nice, trying to relax. Hi there, are you looking forward to the racing today?
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Good stuff. Now, how are you finding the weather?
A bit too hot, but it'll be good for the karts anyway.
So how are you feeling about this potential threat of rain later on? Does that change the way that you're thinking about the day?
I mean, not really. I'm just hoping it doesn't come, to be honest.
Yeah, the grip conditions out there should be really nice. Now, we do have one last very important question for you, and that is fruit shoot or Capri Sun in a weather like this?
Capri Sun, it's got to be.
Another one for Capri Sun. The Capri Sun is, yeah.
No, Capri Sun's pulling away with this. So into the cafe we go. It's a little bit cooler. I think we can find maybe one of our cadets. Hello there. Who do we have here?
Jensen Barnard.
Jensen Barnard and
Jack Beasley.
Jack Beasley. I remember you from somewhere. Right. I've got a question for both of you, and then we'll have the less important question. So, Capri Sun or fruit shoot?
Capri Sun.
Capri Sun.
Oh, 2 for Capri. Capri Sun's pulling away in this one. Are you both racing in the same heats today?
No, well, no. I'm Group C, he's Group B.
Group B, yeah.
Group B, Group C. Will you be seeing each other in the finals then?
Yes.
Hopefully, yeah.
A finals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
What's the plan for today? Where are you going to be finishing? What are your targets, your dreams?
Hopefully
At least.
try and get top 10 and build on from there. After round 1 I won, so hopefully I can build on my lead.
So you won the first round, and now you're only hoping for a top 10. That's very relaxed, isn't it?
Yeah, because you can't.
Very mature, very mature. Do I have a final question? Who's better out of you two?
Probably him.
That's a very nice answer, isn't it?
Well, he's won more races than me, so. But I got unlucky in the first round, so.
Yeah, you got spun. So.
Does that make him the dark horse then for the races?
Yes. Yeah.
Could say so.
Well,
It's his second ever Club 100 round, so he's got a lot. He's improving quite a lot, so hopefully he can do well.
Yeah. Got in Group A my first round, that first time being here. So I think I can do well today.
well, best of luck, and we'll see you out on circuit.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, that was a very fun conversation. They
It
were very
was,
talkative,
actually.
weren't they?
Yes, I'm enjoying the interviews in the shade, actually. It's nice relief from the sun.
I was going to say, I forgot yesterday how nice it was to be up in the cafe where it's cool. You can see loads of tables, very nice food as well, and a very good view of the circuit. You can see the entire circuit from the balcony.
Exactly, yeah, right. Now, I've spotted someone here in a Williams shirt, and your name is?
Jack Hayho.
Nice to meet you, Jack. I take it you're a big Williams fan, big F1 fan.
Yeah. I don't really have a favourite team, but like, it's just, I saw this top and I was like, yeah, I kind of like that one. So.
Yeah, the merch is pretty good. So, George Russell, Nicholas Latifi.
He's the best.
Oh.
I'd like to see him back. I think he should replace Logan Sargent.
I miss him. Yeah, I miss Latifi. He always has fun, especially at Abu Dhabi. So, obviously, very hot weather today. So how does that kind of influence things for you in the kart?
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot grippier than what it was last time, a lot faster. I think that it's going to be quite difficult towards the ends of the final races because it's going to be so hot. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. All my clothes are already stuck to me, so I don't know how it's going to be at the ends, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, tough conditions out there, and I have heard there's a 50-50 threat of rain later on. Does that change the way maybe that you think about going into these 11-minute races?
Yeah, I think it'd be quite fun if it rains towards the end of a race and at the start. It'll make it a little bit cooler, so that might be quite nice. But yeah,
Reveling in the challenge then.
I'm looking forward to it.
Good, great to hear, great to hear. Best of luck today. Cool, right. Well, that was a fun interview as well. I feel like now we've got some karts on track, we should do a repeat of yesterday and head down to the mech bay. Let's send our camera operator on an absolute excursion once again. Head down to that mech bay and have a look at some karts heading through that last corner.
It's our daily training regiment, right? Walking all the way to the mechanics bay back. Now yesterday, they did say that the juniors and cadets were very good with the karts, and as we know, there was a wheel that went rampant yesterday. So I'm kind of interested to see whether their answer to our questions might change and whether we can catch any more straggling drivers like we did yesterday.
Yeah, another spot to enjoy the shade mainly. Now, did we cut up through the pit lane? Yes, we did, didn't we? Oh, no, we didn't. I do know where I'm going, honest.
Actually, I've spotted a driver.
Okay, Yousuf spotted a driver.
Is that Jack Redfern I see?
Yes.
How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, I know, he's a celebrity around these parts. So I've got to ask, right, there's some talking going on here. What's the strategies happening?
We're just seeing where he can make some time up, because it's quite tough competition out there today.
Yeah, I came here last round and I was quite fast, but got unlucky with defending.
He was on pole last time, but then got in a bit of a problem.
But yeah, but hopefully a bit better.
Yeah.
So, I mean, don't take my word for it, but it looks like, there's a nice little shortcut down there you could take.
Yeah.
So what we've got to do is distract the marshals while you do that then.
Yeah.
And then blame him.
Okay.
Whoa, why am I coming into this?
Okay, if I'm struggling, I'll go through there.
Yeah.
To make my
We'll say
lap
it's a
better.
demonstration run.
Yeah.
So, okay, important question, most important question of all. Capri Sun or fruit shoot?
Fruit shoot.
Yeah. There was a very tentative on the fruit shoot there.
I don't know.
Okay, fruit shoot. Either way, Jack, we'll leave you to it. Best of luck for the race today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Always nice having a chat with Jack Redfern. He's been around in the karting scene for quite a while. Getting better and better. Pole last time as well here at Whilton. We'll see whether he can maybe go that little bit better, because as I think he mentioned, he had an incident or something, fell back. So we'll be aiming to take that top spot today and the pot of the top spot.
Yeah, exactly. Now, I am very wary of, when we did this walk yesterday, our poor camera operator Laura was very kindly asked us at the very end if we could please slow down when we're walking back through, like the longer walks through the pit lane, for example, because she nearly fell over on a good few occasions. So we're going to make sure that Jason here today is all right.
Before we get to the mech bay, do we want to have a chat maybe with some people, trying to lounge around these trees? They found some natural shade.
They might be
here
asleep.
At Whilton Mill.
A lot of them could be asleep.
I think there's some people awake, or even better, wake them up. Like how they do for Le Mans, wake them up for a quick chat. It is Le Mans weekend as well, let's not forget.
Let's see, why don't we head through here into the mech bay for now? A few people on their phone over the side there. Apparently, some people have other things to do outside of karting, which, what?
I think it's our duty to get them off their phone, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember who it was yesterday who had to get the phone out mid-interview to check the time and how long it was until they went out onto circuit.
Yeah, that is called cutting it last minute.
We should make you go over the chains.
I don't think anyone wants to see that. Or maybe do. Maybe we'll have a second day of people falling over on street.
We found a lonely driver. I'm going to run after him.
Oh. Go, Yousuf, go.
Hello. Do you want to have a quick chat?
Sure.
Right, let's go over to our cameraman, because otherwise they're going to have to catch up with us. Who do we have over here?
Oscar.
Oscar, how you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Well, I'm doing very well, thank you for asking. So, important question first. Capri Sun or fruit shoot?
Capri Sun.
Capri Sun. We've got a lot of Capri Suns today. Do you have any Capri Suns with you, though, to... What's that? What's going on?
Dunno.
What do you have with you?
Just some Lucozade.
Should I put Lucozade in the question as well then? Okay, Lucozade, Capri Sun, or Fruit Shoot?
Lucozade.
Okay, there we go. Our first Lucozade of the day. Are you in the cadets or juniors?
Juniors.
What is your aim, your aspirations for today?
Probably to get to the top of the Bs or maybe the bottom of the As.
Oh, so we'll keep our eye on you to make it into the A finals then, right?
Okay.
Do you have to take any lead with you onto your cart?
Yeah, I have to take like 12 kg of lead.
Does that make it difficult for you, having to carry all the lead to the cart before? Does it tire you out?
No, not really.
You strong then?
Yeah.
Love to hear it. Well, best of luck then for your racing today.
Thank you.
Good stuff. And we do have a very enthusiastic group of cadets here who are hoping to have a little bit of an interview. So your names are?
My name is Corey Chapman Racing.
Nice to meet you, Corey. Your name is?
Junior Ethan Rowell.
Nice to meet you. And your name is?
Lewis Prendergast.
Nice to meet you, Lewis. So, excited for today's racing?
Yeah.
This weather then, going to be an absolute scorcher. What's your favourite drink to have on like this time of day? Is it Fruit Shoot or Capri Sun?
Lucozade Sport.
Good answer.
Yeah, Lucozade Sport. Lucozade. Yeah.
Oh, everyone going for the Lucozade. Everyone keen, eager, ready to be energetic, ready to go. So then, there's going to potentially be some rain later. So how did you think about, kind of negotiating that in the cart?
Well, of course, it's my second ever time in Club 100. I think it's gonna be crazy, but I like drama, so let's see what happens.
Looking forward to the challenge then. Yourself, Lewis?
Well, I performed very well in the rain, and I think it'll be very challenging, definitely on slicks, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Like the confidence. How about you? Potentially rain? Have you driven the cart much in the rain?
I normally drive in the rain. I think rain is better than dry because it gives you a bit more practice for the rain.
I like the confidence. You all sound looking forward to this potential rain that could be coming later on. It's one of the benefits, I suppose, of karting in Britain is that you're always driving in the rain. Thank you very much for your time, gents, and enjoy the racing today.
Thank you.
That's a lovely chat. You found a trio as well.
I know, yeah. They were
I've
very
found a
eager to get on
quartet
camera.
of drivers. You're beating me at this.
I've caught back up, I think. Right, shall we head into this? Oh, we allowed into the mech bay, I don't think.
I think after last time, they might kick us out.
Yeah, very possibly. Or it just hasn't opened yet because all these juniors and cadets are looking after the cart so well. We found a way in. We're going to break in.
So also, this is the Club 100 van where drivers can grab some extra lead in case they're missing some. Oh, am I on this duty again?
You're on this.
Oh dear. I think they're busy. I think they've run away. They've seen us coming.
Why don't we have a
and
closer
they've
look at
left.
the cart then?
So, I think what we can do. Oh, are you going to go in? Are you going to find them?
I'm just going to have a bit of a look at a
See,
go-kart
I'm scared
here.
of them after last time. They're going to be fed up of us coming in and asking questions about the carts.
Ah, well, we get a good viewpoint anyway. Well, we can't go too far that way because there's a pit lane here, but here we've got a great opportunity while there's some carts out on track to have a look at the final corner over here, which was, as potentially we suspected, was the cause of some interesting action yesterday. Drivers got to be very cautious trying to avoid these rather large curbs on either side of the corner, to be honest.
And just in case that curb is a monster curb, just in case that curb is not enough of a dissuasion for drivers, there's a nice cone there as well. And if they hit it, they get a cone warning and then a cone penalty. And you can see this entire group of drivers have been able to stay well away from it. So I know where we're going to go. We're going to go up onto the second balcony here at Whilton Mill. So for those people who are new to the circuit, there are some great spectating areas. So you've got the cafe balcony over there. Right on the start-finish straight, you get to see the entire circuit. You even get to see Crook and Oblivion. You've also got that camping area on the far side. Again, nice spectating spot. You can see down into Ashby Corner, one of the best overtaking areas on circuit. And then there is the final balcony where not many people seem to be aware of it, but it is actually just right up there. And that's over the pit lane entry, final corner. And it's very empty at the moment. Eventually, we'll have one of our camera people up on the camera, and that will be seeing the run down into turn one, final corner, and sometimes a nice scenic shot as well. So I think with that, let's have a chat then with some of our drivers who are getting ready to head into their karts for our second practice session of the day.
Yeah, let's see what drivers can find now. It was really good to watch all those young drivers head through that corner, absolutely nailing it here in practice. Let's hope that carries on in the qualifying and the well, you've already seen the qualifying if you're watching this, but let's hope that carries on in the racing.
And that final corner is one of the trickiest corners on the circuit because it's almost flat, at least in the junior karts. I'm not sure about the cadets because I've never been in one. But you do have to give this little flick of the car as you go into the corner, and sometimes a little lift, and it's very difficult to be able to get it right, you know, lap after lap after lap. So let's have a chat then with one of our karts. Hello, how are we doing?
Good, thank you.
What's your name?
Tate.
Tate. Right. Oh, sorry, almost bumped into the camera. They did bump into the camera. You excited for today, Tate?
Yes.
Right, so important question out of the way first. Capri Sun or Fruit Shoot?
Capri Sun or Fruit Shoot?
Capri Sun.
Capri Sun. Confident in your answer?
Yes.
What's the goal for today in the racing?
Getting the A final, maybe like top 15 or something, top 10.
I like that. If he gets into the top 10 or top, oh sorry, I keep hitting the camera. If he gets into the top 15 of the A final, does he get a Capri Sun?
100%. He'll get wherever he wants.
It's on camera. It's on the stream now as well.
Yay.
Right. Perfect. Well, best of luck for your racing, and we'll see you out on circuit.
Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful stuff. So, we've just managed to get a child a Capri Sun at the end of the day, if he gets top 15 in the A final.
I see. Have we got any Capri Suns on hand?
I don't. No.
No. But that's false promises. The poor child will be heartbroken. Right. Let's see who else we can find.
I think that was Corey Chapman who went past us, who we just had a quick chat to. Who else? Who do you have in mind?
Let's see this young
to?
chap here. How are we?
Good, thank you.
And your name is?
Felix Dode.
Nice to meet you, Felix. So, about a few minutes to go until practice. What are you hoping to gain out of this session?
Just to get to know what the track's like and get to know how much grip you've got.
Fantastic. From what we saw yesterday, it's looking pretty good out there, especially with this hot weather. In this hot weather, you need to keep refreshed. So what's it going to be, a Fruit Shoot or a Capri Sun?
Probably some water.
Fair enough, fair enough. So we've heard there is going to be the threat of rain later on. How does that change how you might be driving in the finals later?
You need to brake more and you need to be more cautious of other drivers.
Great to hear straight from the drivers. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, so let's have a chat then with our kart number 11, who's starting at the very front then of the field. Hello, who do we have here?
Hello, my name's Ellis Cox.
Hello, Ellis, how's it going?
Good.
Right, okay, so first question out of the way. We've been asking all of our drivers this. Capri Sun or Fruit Shoot?
Fruit Shoot.
Oh, we've got a Fruit Shoot on, so we needed some of those. What's the plan for today?
I don't really know. I've got to qualify in a good position, and then hopefully I can keep it, and then hopefully get top 5 in the A.
Or top 5 in the A, high hopes. Well, we'll hope to see you at the very front of the field. Where's your helmet?
There.
Right, is it keeping you nice and cool not to have it on just yet?
Yeah.
Does it make you very hot when it's on?
Yeah.
So, I hear that there might be a bit of rain later on today. Would you like some rain?
Yeah, because I'm 8 kg over the limit, the weight limit, so if it rains, it will help me a lot.
I like that. Smart thinking. Well, best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Right. Oh, I need to practice my kneeling down. It always makes me very tired when I do it.
It's just because I feel old, I think, really. It's why I don't kneel down that often. We actually worked out on comms yesterday. Some of these drivers here weren't born when we started secondary school.
Yeah, that sounds very likely, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's really quite sad.
I always find it very weird that I can actually talk to people who were born after, 2010 and have a conversation that isn't them, well, screaming like a toddler. Oh, I think we found someone. Oh, hello. It's Aidan Hammond and Jacob Tespega. How are you guys doing?
Good.
What's in the bag?
A win. Gonna get a win.
Pardon?
I'm gonna get a 56. No, 57.
No, what's in that bag?
No. 6 waters.
Are they waters? Oh, they're water in can. Do you prefer your water in cans or in bottles or in a glass?
Depends which one has more water in it.
Well, what if they were the same size?
I would just drink any.
Just drink any. I've never had water from a can before. I'm quite. Does it taste good?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the topic of drinks, Fruit Shoot or Capri Suns?
Food.
Fruit shoot, yeah.
Oh, both on the Fruit Shoot side. So I know you two have a lot of experience racing together. You had a very good result last time out here at Whilton. Jacob, are you going to beat him and your brother as well this time?
I think I can, but just need to try harder.
Well, you're meant to be trying hard.
Nah, I can try harder.
You can't try hard. Are you good at trying hard?
Yeah.
Okay, so can I
Fair enough. Well, best of luck out there. Which heats are you in?
I am in A. Heat A.
Group A.
Yeah, Group A. Heat A. Same.
Group A, Heat A, same thing. We'll see you out there. Hopefully we'll see you in the A finals.
Thanks.
Yep.
Right. There we go. Hello over there, Reeve. So, fun story with the Chispreggis. That was Jacob. There's also Charlie Chispregi, who is his twin brother, who's out on circuit, and they hate each other, as twins do. So whenever I speak to them, it's like, how are you getting along? You looking forward to a battle with your brother? No, hope he crashes, hope he DNFs, gets a penalty, blah, blah, blah. So it's always very fun to
Well, a sibling rivalry can always help. I mean, just look at F1. Michael and Ralph Schumacher.
Yeah, very true.
So then, we have just about ran out of time, unfortunately. I've had great fun down here in the paddock and the pit lane, and occasionally the mech bay too. But from us here in the paddock at Whilton Mill, it's a goodbye. We'll see you in the commentary box in just a little while.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Whilton Mill for round 2 of the Club 100 Cadet Super Lightweight Championship. We're heading on into the pre-C final. We hope everyone had a very good break. They got themselves well rested and enjoyed the paddock show. So for our first race of the day, we do have the Cadet Super Lightweight pre-C final. So let's take a look then at the grid of drivers that we will be seeing racing out on a circuit in what is an absolutely glorious Whilton Mill track. So, our grid then for the pre-C final. Ethan Hall will be lining up on pole with Max Wainwright alongside. Then it is Elliot Griggs and William Horton on row 2. Jake Matthews and Samadeep Daliwal will be completing row 3. Ewan Farrelly will be lining up in 7th with Lega Dimitriou in 8th. Then comes Clayton Salton and Luke Cherrington. Ethan Biddle and Joshua Lewis make up your top 12. Toby Broughton and Tom Gruloy make up row 7 with Tristan Whiteside and Harry Kinkham on row 8. Freddie Powell and Louis Lovell make up row 9. Row 10 is Juan Armendariz Bocanegra and Joseph Starkey. And on row 11, Soren Chambers and Stanley Stafford to complete our 22 kart grid for this pre-C final.
So thank you very much for doing the grids and the intro there, Yousuf. We are just looking at the start-finish straight here. The drivers getting ready to get into the carts, get all set up for this, the first part of our racing action of the day. Now, if yesterday was anything to go by, it's going to be a very exciting afternoon's worth of racing indeed.
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw some incredible and fantastic battling out on circuit in pretty much every heat. Weirdly, I think the dullest heat was probably the junior A final, and that's just because everyone was so quick. They were just nose to tail, but there weren't enough differences to see a lot of moves. And even then, there was still quite a lot of overtaking, which just goes to show how insane all the racing was. A reminder to all of our viewers that the top 2 from the pre-C final will advance to the pre-B final, and in turn the top 2 from the pre-B final will advance to the A final. The finishing positions in all of these pre-finals will determine the starting order for the final.
No, as you say, one of the trends that we saw in the racing yesterday, particularly in that Junior A final, as you mentioned, is that everyone was so quick, we weren't able to see many overtakes. No one had enough of a pace delta, but everyone was absolutely attached to each other, and they were having looks around the outside, the inside, that did lead to some maybe slightly more hopeful overtaking opportunities. And what I think we're hoping today is maybe just a little bit less than that. On the whole, everyone was incredibly well behaved, and we saw JV's driver briefing before, and I haven't actually seen one of those for a little while, so it was a good little throwback. But yeah, JV mentioning that, maybe think about, have a second think about, where you're trying to hang a cart around the outside, because sometimes it's just not going to stick, and you're going to end up compromising your lap more than anything else.
And that final corner in particular, that's what JV was highlighting. Do not go side by side into that corner. It just ends badly, especially if you're trying to go for a late move up the inside. The cart on the outside doesn't necessarily see you coming, turns across you, and then that can kind of just ping you out onto the outside where there is no grip and a very scary tyre barrier. So only go up the inside if you're fully ahead before the corner, otherwise just wait.
No, exactly. Drivers still getting into their cars. We are actually ever so slightly ahead of schedule as we were yesterday as well. The event has gone very nicely on both days. Indeed, we ran really well.
And I was talking to one of our camera folks earlier on today, and we were saying that it does feel a bit hotter today than yesterday. I don't know if that's because there's slightly less of a breeze around the circuit.
I think that's exactly what it'll be. I mean, just looking at what the sensors are telling us, it's 26 degrees out there at the moment. But as you say, yeah, we're getting a lot less of a bluster through the commentary box, which I'm slightly missing. I'm not going to lie. It was nice. It kept us cool. But we've had a chance over lunch to to kind of cool down now. So yeah, hopefully as well for the drivers, I suppose they'll be quite happy not to have any big like kind of gusts of wind. They'll be quite happy not to have that heading into any braking zones.
I do like how you say, a chance to get caught, and there you are with a mug of tea alongside you.
That was mainly just to make sure that my voice is okay. And I would like to thank Yousuf for reading the grids there, because I was busy making said cup of tea, because the kettle took a little bit longer to boil than I expected. So that may or may not have been the reason for you having to steer the ship for a little bit. So thank you very much for standing in there while I was busy making
missed out.
tea.
I did a full 360 with the ship while you were gone.
How did you manage? I don't want to. Okay. Just flip the video or something.
Yeah, well, who knows?
Stop
Either
talking
way,
backwards.
We can see how pace car has lined up on the entry into turn 1, which means that the karts are going to be starting up soon, and they'll be heading out onto circuit. As all of the karts are already in order, hopefully we only have to do that one kind of formation that we get to use cut through on the on Manuel's Bank. That kind of skips out all of Christmas Corner, Inkermans, Ashby, and rejoins just after Parker on the run towards Osier. So we get a short formation lap, and then we can start with our rolling start. And it does look like karts are making their way out of pit lane, so we should be ready to get underway very shortly.
Indeed they are. Now these karts have had, just like we have as well, have had a bit of a lunch break. They've had a bit of time to cool down, which is not what the drivers want, is it, Yousuf? So those drivers will be heading around that out lap now, trying to get a little bit of temperature back into the tyres. They will be reminded, they have been reminded rather, that they've got to stick to those tram lines. So as we get to the end of our formation laps and get ready to go racing, those tram lines down the start-finish straight, they've got to make sure that they remain in those 2 rows so that the start is fair and equitable for everyone, and we are good to get a nice race start underway. But before that, yeah, the drivers will be doing their utmost to make sure that they are comfortable in the kart, everything is good, brakes working, throttles giving them the response that they expect, and the tyres are nice and up to temperature. Under the pace kart, a slightly slower outlap than what we're used to in qualifying, of course.
Got some support for Luke Charrington in the chat as well. All of our karts are pretty much gridded up. Ethan Hall and Max Wainwright on the front row of the grid. Ethan with the white helmet and the black suit. Max Wainwright with the multicoloured orange helmet and the black suit alongside him. Max Wainwright in the 46. Pardon me, Max Wainwright in the white helmet and Ethan Hall in the red helmet.
And that is the pace cart away. So they're going to head down those tram lines now and get ready to go racing. As in just a second, we do have green lights, and we are away for our first race of the day. It is Ethan Hall versus Elliot Griggs heading in to the first couple of corners, and a clean getaway for everyone as things stand, though. It is, however, up the inside. That is the number 60. That is the number 60 of Elliot Griggs there up the inside. Good start for him.
Elliot Griggs getting a fantastic start from the second row of the grid up to the front. A couple of cars going wide through Christmas, but it was a very bad start for Max Wainwright. He was pit by Elliot Griggs going into turn 1, and then Max Wainwright, I think, lost a position as well to William Horton on the run through Oblivion, as there is the 46 of Max Wainwright, who has now fallen behind Ewan Farrelly, who started this race down in P6, but at the front it is Elliot Griggs in the number 60 card.
Jake Matthews. Oh dear, we've got a big off there. Who is that? It's number 20, I believe. That is the number 20. Number 22, perhaps, of Freddie Powell.
I know the 71 of Harry Kinkham was part of that, as we are looking at our leaders now making their way into the final corner. Elliot Griggs leading from Jake Matthews. You would have predicted that, considering where they started on the grid.
Yeah, great start for the number 60 cart there. Jake Matthews, penalty for him at this point in time. I suspect that was an infringement of the tram lines, potentially, given how late on it came in the formation laps. So he's currently fighting for P2, and that's all he can hope for if he is able to get ahead of Elliot Griggs.
Down the hill they go then towards Ashby Corner. I tell you what, Jake Matthews is closing in on Elliot Griggs, and he will be wanting to punch himself a ticket to the Pre-B final and take a win as well in our Pre-C final, as our carts are making their way through, through Parkers and down into Osiers.
Currently following along then with the battle going on between Ethan Farrelly, Max Wainwright, and Lega in the number 13 cart. The contact warnings for Max Wainwright. This is getting to heat up a little bit, this battle here.
And actually, I think Ethan Hall's dropped a position to Ewan Farrelly on this lap. He has indeed. So Ewan Farrelly now up to P3. Can he hunt down Elliot Griggs and Jake Matthews, who are practically nose to tail on the run through Manuel's Bank and up towards Christmas Corner?
Yeah, here they are, side by side, up the inside. Jake Matthews having a look there, was never going to make it stick there because Elliot Griggs was just holding around the outside with an immense amount of pace.
Yeah, and it's just because going up into Christmas Corner is such a narrow or a short braking zone. It's really hard to be able to pull up alongside. You have to be super committed into Christmas to make the move stick. That is someone going wide. I believe that is a Max Wainwright who started on the front row of the grid, but we now have a three-way battle for the lead as Ewan Farrelly has closed into the back of Jake Matthews.
Of course, as well, if you're heading around the outside at Christmas Day, it does benefit you because you get inside for the next corner. So let's see how that benefit plays out once again as we head towards the end of the track, heading down onto that start-finish straight now.
Start a new lap. Griggs from Matthew from Farrelly, Dimitriou up into P4 as Ethan Hall has dropped down the order. So it's Ethan Hall who I think we saw having that trip into the grass on the exit of Ashby Corner, and defensive is Elliot Griggs. Jake Matthews looking to the outside, but that's going to open the door for Ewan Farrelly to go up the inside into Christmas. Squeezed onto the curb is Jake Matthews. It's going to cost him so much time.
Cost him big time.
And now Lega Dimitriou has closed in, and Dimitriou's going to try to go up the inside into Ashby Corner. Backs out of the move, but Jake Matthews down into third place, and now the 46 of Max Wainwright goes round the outside of Dimitriou into Parkers.
Fantastic battling on the fast lap at the moment, placing themselves on P8, but 57.9 on the road. Our quickest cart out on track first into the 57s as well, so that mid-pack battle will be hotling up. We've got a penalty in for Tristan Whiteside. Not quite sure what that is for. As we're on board at the moment with this battle, once again it's Dimitriou, who is down into P5, Matt Wainwright P4, Jake Matthews now into P3, as Elliot Griggs has a 3/10 lead on Ewan Farrelly.
But what can Ewan Farrelly do now? He's right on the back of Elliot Griggs. He's got to go up the inside. Great move from Ewan Farrelly. And bit of a squeeze. Exactly what happened between Ewan Farrelly and Jake Matthews. And now Jake Matthews is right alongside Elliot Griggs, heading down into Ashby Corner. Decides against it, two side by side.
Oh!
And we have a spin. The 73 goes wide, back onto the grass to avoid any further contact with drivers making their way through Ashby. Was that Elliot Griggs or Ewan Farrelly? That was Elliot Griggs.
Oh dear. Let's see this again now.
So it's a late move over to the inside then for Elliot Griggs. And
did he drop that by himself?
No, I'm pretty sure. So Elliot Griggs is going to say Ewan Farrelly turned across him into the corner. But Ewan Farrelly will say he wasn't far enough alongside going into the corner. And it's going to be one of those.
For Ewan Farrelly, as there is a stopped cart on track.
Is that...
not sure who it is. They've got their hand up, though, waiting for a marshal to assist with getting that cart back underway. Contact warning for Luke Cherrington there, so the action is certainly hotting up at the top end of the field. Now we'll wait until those leaders head around the lap once again.
Max Wainwright back at the front of the field. Ewan Farrelly has dropped down to third in this group of cars.
And we have a full course yellow now. The race has been neutralised. Drivers have to slow right down and wait until the track is clear again before we can go racing.
Well, we've already got our first taste of drama in the first race of the afternoon. Max Wainwright back to the front of the field. He's had an adventure, hasn't he? Started on the front row, dropped all the way down to about 6th, now leading once again. This yellow flag is an opportunity for Ethan Hall, remember, starting on the front row alongside Max Wainwright, maybe to get back into the picture, back into the fight for the top 2. Lego Demetriou, I can't remember where he started.
We're stopping the race.
Red flag out, indeed. I'm not sure what has happened.
We've had an instance at turn 1, so marshals and the stewards deciding the safest thing to do is to bring this race to a halt. Now, that might be, we did have a red flag yesterday. That might be the case that they decide to stop all carts on track in a safe position so that it's easy to get them underway once again, or they may dive back into the pits and we will wait for a little while before we get going again.
And there are all the carts stopped. We can see the paramedics making their way on to the circuit.
Okay, so we are going to join the live track action in just a moment once we are ready to go racing once again and the track is safe to do so. So we hope that our very exciting race 1 can continue on in just a brief moment. Thank you for watching so far.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Whilton Mill is well known by many kart teams, drivers and fans around the country. But did you know these 5 facts about the world-famous circuit? Whilton Mill offers more than just karting. It also offers a wide range of outdoor activities for adventure enthusiasts, including quad biking, archery, crazy bugs and clay pigeon shooting. This allows for everything from exciting off-road adventures that explore the beautiful countryside surrounding Whilton Mill, all the way up to the much more challenging clay pigeon shooting that requires skill and accuracy. Whilton Mill Kart Circuit is home to 3 teams, as well as a dedicated kart component shop, KKC. Dan Holland Racing is a well-respected kart team that competes in various championships across the UK, and has a strong track record of success. M Sport Karting has a history of training some of the best drivers in karting. Croc Promotion is a karting equipment and accessories supplier based in Belgium. The company was founded in 2002 and has since become a leading name in the karting industry. The company also has its own racing team which competes in various karting championships across Europe. The team has enjoyed considerable success over the years, winning multiple championships and races. Whilton Mill has 11 corners, but did you know that some of them are named after people and even pets? Ashby Corner is named after the Ashby family who own the land that Whilton Mill resides on, as well as the grounds. The boot is so named because it closely resembles a boot on the track map, and Zulu 1 and Zulu 2 on the national layout are named after Roger and Sarah Ashby's pet dog, which at the time of naming the corner was running around and getting in the way. Onto Oblivion? Well, it's because everyone goes into Oblivion and no one comes out. And Christmas Corner is named because Roger Ashby didn't expect anyone to make it through Oblivion and it would all be over by Christmas. Overall, the names of the corners serve as a useful reference point for drivers, allowing them to quickly identify and navigate through different sections of the track. The Whilton Mill Brake Pad Cafe is a popular stop for visitors to Whilton Mill. Situated right next to the circuit, the cafe offers a range of snacks, meals and drinks. The cafe is the perfect place to refuel after an action-packed day of quad biking, archery or clay pigeon shooting, and with indoor and outdoor seating, you can even watch the on-track action from the restaurant's balcony. And finally, while Whilton Mill Kart Circuit is nestled in the heart of the Northamptonshire countryside, the mill itself dates to the Domesday Book of 1068 and has a rich history spanning over 950 years. The mill itself has undergone several transformations over the centuries and was once a thriving corn mill, providing essential sustenance for the local community. The grounds surrounding the mill are expansive at over 100 acres, and the mill itself is also soon to be converted to a 10-bedroom hotel, having gained planning permission. The work itself will be commencing in the next couple of years.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, live with Alpha Live, and we're pleased to report that the driver involved is okay. He was able to walk to the ambulance, so it shouldn't be too long now until we get racing underway once again.
Absolutely. I'm looking at the circuit. I can't see those carts lined up on the exit of turn 1, which is where they were before. So hopefully we can get racing resumed shortly. They might potentially be back in pit lane. As we saw yesterday, after the red flag, the carts will be going out single file race start, so it won't be 2x2 with what we usually see for the start of a heat and a final, which means that the carts will all be close together, but we don't really see much battling into turn 1 and turn 2, and there's a bit more order amongst the eventual chaos.
Yeah, and that's just to ensure that the race does start in a safe manner, because race restarts can be one of the kind of more chaotic parts of racing, because you've got everyone really eager to ensure that they get any advantage that they can from the race start and try and get settled back in to the racing action, because they'll be waiting with anticipation now with the few minutes they've already got under their belts. They'll be excited and ready to go. All that adrenaline's pumping for the remaining time in the race.
And it's going to be, well, I think Ethan Hall is going to be one who's going to be really wanting to climb through the field. Should have started, or I say should have, did start on the front row, dropped down through the order on the first start, and we'll see what he can do.
Just waiting to see now if this race will be continuing on. It might still be a little wait again. So it looks to be, as things stand, that this race will be coming to a bit of an end. So the Cadet Pre-C final, after a few laps, we've decided that this is going to be it for now for the Cadet Pre-C final. So we'll be moving on now to the Junior Pre-C final coming up in just a few moments. So then, we get ready for the juniors up next. We'll be reading out their grid in just a moment. But before then, let's have a look at how things are looking. It's row 1, it's Daniel Campbell and Jacob Equal on row 1. And row 2, it is Tyler Masters and Ewan Leonard. Row 3 sees Jasmine Richardson and Max Nash. Rounding out row 3 there. Then we have row 4, Imogen Owen and John Wall. Row 5, Kira Boylan and Oliver Bamford Sr. Row 6, Rudy Gilmore Kelly and Jensen Davis. Moving on to row 7 then, it's Alexander Campbell and Oliver Wilbur. Row 8 is Jaden Gerard Shepherd and Richard Winchcombe. Row 9 is Elliot Goddard and Lionel Sinclair Akora. Moving on to row 10, it's Emily Meredith and Daniel Archibald. Row 11 is Zane El-Tobshi, and then we have Eleanor Gabrielli. Moving on to row 12 then, it is Taylor England and Henry Ryan. Then we move on to row 13, it's Bailey Roberts and Daniel Hayday. Row 14 sees Wilfred Hobson and Thomas Wordley. Row 15, with Finn Chambers and Henry Pomerantz-Dome. And then we have row 16 is Oscar Wilson and Tyrone McCamley rounding out the field for the cadet pre-C final. In fact, no, it should be the junior pre-C final. Apologies.
Yeah, so that cadet race being called early, and we are going to be jumping on in then with our juniors. We'll see how this race gets along. We should be seeing some very fun action out on the circuit. And, you know, we've mentioned it at various times today, Reeve, that yesterday we saw fantastic battling in every single heat and all of our pre-finals and finals, and even in our qualifying sessions as well.
Yes, the qualifying sessions certainly weren't safe from the bit of bump drafting or occasionally trading paint every now and again. It was very exciting to watch. So even if we have had a slightly truncated bit of race running from the race previously, we've still already seen plenty of racing action today as well. Just having a look at the top end of the circuit here. You can just see here just how important it is to really nail every corner. Try and keep the speed building as much as possible, because it allows it. You save so much time, or rather, maybe not save so much time, but you can potentially lose so much time with one little mistake. 1 or 2 miles an hour dropped here or there can cost you for so much of this lap.
Yeah, and it's why the run coming out of Oblivion and out of Ozias is so important, because particularly when you're coming out of Oblivion, the longest straight on the circuit, uphill as well. If you get that exit wrong, it costs you so much time, and you will lose position before you even get to the braking zone. And then out of Ozias, well, second longest straight on the circuit, that run towards the boot and a prime overtaking opportunity.
Just looking here at the pit lane, see drivers and supporters getting ready for the next race. See plenty of umbrellas today as well, which seems like a very smart decision.
It almost kind of resembles somewhat an F1 paddock with the amount of umbrellas that are over some of the drivers in the cars. I think for my next Club 100 round, which I believe is at Right House, maybe I'll have to get someone to hold an umbrella for me.
Hold your own umbrella.
Pardon?
Hold your own umbrella.
Yeah, but I'm about to go out on circuit. I can't hold my own umbrella.
Oh, you mean driving?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant in a commentary.
No.
In a commentary position. I was going to say that would be...
I don't think an umbrella would be much help for us here in the commentary box.
Not in the commentary box, but when we're doing our next paddock walk. You never know.
Yeah. I tell you what, I'll hold your umbrella, you hold my umbrella.
That seems like we're complicating matters far.
Yeah,
We've got microphones to hold as well.
Yeah. Well, we've got one hand free.
Maybe get our camera operators to do it. They're not doing much.
Yeah, it's just holding a very heavy camera, trying to keep it steady, and trying to walk backwards without hitting into anyone.
Exactly. Right, seeing now the supporters, the parents, clearing the pit lane as we are ready to go racing. In just a few moments, these carts will rush out of the pit lane and begin the formation laps to get the grid order ready, get the race ready to go underway.
And you can kind of hear JV over the tunnels. I did hear him early just giving, I think, a quick talk to all of the drivers. I think he wanted to have a quick chat with all of the drivers after the cadet pre-C final to make sure that everyone was on the same page, any updates that he has regarding the circuit, etc., etc. Just one driver still to get into his kart, who is now putting his helmet on, and then we will be getting our karts out for our second race of the afternoon.
Yeah, just quickly dropping in a seat insert. That's to make sure you're not sliding about too much in the seat. It helps with the weight as well. Actually, make sure that you're meeting the weight. I remember actually it was a 24-hour race where it was the BUKC 24 where we piled in all the lead we could find, put lead sheeting in behind the the seat insert, and it turned out that we were about 10 kilos overweight actually. So perhaps the heat insert adding to the total weight of the car more than we initially expected. But here we are now. It's some karts out on track. The pace car waiting to meet them. These drivers are going to get ready, get some temperature into their tyres and get underway shortly.
And through they go on the cut through that then leads into the short straight between Parkers and Ozias, the two left-handers. Ozias, one of the trickiest corners on the circuit alongside Ashby. Can't really tell which one is trickier. Ozias is one of these weird corners where it's off camber and the grip's kind of always just running away from you. These drivers, though, have had plenty of time to get used to it. Daniel Campbell and Jacob Equiel on the front row of the grid.
The number 110 of Jasmine Richardson there, soaring at the wheel, trying to get some temperature in. Osius takes me as one of those, just going back to what you said there, Osius takes me as one of those corners where in the wet that is going to be an absolute nightmare. And we could be seeing rain in about an hour. We'll have an update for you on that to see how it's looking in a sec. Let's see, does the pace car disappear off into the distance? It does. So we're going to be going racing in just a moment's time now.
Daniel Campbell then in the blue suit on the left, Jacob Equiel on the right. And it is a good start for Daniel Campbell, who leads the field away through the opening corner of the Hook and Oblivion. And just behind him, that is Tyler Masters, who has got a great start up into second place. Tucks in front of the 75 of Jacob Equiel, as there were about 4 or 5 cars abreast going into Christmas corner. One of them just touching the grass slightly, but look at Daniel Campbell go. Has about 3 kart lengths ahead of Tyler Masters, and then is Jacob Equiel in third place.
Yeah, great start for him. That very important margin, as we have potentially a little bit of a concertina effect starting there. A few cars maybe bumping a little bit as we head through some of the twistier parts of the circuit. Head down, trying to get as much slipstream as possible. Contact warnings then coming in for the start of this race.
That is the 34. It's hard to tell. There's a GoPro covering one of the numbers, but the drivers making their way through the boot to start a new lap. Daniel Campbell leads by over a second to Tyler Masters and Jacob Equiel. Then it's Max Nash, Ewan Leonard, Oliver Bamford Sr., John Wall, Imogen Owen, as we have a battle into Christmas.
Look at the gap, sorry, just that gap that Daniel Campbell has been able to break away on this first. Oh dear, we have a spin. That is a spin. Who was that?
And they have to wait for this entire
field. Yeah, whoever they are is going to
go.
have to wait for the entire field, because unfortunately it was a good start for the rest of the pack. Daniel Campbell, though, one of those good starters, has a second advantage. He managed to make up 1 whole second on that last lap. Is now over a second ahead of the rest of the field.
And Tyler Masters, Jacob Equiel need to work together, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Max and Nash having a look to the inside, either aggressively or defensively, because Max has Ewan Leonard directly behind him. Through the boot we go. A very good run for Max Nash, just pushes the 75 of Jacob Equiel along. There's a penalty out for the 95. That might be the contact that we saw into Christmas.
Very possibly, yes. Let's see who it is dropping down the...
It's Kira Boylan,
isn't it? Kira Boylan who's had that off, unfortunately. 55.0, fastest lap of the race so far, as we have a battle going on screen here.
Ewan Leonard going up the inside of up the inside of Max Nash, can't pull off the move. And there is just Daniel Campbell stretching out his lead, pulling another second to the quartet of karts behind him. But Tyler Masters has been able to pull a small gap to Jacob Equiel. Maybe he can get his head down and try to close in that 2-second deficit.
Yeah, that is a substantial amount of level that he's put in at the very start of this race. It's exactly what he needs to try and break away. We're looking now on board with the number 75 here, under pressure heading through the boot, but instead, no, it's going to be the number 34 who has a bit of pressure, because we have a 3-way battle now heading through the last corner onto the start-finish straight once again. Tyler Masters, it's Jacob Equiel, and Matt Nash's battle for second raging on.
Now, remember, this is going to sound very weird. It's not winning that's important, it's finishing in the top 2. So not quite participation award territory, but the 84 of Ewan Leonard goes up the inside of Max Nash once again on the outside for Boxing Day, trying to squeeze his car up the inside through Inkermans. He was always going to get his nose chopped off there, and he loses a position to the 30 of Oliver Bamford Sr. as a result.
Oh, that's an off there. That's a relatively big off, and unfortunately they're going to have to wait to rejoin again. In fact, they're going to have to recover that car. It's
Ewan Leonard
in the dirt. Ewan Leonard running, unfortunately not going his way. We have a track limits warning coming in. But yeah, as you say, usually we'd say, come on drivers, let's work together, let's try and push towards the race leader. But here in these pre-finals, they can effectively forget about Daniel Campbell now. What really matters is this battle for second. Daniel Campbell is absolutely walking away with it, and to be honest, they need to focus on getting P2. Tyler Masters needs to focus on keeping P2 as well. Fastest lap going to Jacob Equiel at this point in time with a 54.6.
We just saw Imogen Owen finding a move on Jasmine Richardson. There are the pair in the 29 and the 110 kart, with John Wall directly behind them, 2.2 seconds at the very front of the field. But new fast lap for Jacob Equiel, who is in third place. And again, all about getting into those top 2 spots so you can be promoted up into the 3B final.
And a penalty for both Imogen Owen and Kira Boylan coming in now. It's not an ideal situation, particularly for Kira at this point in time.
No, it's just adding insult to injury after the spin that she had at, what was it? It was Christmas Corner, wasn't it?
It was.
So I guess if you're going to get a penalty, you might as well get it in this race, have it as your drop round. Gap at the front, Daniel Campbell, still 2.3 seconds ahead. Here comes the 34th, Max Nash.
Yeah, around the outside, had a look here, but it's going to be Jacob Equal very nicely on the defence here as we head through Christmas and Boxing Day.
We fasted after the race for Imogen Owen, a 54.393, and just going to show how much pace there is in this pre-C final. Max Nash searching for a way through on Jacob Equal, and Jacob had just set the fast lap of the race, so Max Nash clearly has a lot more pace behind the wheels of that car and just wants to get some clean air so he can try to hunt down Tyler Masters.
Jacob Equal looking over his shoulder before heading into the boot here. Oh, very much under pressure from Max Nash. Max Nash putting as much pressure on. Was a lot quicker on that last lap. Daniel Campbell does take the fast lap of the race, 54.2, which is a very competitive lap indeed. He's going to head through that first corner now.
Interesting fact, you remember how Ewan Lennon was battling with these guys?
Yes.
Remember how he had the spin?
Yes.
He's rejoined right in front of Tyler Masters in second.
He has. That is...
He's not going to be following any blue flags, is he?
No, that is a great shame for Ewan Leddard this day. Not off to an amazing start for him. But Daniel Campbell at the moment breaking away even more now. That 3-second gap, our biggest gap that we saw yesterday in the lightweight running, was about 3 seconds for a race lead, wasn't it?
That was 5 to 6, wasn't it?
Yes, it was actually. You were correct. It was 5 or 6. Could we be seeing those times being matched today?
The track limit warning for Wilfred Hobson, as is that Ewan Leonard getting out of the way? It is. Okay, I wasn't expecting Ewan Leonard to be doing that. I thought he would have been involved in this battle and said, well, I'm going to race as if I was running in second, but very mature from Ewan to not get involved in any of this. Tyler Masters has been caught up by Jacob Equal, and just behind Jacob is Max Nash. Daniel Campbell still just checking out at the front, gap over 3 seconds, new fastest lap of the race of 54.072.
No, he's in a very strong position now, can now just settle into his groove. There's only 4 minutes to go in this race already, so things are looking good for him. But as you say, Tyler Masters really the one under pressure now.
And this is really good for Jacob Equal. It's bad for... Oh, is that a spin? Have we had a spin for Max Nash? He's disappeared from this battle for second place, and that would have happened into Ozias. So I can only assume he's gone wide, as that's the 75 of Jacob Equal going up the inside now of Tyler Masters side by side through the final corner. There is Max Nash.
A little bit. There's contact, plenty of contact as they're trying to rejoin the track there.
Banging side pods. This is going to allow Max Nash to really close in and get a better run than the pair of them. Nice switch back from Tyler Masters. Up towards Christmas they go, and following through is Max Nash up the inside of the 75, tucking in behind Tyler Masters. Tyler Masters holds on to second place.
Great capitalisation there from Max Nash. Saw those two cars up in front, battling each other, slowing each other down, saw a gap and went for it.
And, well, I'm sure Max would have been thinking, dang, I made a really bad mistake into Ozias. It somehow worked out for him as he tucks in behind Tyler Masters, heading down now into the aforementioned Ozias, where that grip just runs away from you. No issue like that this time round. I thought it was a really good exit for Max Nash, and maybe he could have gone up the inside of Tyler Masters. Not this time round, though. Just tucks in behind. A four-way battle for P2 Brewing.
Imogen Owen, first driver into the 53-second range. Now, very strong lap there, but this battle still raging on as we head through that second corner.
Good run for Max Nash, going one way, then goes the other, back to the outside again.
Whoa, that was decision making at the very last second there, really, for Max Nash, wasn't it?
It's just having a thing, right? Do I want to go to the outside, inside? Keep moving. If you keep moving, then Jacob Equal doesn't know what to do, but he has to be careful that he doesn't swipe over the nose of the 75 car, because then he would be getting a penalty for the excessive weaving or dangerous driving. I said a four-way battle for second place. Sorry, make that a five-way battle for second place, because catching up has been Imogen Owen.
No, she's been really strong with the past couple laps. Has just been consistently setting low 54s or high 53s. And see why she's been able to catch up. Now let's see if she's able to jump at the chance to get past these battling boys up in front.
1 minute 40 seconds remaining, which means that we have 2 to 3 laps left, depending on when Daniel Campbell completes the lap 75, having a look up the inside. Jacob Equil can't fully get up the inside of Max Nash into Christmas Corner as we head down towards Ashby's once more. Max Nash tucks in behind Tyler Masters. You can send it into Ashby's, but you have to be so brave on the brakes. It's downhill braking, and you have to brake super early, and the rear end just always wants to step out on you. Down it here into Ozzy is my favourite overtaking opportunity. Such a wide, late turn. It's so easy to shove one up the inside of the driver you're battling with. Contact warning for Max Nash. He won't be too worried about that for now, at least until he gets a penalty. And is that Imogen Owen who's found a way through, and Oliver Bamford Sr.? It is indeed, I believe, or maybe Jasmine Richardson has caught up as well. So Oliver Bamford Sr. has dropped 2 positions, and now Imogen Owen is leading Jasmine Richardson in P5 and P6.
Daniel Campbell then with 30 seconds to go.
Jacob Equil going up the inside of Max Nash. A bit of squeezing as they go through Boxing Day, but that is a job done for Jacob Equil. The question is, can they catch up to Tyler Masters? We are on the penultimate lap of the race.
We are. I remember when I was saying, will Daniel Campbell be able to match that 4 or 5 second gap to P2? He has done so. He smashed it. It's going to be around about 7 seconds at this rate by the time he comes across the line. Still has 1 lap to go. Max Nash receives a penalty. Driver in P3 with a penalty.
Well, that's going to be his chances of making it into the pre-B final gone. Through the final corner we go. Tyler Masters in second, head of Jacob Equil and Max Nash. The battle for second. And the final spot in the pre-B final, the top 2 from the pre-C final will advance. And Jacob Equil too far back from Tyler Masters to have a go into Christmas. He goes defensive. That's going to compromise him now. Heading down the hill, he's not going to be able to close into Tyler Masters. He has to worry about Max Nash directly behind him.
We do have to consider there are a couple of penalties now standing within that top 5, top 6. So let's see what the order will be looking like at the very end. Another contact warning coming in for a couple of drivers now, but none of this is concerning Daniel Campbell. Daniel Campbell heading around the boot as we speak. Just 1 last corner to go, and he has had a stellar drive.
Yeah, great win for Daniel Campbell, but there they are side by side. That's Max Nash, and someone's in to the grass. Is that Tyler Masters? I think it's Tyler Masters. He's got off going into the boot, so it's going to be Max Nash who comes home in second with a penalty though. So Jacob Equil will be making it into the pre-B final. Oh, you have to feel so bad for Tyler Masters.
Right at the last second. It couldn't have happened at a worse point for him. He tumbles down the order. What a shame. As I say, some other penalties to consider there as well.
Now, if Jacob Equil gets a penalty for that incident, we don't know what the incident was. They were very close together, so we don't know. But if Jacob Equil gets a penalty, it's Imogen Owen who will be advancing to the pre-B final.
Jacob Equil does receive a penalty.
Congratulations to Imogen Owen then for advancing to the pre-B final, and congratulations Daniel Campbell taking the race win and the fast lap on that last lap. And with that, we're going to be heading over to our cadet pre-B final.
So here we are then, the grids for the cadet pre-B final. It's Lewis Prendergast and Casper Davidson on the first row of the grid. Row 2 is Jacob Kent and Jacob Sprecky, and then we have row 3 is Zaya Ono and then Kaylin Keith. Moving on to the fourth row is Ruben Jenkins and Theo Thomas, and then we have on row 5 Harney Sadiq and then Joseph Davis. And then we have Alfie Slatterly and Ruben Bagri rounding out row 6. Moving on to row 7, it's Matthew So and Felix today. And then we have row 8, it's Charlie Sprecky and Drew Vrout. And then moving on to row 9, it's Jack Horton and Corey Chapman. Moving on to row 10 and rounding out the order then, it is Ruben Gardner and Noah Hobson. So that was an exciting end to the junior race there, and we get to look forward to that excitement all over again with the outlaps currently taking place for the cadet pre-B final.
And let's not forget Elliot Griggs and Ewan Farrelly being promoted from the pre-C final. Lewis Prendergast and Casper Davidson on the front row. Prendergast in the 38 car with the red and white helmet. Davidson with the white helmet and the red suit. Keep your eyes out for Jacob Trespreggi starting on row 2, and indeed Jacob Kent
Davidson had a very... Oh, we are still under formation, apologies.
Yeah.
I thought
this would be the most orderly start to a cadet race that we have seen. Which would make JV very happy.
Yes, I was going to say, well, it didn't quite click in my brain. That's actually quite a slow start. I thought, oh, Casper's just jumped across the line there. And then I realized, oh, yes, that's because we're still under formation. So apologies for that, viewers. We are very much still under formation. I'm clearly just not with it.
You're getting yourself ready.
I'm just too excited, that's all.
Yeah. So, let's see how this goes then for Davidson and Prendergast. And how they will perform. Our second cadet pre-final. Should be a good one.
Oh, that is a waved red flag, actually, we're seeing there.
Ooh. Has a kart stopped on circuit? Our karts will probably be brought to a stop on the start-finish straight. Oh, that would explain why. We've got a marshal up on the gantry.
Ah, doing some repair work to the gantry here. So, that's brilliant. It's like a giant climbing frame.
It is. Don't give the cadets and juniors any ideas, I guess.
Well, they've got a few minutes to go. No, don't do that.
No.
Remain in the carts. As we have some a small brief amends to the facilities here, as these that just looks like a really good viewing point.
It
maybe
does.
Maybe not the safest.
That should be our new commentary box. You sit on one side, I sit on the other, and away we go.
Just giant bungee cords. Yeah, maybe not the safest, which is why we have got our red flag in a position here, as we will await to get this race underway. There's been some oddities to the racing today, haven't there?
Yeah. To be honest, this wasn't one that I was expecting. Like, you know, some oddities you kind of expect, like
a good spot, by the way, because while they are wearing high vis, my brain wouldn't have thought to have checked. Oh, yes, there must be a marshal on the gantry.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane?
No, it's a marshal. Yeah. And as you can maybe very faintly hear over on this camera shot here, JV giving his own commentary to the current situation. Which is that JV? No, it's not.
That is JV on the mic.
No, I just meant on the gantry himself.
No.
I think we should get JV on the gantry.
JV, I don't know.
There he is. There's JV, just heading down that second tram line now, I think.
Yes. Microphone in hand. I wonder if I'm going to guess there's an issue with some of the electrics. Oh, look, some parents are out with the parasols to keep their drivers nice and cool.
Which is actually...
running out onto circuit with a parasol. Commitment.
Because it sounds like just like a little nice thing to have, a bit of a fun creature comfort. No, it's a very serious consideration because, of course, the drivers are in these race suits. Some of them may have a little bit of insulation in them, and they're wearing helmets as well, and they're sat in the blistering sun. So it's very good to see these helmets here. They will help the drivers immensely in trying to keep as cool as possible.
Yeah. See Jacob Jaspregi having his balaclava adjusted, and then he takes off his balaclava. The driver's having a chance to cool down. Some parents and family members coming with drinks. Possibly Capri-Suns.
Yeah, I mean, which, as we've heard, is the fan favourite from the paddock walk. Maybe if we're quick, we're going to go, actually, I was going to say maybe we could take a quick paddock walk and we grab a camera operator, grab some microphones and have a quick interview now, but we're going to go to a very quick break while we get these issues resolved, and we're back underway very shortly. See you then.
Welcome to this video about the different types of racing helmets. In it, we'll cover 3 popular types of racing helmets: the Arai, Stilo, and Bell helmets, and their differences. The Arai helmet is one of the most well-known and respected brands in the world of racing. Arai helmets are designed to provide superior protection and comfort, and are used by many top drivers in various motorsport disciplines. One of the key features of Arai helmets is their unique shape, which is designed to reduce wind noise and turbulence at high speeds. Arai helmets also feature a range of advanced safety features such as multiple ventilation channels, a reinforced chin strap, and a dual-layer EPS liner. The Stilo helmet is another popular brand in the world of racing and is known for its high-quality construction and advanced safety features. Stilo helmets are designed to provide maximum protection and comfort, and are used by drivers in various racing disciplines. One of the key features of Stilo helmets is their lightweight design, which makes them comfortable to wear for long periods of time. Stilo helmets also feature a range of advanced safety features, such as a reinforced carbon fiber shell, multiple ventilation channels, and a removable and washable liner. The Bell helmet is a popular choice among many racers thanks to its high-quality construction and advanced safety features. Bell helmets are designed to provide superior protection and comfort, and are used by drivers in various motorsport disciplines. One of the key features of Bell helmets is their innovative ventilation system, which is designed to keep drivers cool and comfortable even in the hottest conditions. Bell helmets also feature a range of advanced safety features such as a lightweight carbon fibre shell, a reinforced chin strap, and a multi-density EPS liner. So there you have it, 3 popular types of racing helmets, the Arai, Stilo, and Bell helmets, and their differences. Whether you're a professional racer or just starting out, there's sure to be a helmet out there that is perfect for you. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Motorsport UK are making some changes to British karting for 2023. But what do they mean for you? Let's dive into it. Motorsport UK are reshaping karting in 2023. There's new chassis sizes, categories and classes, and 8 new grids for the year. So let's run through all the changes for next year and take a look at where you can get involved in karting for 2023. Before we dive in, make sure you let us know what you think of the changes in the comments section, and like the video if you want to see more similar content. First, let's have a look at the age changes that were revealed back in May of 2022. In the cadet category, drivers can race from the year of their 8th birthday, provided that they have Motorsport UK experience. The 900mm chassis currently used will be replaced by the 950 chassis to bring the UK in line with the rest of the global karting community. Once drivers wish to move up from cadets, we see the biggest change in regulations. The mini class has been replaced by the intermediate, and the age requirement has dropped by 1 year, meaning drivers can progress from the cadet in the year of their 10th birthday, provided they have a national licence. The intermediate class will also share the same 950 chassis as the cadets, meaning the drivers should be able to transition up from the cadet more gradually into the junior. And in the juniors, drivers can now race from their 12th birthday, as long as they have a national licence. So what new grids will we see in 2023? Well, all the changes are happening in cadet and intermediate for this year. In Honda, the GX160 engine is being phased out, replaced by the new GX200 engine. This is a sealed, cost-controlled unit which should lead to a more inclusive grid in 2023. This engine has an increase of 1 horsepower over the GX160, and it's going to be carried over into the newly formed Honda Intermediate class. In Miami, the change in regulations means that Mini X30 is now gone, and the old Miami Cadet Gazelle engine will start to be phased out, both replaced by the new WaterSwift engine that we first saw back here in 2021. Check out this video for more info on this exciting new addition. In Rotax, the widely successful Micromax engine will make its full season debut for drivers of the cadet age, allowing the Rotax pathway to extend all the way from cadet to senior. The Minimax engine has been retained for 2023, but with the new 950 chassis, the category will now be brought in line with the global karting regulations. In TKM, the BT82 engine used in senior and junior has now been extended down to the intermediate class too. with a mandatory touch and go system meaning young drivers will have the starter button on their kart. So no need for push starts or mechanics on track. And lastly, for 2023 we see a new engine added to the Motorsport UK regulations. The Tillotson T4 series will debut with classes in both cadet and intermediate categories. This new 4-stroke option will offer an accessible and affordable entry point into British karting for young drivers. We'll also start to see the addition of the Vortex engines in 2024, but that's maybe another video for another time. From Bambinos all the way up to Senior, the 2023 Motorsport UK regulations look set to provide us with a wide array of exciting karting events. So make sure you sit down and buckle up and tune in to Alpha Live in 2023 for all your karting needs this year.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos. Welcome to Alpha Live.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are pretty much ready to go once again here at Whilton Mill. Drivers maybe not quite ready to go, actually, just yet. We have heard, we know why this stoppage is going. See that little black box at the top right hand of the gantry? That's the Digi flag. That lets the drivers know, what type of penalties they've got that gets aimed at them, shows their number, shows the flag that has been waved to them. Also can show any general flags on the track and a few other little bits of information. And that has decided that, I don't want to work in this heat today. I'm taking a day off.
I just saw something very interesting. JV was holding up an umbrella, and then one of the kids went up to JV and took the umbrella. It's an interesting interaction. I don't know, just
yeah, one of the kids has got JV to hold umbrellas for him.
Yeah, I thought that's very impressive.
Braver than I.
Yeah, much braver than I.
But yes, we are just awaiting just that little bit of a mending, and then we should be underway once we are good. We should be good to go as soon as that is sorted.
I know there's a lot of support for Hani Sadiq in the chat. We'll be starting or resuming this race from 10th place. From the looks of it, from how those carts are ordered, I think we're going to be getting a normal rolling start. I don't think this race is going to be called early. Maybe a few minutes might be taken off.
Well, one thing to consider is we didn't even complete the formation lap. We started the formation lap. We haven't started the timer. We've still got 11 minutes to go in this race.
Yeah.
So it will be delayed, but we should get a full race in for the cadet pre-B final.
My mum was still thinking about the earlier red flag that we had.
Yes, no, this is we still have got 11 minutes to go, which is good news for us, good news for the drivers as well. So apart from this extra kind of rest period, and the carts maybe cooling down a little bit, and the driver maybe sat in the sun for a little bit, there should be no real kind of changes to how their race runs.
Yeah, and again, those carts are already cold anyway. And yes, they did warm up a little bit with the formation up, but there's not really much changes. I think I saw Noah Hobson just being given a quick drink of water. Noah Hobson starting this race down in P19. Charlie Jasbreggi actually down in P16, starting behind Jacob.
And we have heard confirmation from JV there that they're going manual for the racing from now on. So it's going to be a little bit more old school.
Much more old school.
Yeah, yeah. No more digi-flags.
How are they going to do this?
We're just going to have to go back to the old days.
There you can see the demonstration. They'll see a last lap board. This means that drivers won't know what penalties they have until the end of the race. We will, though.
We will, and they're going to have to be on their best behaviour, because, of course, just because the digi-flag's broken doesn't change anything about how the penalties are decided. That's done exactly the same way. All it does is it doesn't really necessarily let the drivers know. Now, if people are quick enough on the pit boards, they might be able to find out a little bit of information here or there.
Thing is, no one has any pit boards.
No, this is very true. These are young drivers who have spent a lot of their career with digi-flags and with the more modern systems. So it will be a very interesting bit of racing from here on out, actually.
Sometimes you do have for Endurance Championship. I know in Club 100 Enduros we all have radios. So if you had those, you could use them. But anyone coming to this round wouldn't have expected Enduros or this issue with the digi-flag. So there is going to be no way of really communicating with the drivers other than very vague hand signals. And when you're in a car, it's quite hard to be able to spot your parent or siblings on the trackside.
Yeah, especially when the best opportunity perhaps to see your parents is right at the exit of the last corner, when you're very much focused on not trying to plant the cart into the barrier, and then your next possible opportunity is right at the paddock when you're thinking about turn one. So it's
I think that area of carts of drivers that we can kind of see in the top left of the screen is kind of the best place to be if you want to give information to drivers, because you do have that little break before you head into turn one. Good comment actually coming in from Anders, which is, get the carrier pigeons out. I do like the sound of that.
Be very skilled of the drivers to drop. They've got to try and collect
skilled
it.
Of the drivers or skilled of the pigeons?
I think it'd be up to the drivers. I think the pigeons are just going to drop when they're going to drop. And then the drivers have got to try and
identify which carrier pigeon is my carrier
pigeon. Theirs. Try and match it. Try and guess when it's going to drop down. Oh, we're just hearing. There we go. So we're just seeing a demonstration there from JV. Apologies for the pause, though. We were just having a little bit of a listen to what JV was saying. They're using the old school lighting system now for the flag. So we're going to start with 2 reds, and then you can see the greens and the yellows as well. So we're going to run through all of them. But it's going to be a little bit different seeing no digi-flag in use anymore.
I never really understood either about how carrier pigeons worked.
I don't either.
Will they just fly off?
I'm honestly not sure. I tell you who is flying off, though. It's the parents. They are now leaving the grid. I think that was a brilliant run.
That was amazing.
They are now clearing the grid. The parents are flying off, as you will. And we're making sure all these carts are ready to go. We are very pleased to announce ready to go racing. The whistle is blown, the engines are started, and the pace kart is underway. So now I think we have a perfect opportunity to quickly rattle through the grids again. Just give everyone a quick reminder. So it is the Cadet Pre-B final. It's Lewis Prendergast and Casper Davison, row 1. Jacob Kent, Jacob Kaspreshi and Zaya Ono and Kaylin Keith on row 2, row 3. Moving on to row 4, it's Ruben Jenkins, Theo Thomas, row 5, Hani Sadiq and Joseph Davis, row 6, Alfie Slatterly, and then we move on to row 7, it's Matthew Sayer and Felix today, and then we have row 8, it's Charlie Kaspregi and Drew Vrout, row 9, it's Jack Horton and Corey Chapman, then we move on to row 10, it's Reuben Gardner and Noah Hobson rounding out the order. And those 2 the drivers now just heading around the boot. And we are good to go in just a moment's time in a bit more of an old school system.
Lewis Prendergast, Casper Davison on the front row of the grid. The 38 and the 39. Prendergast, red and white helmet, black suit, red suit, white helmet for Casper Davison. We're only going to have the 1 formation lap and we are ready to go racing. It is green then for our Cadet B final as they make their way through into oblivion for the first time. And is that Jacob Jasbreggi already up into the lead of the race with Jacob Kent? Sorry, the 70. It is indeed Jacob Kent up to the very front, the 72 trying to go up the inside of Jacob Jasbreggi, practically 3 abreast through Christmas Corner. But it's a fantastic start from the second row of the grid. Jacob Kent and Jacob Jasbreggi up to the front after Davidson and Prendergast trip over themselves.
That was a brilliant getaway for Jacob Kent there. Casper Davidson looked like he was going to get an equally good start as well. We'll see where he is running later on in the lap now as we see the rest of the field coming through.
So Jacob 1-2, Jasbreggi tucking his head down as he tries to close in on to Kent. And is that is Casper Davidson, who is directly behind these two. And then it's Caelan Keith. Caelan Keith having a very good start up into 4th place. And there's the 17 of Jack Horton, who has had a fantastic start. Trying to go up the inside of, I believe, Alfie Slattery into the final corner, decides against it, and rather smartly so, as there goes the 72 of Caelan Keith up the inside of Casper Davidson. But Theo Thomas is going to go for both of them up the inside into Christmas.
Yeah, great run for Theo Thomas. Lewis Prendergast losing out somewhat on that opening lap. As we have a look at the inside there, that was the number 23 of Noah Hobson having a brief look up the inside there.
All side by side heading through Parkers. That could always end badly, but Jacob Jasbreggi has closed in onto Jacob Kent. Kent's going to go defensive on the run down into the boot, and Jasbreggi's going to have to look for the outsiders. This is our battle that's extending down to P4. The 72 of Caelan Keith has dropped down the field, so Caelan Keith being involved in some kind of an incident. There's a bit of rally crossing there from the 70 of Felix today.
What a shame for Caelan Keith. Had that brilliant start to the race, unfortunately has lost progress there. Jacob Jasbreggi currently our fastest man on track, a 57.7, doing his utmost to keep up with Jacob Kent, doing a good job of putting that pressure on as well. We have our first penalty, and it's for Casper Davidson, which is not ideal, not an ideal race start for him.
Jacob Jasbreggi trying to go up the inside of Jacob Kent down into Ashby Corner. I think Jacob Kent was able to hold on to the position as they make their way towards Parkers. And indeed it is still the green suit of Kent ahead of Jasbreggi. This is the 3-way battle for 3rd place, being led by Theo Thomas and then Zaya Ono and Lewis Prendergast. Remember, Lewis Prendergast started at the very front of the field, now down in P5, and tries to go up the inside of Zaya Ono through the boot. The double right-hander has the inside into the final corner, and Prendergast is up into P4.
Great move there. Casper Davidson still has a penalty to serve, but of course, these drivers not aware of that fact necessarily with the situation with the DigiFlag. So it'll be interesting to see. These drivers, I'm sure, have been told to maybe just play a little bit more safer, but will they? Will we start to see more penalties pouring in?
Theo Thomas, his last time identical to Jacob Jasbreggi, the pair of them, 57.648. So the second time we're seeing that identical lap time coming through. Jacob Kent able to pull a 10th to Jasbreggi on that particular lap. Charlie Jasbreggi further down the field in P7. There he is in the green suit in the middle of this train. Gets a decent run through Parkers, but not going to be able to go up the inside into Oziers.
Caelan Keith currently our fastest kart on the track. To shame race start not going his way, because he's clearly got the pace to compete for the race lead or a podium at least. Penalty coming in for Drew Rout this time round as
Caelan Keith getting a good run out of the final corner, now going side by side with Ruben Bagri into turn 1, still side by side into oblivion. Did Caelan Keith pull off the move? I think they're actually still side by side up the hill going into Christmas Corner. Theo Thomas, though, is closing in onto Jacob Kent and Jacob Jasbreggi, and we're going to have a 3-way battle for the lead shortly. But Jasbreggi trying to go up the inside of Kent, backs out of the move, tucks him behind into Ashby.
the margins so thin, not just in terms of where they are on track, but their pace as well. These are two very well matched rivals indeed.
Through Oziers they go, as we're seeing Theo Thomas dragging Lewis Prendergast and Isaiah Ono along with him, and then behind is Hani Sadiq. As for a second I thought Prendergast was going to send one up the inside of Thomas, decides against it. These two just working together for now. I say that, but Prendergast, he's just kind of nosing his front nose up the inside every now and then. The pair though are closing into our leading duo.
And briefly before Zyla Ono crossed the line to take the fast lap of this race, Prendergast did himself take the fastest lap of this race into the 56s. So clearly not being thwarted by the traffic around him, not by this battling that he's enjoying. As there was a little bit of contact there heading out of box there, and he's off the track.
Able to rejoin without losing too much time, although that's going to be an attempted overtake then from the 93 of Hani Sadiq. Will be close between them on the exit of Ashby Corner, but Ziono going around the outside of Prendergast as Jacob Jaspregi runs very wide on the exit of Parker, has a little meeting with the tyre barriers. I don't think he'll want to meet that tyre barrier again anytime soon.
No, came off very lightly indeed, lost a little bit of time, but clearly hasn't influenced his race too much as we head through the boot now. Just that last corner to negotiate on this lap. Let's see how the times are looking. And look at this. This is the number 72 of Caelan Keith this time, fighting against Ruben Bagri heading around that last corner.
And tucking in behind Bagri then into turn 1 and 2. Cone warning for Jaspregi. You only get one of those one more time, and it is a penalty. You know that Jacob Jaspregi is pushing, but here's the thing. You just need to be in the top 2 to qualify for the pre-A final. Jacob Jaspregi has a run. He's up the inside of Jacob Kent down into Ashby Corner. He goes wide on the grass, but somehow he keeps his foot planted side by side now, heading into Parker's, and this time it's Jacob Kent who goes wide, touches the tyre barriers, and it is Jacob Jaspregi who takes the lead of the pre-B final.
Clearly, these two drivers understanding just what is at stake in this battle, and as such, we're picking up cone warnings and potentially track limit warnings for that as well. And there we have that track limit warning coming in here, as that is the back end of the number 67 of Theo Thomas, that just getting away from him. He was able to catch it, luckily.
Ziono going up the inside of Theo Thomas side by side, then through the second part of the boot, and Lewis Prendergast says, hey, if you guys are going to go wide, I'll take the pair of you.
So it is Jacob Jaspregi who now leads this race by about a tenth of a second. Can't afford to have any more scrappy laps there, as heading through the inside there, Theo Thomas nice on the defence, heading through Christmas and
But look at
Boxing
Noah
Day.
Hobson. He's got a really good run out of Boxing Day. Now on the outside, heading down the hill towards Ashby Corner. Hobson on the outside, and I believe it's Hani Sadiq on the inside. And Charlie Jaspregi now trying to get involved in the action. Hobson has to be careful with where he puts his front nose, pulls out of the move, but that's going to allow Charlie Jaspregi to go up his inside, heading into Oziers, as here is Jacob Jaspregi ahead of Jacob Kent and Lewis Prendergast, who is absolutely flying right now. And Prendergast has a good run, trying to get up the inside of Jacob Kent. Can't quite carry the momentum as in the background. Charlie Jaspregi running wide through the boot, and there is Prendergast again, trying to go up the inside into the crook, and has the outside for Oblivion, makes the move work. Lewis Prendergast absolutely flying.
Nice move there around the outside. Theo Thomas heading through the last corner on that previous lap.
What a move, though, from Jacob Kent, fighting back against Prendergast round the outside of Christmas. We've been seeing this from quite a few cadets over the weekend, and Jacob Kent, nerves of steel as he hangs it around the outside.
All this battling. Jaspregi now able to extend his lead somewhat. Zylo now still holding his fastest lap of this race, and we're getting a bit of a pack forming up now in his battle for second place, potentially even first as well, based on how you look at it. Contact warning for Prendergast there, so can't afford to have too many more warnings in the remaining 2 minutes of this race.
Again, it's another good drive for Prendergast. He's always getting these really good runs through the boot. There's just not much opportunity to pull up the inside of Jacob Kent. We've got just over 2 minutes remaining. It's still Jacob Jaspregi who's leading, but not by a lot. He runs a little bit wide through Oblivion, and Jacob Kent is going to squeeze his card up the inside. They're going to be practically 3 abreast. Prendergast is searching outside, inside. Where does he want to go? Jacob Jaspregi on the outside. He goes wide. Prendergast round. Jacob Jaspregi he goes, and Zionoa is going to follow him through as they make their way through increments and down the hill. Jacob Jaspregi tries to send it back up the inside of Prendergast into Ashby. Prendergast goes wide. He catches the car, rejoins the circuit. Incredible car control from Lewis Prendergast, but that is his chances of fighting for the win over and done.
Great run for Jacob Kent there, now taking the lead of this race, of course, and he is looking quite calm and collected for the first half of this lap. It might not be for the second half, with pressure now from Jaspregi as we head through the boot.
And it is a penalty for Jacob Jaspregi. It was too late of a move. That's going to be an ABC takeout. So Jacob Jaspregi is probably going to get, is it +4 or +6, which means Zaya or no is on for that second place result. Zaya won't necessarily know it. He would have seen the incident. He can assume that there will be a penalty going Jacob's way, but he can't know for certain. Jacob Chesbreggy won't know himself either. He just wants to win this race on circuit. And up the inside he goes of Jacob Kent once again into Ashby corner, but he loses the back end. Grass karting on corner exit. Rejoins the circuit and comes in behind Noah Hobson. Wow.
When those instants start streaming in, your confidence goes away, and unfortunately your race begins to unravel, and that might be what we are unfortunately seeing for Chesbreggy. He's had a brilliant drive up until now. Unfortunately, the end of this race not going the way that he would have wanted. This is looking better and better, though, for Jacob Kent now, under pressure from Desiler. Oh no, looking great for him all of a sudden as well. Fastest cars on track. We've been told it is the last lap there. That is a brilliant little reg plate. I wonder how much that costs as a private plate. But we're seeing now Desiler, I know, catching up to Jacob Kent, having a look up the inside here, diving down to get this slipstream. Is he going to hold it around the inside? He is. He's going to have to go wide, though. Does that compromise him? No, it doesn't. As he heads through Boxing Day, he's still ahead for now. Can he keep it up, though? As having a look up the inside, it is Jacob Kent once again. They are side by side. Let's see. Wide goes Zyler. Oh, no, and back into lead. It's Jacob Kent.
Can he go up the inside, though, into Parkers? No, too far back. Next best opportunity is going to be up the inside into Oziers, but it is Kent from Ano. From Thomas, your top three. Hani Sadiq running in P4, and there is Noah Hobson, who's going up the inside of Hani Sadiq, heading into the boot. The battle for P3, round the outside. Theo Thomas holds on to the position, but a great switchback coming on in from Noah Hobson, who makes his way up into P3, I believe. The checkered flag is taken by Jacob Kent. Zaya Ono in second, Noah Hobson third, Theo Thomas, Hani Sadiq, Ruben Bagri, Jacob Chesbreggy, Caelan Keith, Lewis Prendergast, Charlie Chesbreggy completing the top 10.
Caelan Keith on that last lap posted an absolute stormer of 56.7 in his attempts to catch up to Chesbreggy. He doesn't need to do too much. I believe both have penalties, but I imagine Chesbreggy has a few more positions to lose in that one. What an end to that race it turned out to be.
Absolutely crazy racing. That was, I think that is my new favourite race of the weekend.
Yeah, I would agree with that one there. Those top four really scrapping it out. And as I don't know, Jacob Kent at the very end, hats off to you both for that fight for the lead. So then, that's what the results look like provisionally. We do, of course, wait for penalties to be applied, and that brings an end to the Cadet Pre-B final. We'll join you in just a couple of moments for the Junior Pre-B final.
So with that, we are going to be heading then into our Junior Super Lightweight Pre-B final. Well then, here is our grid order for the Pre-B final. We're still trying to recover in the commentary box, but it is Declan Luff and Lewis West on the front row of the grid. Jensen Jowett and Max Cooper make up row 2, with Rory Hinckley and Eden James making row 3. Row 4 sees Row 4 sees Oliver Livers Edge alongside Max Davies, with Henry Jones Jr. and Flynn Perry completing the top 10. Harry Bowman and Finley Jones make up row 6, with Felix Bond and Charlie Wainwright on row 7. Conor McNamara and Luke Richards are on row 8, with Toby Edelston and Jack Philpott completing your top 18. Luigi Perlini and Owen Timon Clydesdale are your top 20, and then Ethan Waters, Joshua Greaves, Caden Ward and Connor Kenny as we are going racing. Daniel Campbell completing the field at the back. Declan Luff then leading Lewis West through the crook and Oblivion, and there is the 49 of Declan Luff ahead of the 85 of Lewis West, heading up towards Christmas. The 87 of Max Cooper going up the inside of Jensen Jowett in the blue suit and the white helmet, as I believe Rory Hinckley trying to get involved in the action going up the inside of Inkermans, and that is the 22 of Eden James looking for a move into Ashby Corner, but otherwise a relatively clean start from everyone.
Yes, it was. The number 87 there, Max Cooper, looking up the inside, settles for the third position. Now decides no point to risk anything too kind of extraneous for now. Why ruin your chances on a lap one? We've had our first contact warning coming in as we're heading through the boot now, and Declan Love starting to get a bit of a better runaway now, able to break away from the rest of the pack.
It's at 73 of Max Davies having a look up the inside of Liver's Edge. Decides against it into the final corner. We've seen drama there already. Don't want any more of that, but it is Declan Luff who is leading by a large amount as we start lap 2. The 87 of Max Cooper being defensive, aware that Rory Hinckley is directly on his tail through Christmas. Hinckley gets a good run through Boxing Day and through increments. Maybe can have a look up the inside. Had to think about it. Tucked right back in behind Cooper, and has Eden James in that orange helmet directly behind him.
Penalty coming for Ethan Waters there, the number 160 kart here, as we see. Great move up the inside by the driver with the yellow helmet.
So that would be Eden James taking the position of Rory Hinckley, I believe. A couple of drivers side by side as the 91, the 19 of Oliver Liver's Edge tries to get back through on Eden James. Unsuccessfully, though, on this particular occasion. Declan Luff, 54.9. Lewis West, 55.0. So another 10th going the way of Declan Luff at the front end of the Pre-V final.
Our first driver into the 54s, that is Declan Luff, leading this race by nearly a second now, as we have up the inside there. Great move.
Liver's Edge going up the inside of James into Christmas corner. They'll make their way through Boxing Day. Is there any fight back for Eden James? Has to tuck in behind, and you can already see the gap that Liver's Edge is starting to pull as he now tries to hunt down Rory Hinckley in P4.
Back through the boot once again in just a moment's time. On board now with Eden James, Liver's Edge. This battle still raging on. Of course, Liver's Edge is past now, so we are following the battle between the number 22 and the number 87 of Max Cooper, as well as we get back onto the start-finish straight, and it's all in single file, very quick succession.
This time fast lap, the race goes the way of Lewis West, 54.0, taking 3/10 out of Declan Luff. The gap is now 0.6 of a second. You can visibly see it decreasing as the 22 of Eden James is going defensive into Christmas corner. That's going to allow Max Cooper to be right on his rear end heading through Boxing Day. You can see Cooper looking for the switchback, heading down the hill, but again, too far back to have a send into Ashby. In through Park as they go, and then down towards the left-hander of Ozier's. Let's see what that gap is between Luff and West at the very front, but I tell you what, James is coming under a lot of pressure now from Max Cooper, who's going up the inside into the boob. The battle for P6, and P6 taken by Max Cooper.
Nice move. That was signed, sealed, and delivered pretty much before the corner actually came to their cars there. So we start the next lap with these drivers. Lewis West into the 53.7 second range. Now he has absolutely put the hammer down. That 1 second advantage that Declan Luff had has completely disappeared.
And it's Lewis West who has a 1.5 second gap to Jensen Jowett. The question is, how long does Lewis West want to wait before he goes for a move on Declan Luff? Because Declan is going to start driving defensive. That's going to allow the whole field to catch up. So maybe the smart choice for Lewis is to say, look, let's just wait for 4 minutes, stretch out this gap at the front, then we fight.
We could, yeah, of course. We only have 6 minutes left in this race. One of the kind of quirks of these 11-minute short sprint races is that the action has to come thick and fast, and we're seeing some of that here now.
I think that was Jensen Jowett being left out wide to dry through Ozier's very little grip and might have lost himself a couple of positions. There is Jensen Jowett ahead of Rory Hinckley.
A gap between Lewis West and Declan Luff, still 0.2 of a second. They are absolutely attached at this point in the race, as we're on board now with the number 49 kart of Declan Luff and Lewis West. Max Cooper, new fastest lap of this race, into the mid-53s, but this is the battle for the race lead. Neither driver has a penalty at this point in time, so this is a proper, raw, on-track battle for both are a spot in the proper final later on, but I'm sure they'd like the glory of the race victory. It's Jensen Jowett who could potentially find himself still with a shout.
Declan Luff was pointing forward, telling Lewis West, look,
let's work.
Let's work together. We can battle later. We need to be mindful of this 2 second gap behind us. And, well, if Lewis West thinks he's got the pace, I'm sure he'll go for a move and just try to stretch out his advantage. However, I'm really keeping my eyes out for that light blue helmet of Oliver Liver's Edge, because he has been really quick. He's closed into this battle very quickly. The question is, can he find a way through? Just over 5 minutes remaining in our Pre-V final.
5 minutes remaining, and we have about a minute per lap, and he's making about 0.4 of a second up on the cars in front the kart in front. Sorry, it is, of course, one thing to catch up, it's another thing to overtake. So let's see how he negotiates the kart up ahead. He could be embroiled in this battle until the race's end, but he, as you say, has shown great consistent pace so far.
Max Cooper has been very fast as well, closing in onto Liver's Edge. Can the pair get through on Rory Hinckley and Jensen Jowett? There they are, making their way through Oziers on to the back straight as we see Declan Luff and Lewis West through the final sequence of corners. Luff with that yellow helmet, West with a black helmet.
So the race leaders then starting a new lap and not too far behind at all. Of course, we talk about these 2 or 3.
That was a cone. I think Declan Luff just absolutely smacked a cone through the crook.
As long as it's a warning, it doesn't make too much difference to the race at all. It's Lewis West. It was Lewis West who made contact with the cone. So that is his first and last warning before he receives a penalty. 4 minutes to go in this race. He just needs to keep the nose clean. He might decide, you know what, it's time. Things are starting to heat up a bit. It's starting to get a little bit more risky. Maybe it's time I just play it a little bit safer and try and make sure that I can maintain this spot in the next final.
The worst thing you can do is get yourself a penalty when you're in P2 +1 position. That means that you are forced to make an overtake on Declan Luff, and you can see West having a little look into the boot. As a result, cost himself so much time. It's so hard to go up the inside of that double right-hander part of the boot. Goes wide as well through the final corner. We'll probably be getting a track limits warning for that as well.
And we have a mechanical flag for Harry Bowman. That might be something loose on the kart or an issue that they have noted. Either way, he unfortunately needs to dive back in. Hasn't had a great race. Is a couple of laps down, so clearly struggling with the kart in this race so far.
Liver's Edge still searching for a way through on Jowett. So Cooper is just kind of biding his time. It looks like he does visibly have the pace, but not enough to find a way through on Liver's Edge at the moment as the quartet of karts make their way through Parkers and down towards Oziers.
Max Cooper then still holds the fastest lap in this race, and that number 87 we're watching now, just thinking about a move alongside Oliver Liver's Edge, because Liver's Edge, as we were focused so much on before, has caught up to this pack battle. Unfortunately, hasn't found a way past. That has allowed Max Cooper right back into this action. Fastest lap now goes to Lewis West. So that cone warning certainly not slowing him down. He is showing that he means business. He's about half a second behind Declan Luff, though, through the last timing gate. So Declan also on strong pace at the moment in the dying breath of this race. As up the inside there on the number 73 kart there. Fantastic move, I believe, by Ethan Waters.
Yeah, I believe Ethan Waters. Very nice move into Christmas corner. Again, Lewis West, how long does he wait? Because we're heading into the final few laps. Oh, attempted move there from Max Cooper, who's maybe starting to get a little bit impatient behind Oliver Liver's Edge, who has also picked up a cone warning. Look over the shoulder from Lewis West, I believe, or was that Rory Hinckley, just to see what the gap is to everyone behind.
And Lewis West starting new laps once again, a little bit slower this time around, but that gap has shrunk even more. 1/10 separating these two. As look at Declan Love diving down, trying to gain as much speed as possible for heading into the next corner. It's Christmas, Boxing Day, and he is looking in control at this point in time, but still very much has the pressure on. A cone warning for
He's going
Lewis
for the move
West.
up the inside.
And
Lewis West into Ashby. Great switchback from Luff.
Yeah, was able to get the position back once again. That was a very unexpected move for Lewis West. Unfortunately, maybe wasn't going to stick. Will it stick this time round? That they are side by side at this point.
Declan Luff holding onto the position. Rory Hinckley closing in, and now Lewis West has decided we are battling on the outside into the boot. Hangs it round the outside as well. Great move from Lewis West.
I'm going to complete the boot then and get ready to start the next lap with Lewis West leading this race as we speak. And that is a warning that has been threatened for a little while. Sorry, that is a move that has been threatened for a little while. He does have a contact warning for his troubles, however, so has to really be careful now on what will be the final couple of laps in this race. We are now on the penultimate lap with just 40 seconds to go on the timer.
Very smart for Lewis West, doing it with just a couple of laps to go. And now Declan Luff has to be very smart, because if he looks behind him, he'll see that Rory Hinckley is less than a second behind. If he tries to play any funny games with Lewis West, if he tries to battle, there is a chance he misses out on those top two spots and misses out on a chance to make it into the pre-A final. Wide goes West. That allows Declan Luff to pull up almost alongside on the exit of Oziers. As here is Jensen Jowett still trying to defend from Oliver Liver's Edge and doing a fantastic job of holding on to P4.
Yes, this advantage that we were talking about, them not wanting to lose, the two leaders that is, did in fact get completely absorbed by their battling, so it's just good and well really that Lewis did respond to Declan's call to let's wait till later on to have this battle. He did exactly as Declan asked, and look at where they are now. Lewis West now leading this race.
And he's got a few carts gap over Declan Luff as they head down the hill towards Ashby Corner. Declan Luff's best opportunity is going to be down into Osiers or on the exit of Osiers towards the boot. He's close enough to be able to challenge. It's a good run through Parkers, not close enough to go up the inside of Osiers as they make their way on to the back straight. Just 3 corners remaining. Lewis West will hold on to the lead of the junior pre-B final. Switchback attempt here for Declan Luff. Can he go up the inside? He's got to try it, has to back out of the move, and Lewis West will round the final corner, fist in the air, as he takes the pre-B final victory. Declan Luff in second, Rory Hinckley in third, then comes Jensen Jowett, Oliver Liversedge, Max Cooper, Ethan Waters, Eden James, Max Davies, and Henry Jones Jr. completing the top 10.
That was a fantastic battle for the race win in the end. There are your results on screen now. I think a good third battle to round out what was an exciting race in the end. That is it for the junior pre-B final, and we'll see just as we see the rest of the results now. We get ready in a moment for the cadets coming up in just a second. So here we are once again. It's time for the cadet pre-A final. The grid is Margeris Kavekis and Ben Hunt rounding out row 1. Row 2 sees Jacob Underhill and Carter Inskip Clarkson. Row 3, Aidan Hammond and Luca Batuev. Moving on to row 4, it's James Vaught and Teddy Young. Row 5, Robbie Hamilton and Max Lovell. Row 6 sees Jack Beasley and Jensen Barnard. Row 7, then we move on to James Malcolm and Wyatt McAllister. Row 8, Tate Hart and Oliver Yango. And then move on to row 9, it's Ellis Cox and Edward Jones. And then round against that is the grid there. So then actually it looks like we're just a little bit ahead of the carts once again. So we wait until the cadets are able to jump out on the track. But that was a great end to the junior race there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought they battled really fairly, but they didn't give each other more than an inch. They gave each other an inch, just no more than that.
And I'm actually really impressed by Lewis West. Very, very smart, very, very calculated. He knew that he had the pace advantage over Lewis West. He didn't want to start any battling too early and knew, look, whenever I want, I can make this move. And he waited until there were just a few minutes left so that Rory Hinckley wasn't close enough to potentially gain a position over him. So really, really impressive driving as our cadets make their way out on to the circuit. And we will be getting our pre-A final underway shortly. Margeris Kavekis, what a lap in qualifying. The best qualifying lap we've seen all weekend. Question is, can he find that pace consistently?
Well, he's certainly looking good for him. Watch out as well for Carter Inskip Clarkson, Jacob Underhill as well. James Vaught as well. Plenty of quick drivers in this field for the pre-A final in the cadet class. I'm just watching now as the formation lap is underway. The cadet cars have had a little bit of a break, so we're going to get the cars back up to temperature behind the pace car as much as possible. Pace car runs, of course, just a little bit slower for the cadets, just to make sure that they are definitely safe and ready to go racing. They are doing it the right way, though. The people with all those camper vans at the back, that is the way to go for a weekend's racing.
Absolutely so. So, Margeris Kavekis and Ben Hunt on the front row of the grid. Ben Hunt in the blue suit, white helmet. Kavekis, blue suit and the multicolored helmet. And we are racing for our first pre-A final of the day. It's a good start for Kavekis, who leads the field through oblivion. And is that a good run for Carter Inskip Clarkson? It's the number 20 of Jacob Underhill, who's now trying to go up the inside into Christmas corner as Ben Hunt tries to attack on Kavekis. It's a clean start for most. Aidan Hammond, I believe, is up into P6, so a decent start for young Aidan as the field head downs into Ashby Corner without any casualties, but it is still Kavekis who leads from Hunt and Underhill.
Yeah, good clean getaway
Oh, someone has gone completely wide.
Someone's had a bit of a big off here. Not quite sure who that was. It is number 15 of Mark Geris-Kvekis still leading this race. Certainly under pressure as they head through the boot. It's effectively a 6-kart battle for this lead at this point in time because they are very close together indeed.
Make sure you keep your eyes for Jack Beasley. He's all the way down in P12. He won both of the heats for the first round of this championship. But right now it is Kvekis who is trying to stretch out his lead. A very good run from the 53 of Ben Hunt as we head up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Ben Hunt's going to go up the inside of Kvekis and he's going to make the move stick. Ben Hunt takes the lead of the Pre-A final.
Track limit warming coming in for Jack Beasley there. Doesn't want to collect too many of them.
As Aidan Hammond having a look up the inside of Ashby. He's going to tuck in behind the 20 of Jacob Underhill up into P4 now, but Margiris Kvekis is not going to let this move slide without a fight, sticking onto the back of Ben Hunt and making his presence known.
Yeah, Ben Hunt, an impeccable job there. Now leading this race as we head back through the boot. We'll start next lap in the league.
Great move by Aidan Hammond. Sends it up the inside of Jacob Underhill, who was trying to look for a switchback. And on the pair of them, James Vout gains 2 positions for nothing. So James Vout, the complete opportunist. Aidan Hammond now on the outside of the crook as we head into oblivion. Aidan Hammond will have the inside for turn 2. And we head up the hill towards Christmas Corners. Aidan Hammond, who is ahead of Jacob Underhill. Going defensive is Aidan Hammond very smartly, as that is a move at the front as well. Margiris Kvekis back ahead of Ben Hunt.
Yeah, great little kind of switch back there before they headed into the corner. It's now Kvekis leading this race.
So Kvekis ahead of Ben Hunt, a little bit wide goes the 25, I believe, of James Vout, who was running in P7 until not long ago. Our cadet pre-A finals are being feisty as expected, but Aidan Hammond has been fighting his way through the field. Can he close in to the leading 2? He has Carter Inslip Clarkson directly behind him. Our fastest lap of the race so far, Wyatt McAllister, a 57.2.
Side by side then, the number 16 car with the attack. Oh dear, that is very wide indeed through the final corner there. Luckily, didn't make contact with the wall. Margiris Kvekis setting the new fastest lap of this race at 57.1, able to break away a little bit from the pack of carts behind. Jacob Kent not having an ideal race here, gets a contact warning, as do a couple of other drivers on that previous lap. Of course, very difficult for these drivers to see that without the digiflag at this point in time. Is it back actually? We'll have to check if it's back. No, it's not. It's not back for this race, is it?
Well, still Kvekis leading from Hunt. The gap was half a second at the start of the lap. It has dropped down to just a couple of tenths in Aidan Hammond, and his gaggle of karts, his compatriots have been closing in. Penalty for Aidan Hammond.
What a shame. So he's going to have to work a little bit harder if he wants to try and fight for a... Of course, he doesn't need to try and fight for a spot into the next division of the finals.
Z final.
Yeah, the Z final. But the juniors, maybe they'll put him up to the juniors. But a penalty not ideal regardless. James Vout, new fastest lap of this race. The first man into the mid, or to the low to mid one, into the 56s. Sorry, I'll try that again. 56.5 competitive time there, especially considering he's in the midst of battle. He's in the midst of battle.
Oh, Aidan Hammond, what a move. Super late on the brakes, up the inside of Ben Hunt. There was rubbing, but I think that was Fairs to abreast through Inkermans down the hill towards Ashby. Still Kvekis leads, but Aidan Hammond is up into second position. This has been a really good drive from Hammond, who now just has to hunt down Kvekis, who's about half a second up the road.
Great move from Carter Inskip Clarkson, getting ahead of James Vout. James Vout now very much focused on the cart behind, looking over his shoulder as we headed through Christmas Boxing Day, and now towards the end of Sector 2.
Kvekis from Hunt, from Hammond, then comes Vout and Inslip Clarkson. Remember, James Vout, very, very fast. We think back to the first round of the championship. James Vout had not the best of opening races, finished 18th in the pre-A final, finished 5th in the A final, gained 13 positions. Very quick, and here is Inslip Clarkson trying to go around the outside of Vout. That's going to put him under pressure from Batuev, and this is the issue. You try to overtake someone in front of you, it opens the door for yourself being overtaken as Kvekis goes defensive. Aidan Hammond looks for the switchback out of Ashby Corner, has to tuck in behind. Kvekis is looking over his left shoulder, looking over his right shoulder, trying to see where Aidan Hammond is.
Practically like an owl trying to turn its neck through its entire rotation there to see what was going on behind. But yeah, as you say, these pack battles that we've been getting so used to this weekend do come with their risks, but they are great fun to watch. I reckon we should rename Christmas and Boxing Day to like the festivities or something.
Yes.
Like so we know what's happening here. As up the number 28 of Luka Batuev goes very wide there, actually. That was close. Was that James Vout? That was James Vout. It was James Vout going wide, battling with Luka Batuev. Not sure what happened there, but he was very lucky. Only really skimmed the wall, able to carry on.
This is why you don't go side by side into the final corners. Aiden Hammond's trying to go the long way around. Kavekis has the inside into the festivities. Outside now for Inkermans, and Aiden Hammond is going to be coming under pressure from Ben Hunt. They're almost 3 wide into Ashby's. Who's going to come out on top? Aiden Hammond is the widest of all 3, but it is still Kavekis leading from Aiden Hammond, and Carter in slip. Clarkson is up into 3rd ahead of Ben Hunt, and here comes Aiden Hammond now going up the inside into Ozias. He's finally done it. He's finally passed Kavekis, and they're side by side on the straight. In slip, Clarkson is on the outside, or pardon me, on the inside of the duo, and spun around is Kavekis. He's pointing his finger, and he's facing the wrong way. Oh, dearie me, Kavekis.
You have to feel for him there. Has done such an impressive job of leading this race for so long. We're going to get a replay of that very unfortunate incident for Kavekis here. Just heading into the first part.
Oh.
The boot now. Him and James Vout.
Was Vout far enough up the inside? Should Kavekis have seen him, or leave it for the stewards?
Yeah, we'll leave that one for the stewards. What a shame, though, because I was about to say, Kavekis doesn't have to worry too much. Hammond, of course, has that penalty to serve.
Yep.
So all of this now means Carter, Inskip, Clarkson leading this race.
Yes, very true. And depending on what the penalty was for Aiden Hammond, if it was a bump in pass, it might mean that Ben Hunt is on for a 2nd place. None of the drivers know that Aiden Hammond has a penalty. Hammond now going defensive. Inskip Clarkson.
Penalty for James Vout as well.
So the stewards have deemed that James Vout was at fault for the incident with Margiris Kavekis.
And let's not forget, Vout got quite considerably slowed down by that incident as well.
Is that Inskip Clarkson ahead of Aiden Hammond? It is indeed. So a change for the lead once again in our cadet super lightweight pre-A final. Aiden Hammond, though, surely he's going to fight back.
He will. This bodes well for Ben Hunt as it stands. Of course, none of these drivers are aware of any of this. James Vout, as we said, a drop-in pack and a penalty to boot as well. What a shame. His race coming to a bit of a premature end. Likewise as well, Zyla, oh no, did we catch what happened with him? He seems to have dropped back based on how he was doing earlier on in this race. Only 2 minutes to go now.
Well, remember, Zion started at the very back. He qualified through the pre-B final.
I'm getting races mixed up now. There's been so many.
There's been so much battling out on circuit, and Ben Hunt has closed in onto our leading to Aiden Hammond, darts over to the inside and up the inside of Inskip Clarkson. He goes into the boot. Inskip Clarkson, though, is going to look for the switchback, and we'll have to tuck in right behind Aiden Hammond as we start a new lap. 2.5 minutes to go, which is about 3 laps remaining. I saw a warning, a track limits penalty or something, a warning being given to one of the drivers. Who the marshal was pointing to, I don't know. Hammond's going to have to go defensive, and Inskip Clarkson is looking to the outside on the run-up to Christmas. James Malcolm trying to get involved, goes round the outside, gives himself the inside for Boxing Day, has contact with Ben Hunt, who now drops down a couple of positions, but it is James Malcolm up into P3, and let's not forget that's P2 potentially, depending on the penalty that Aiden Hammond has coming his way, as the number 10 of Rory Hamilton goes up the inside of Ben Hunt as well. So Ben Hunt goes from challenging from 2nd all the way down into P5.
Fastest man on track at the moment is Oliver Yangzhou with a 56.5 in that mid-pack battle, only about 1.5 seconds behind the race leader. In fact, you have to drop down to P10 to find out on who's outside of 2 seconds of this leader. We have a big pack now forming up behind the battling Aiden Hammond and Carter Inskip Clarkson.
Nose to tail, and it seems like whenever these two stop battling for a second, they pull a few kart lengths to the field behind. Then they start battling, everyone catches up once again, as here goes Rory Hamilton. Oh no!
Big spin!
Too late on the brakes, locks up the rear, and it forces Ben Hunt to go wide. It also forces Luka Batuev to go corner hopping on the exit of Christmas Corner. Let's have a look at that one again.
So here he is, he's looking up the inside, very late on the brakes, ends up colliding, clipping the back end of that cart in front, and that is just going to send the cart flying. Someone else, as you mentioned, does have a little bit of kart cross, is able to rejoin in a quicker manner than Rory Hamilton was able to, and that is a very unfortunate It's just too late on the brakes, really, as we're looking now at Aidan Hammond and Carter Inskip Clarkson heading around that last corner. Also looking at the battle going on between, is that Oliver Yanzhou?
Possibly.
Yes, it is. Up into P5. He's had a great lap. He's really benefited from the issues that Rory Hamilton had.
Here we go, final lap of the race. Inskip Clarkson trying to fight, looking for the outside. Look at James Malcolm behind the pair of them. He wants a piece of the action as we make our way through Boxing Day and increments down towards Ashby Corner. Still a Hammond leading. Inskip Clarkson looks to the outside of Malcolm, just waiting for the pieces to fall his way. Now into Parker's, the double left-hander. Parker leading into Ozias. This is a prime overtaking opportunity. But Inskip Clarkson will sit behind. Does he know that Aidan Hammond has a penalty? Hammond is going to go defensive on the run towards the boot. Can James Malcolm send one up the inside of Inskip Clarkson? Not here, he can't, and Aidan Hammond just has one corner to navigate. On the road, he'll take the win, but he does have a penalty. So Aidan Hammond provisionally takes the win, but it is Inskip Clarkson who will be taking the championship points, with James Malcolm in third, ahead of Max Lovell and Oliver Yanzhou.
So penalties changing the order at the end there. It was still very important for Karting Inskip Clarkson to push as hard as he could, because he could not afford to lose those positions to James Malcolm and Max Lovell in all of that battling. But we had a very close mid-pack battle actually going on there as well, for P6 down to kind of like P8, P9 maybe. But yes, a very exciting end to the race there. Unfortunate for some that Cadet Pre-A final, but we move on in just a few moments time now to the Junior Pre-A final, and then our final straight after that. So we wait for our Junior Pre-A final grid, which is coming up in just a moment. Looking on over the circuit that we are currently racing on here. Should be Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd on the first row. Row 2 is Mikey Brysondon and Jack Redfern. Row 3 is Brody Skinner and Frederick Navarro. He had a very impressive run in qualifying. Then row 4 we have Ben Yanzhou and Tom Sands. Row 5 is Benjamin Hamilton and Nathan James Boyle. Row 6, Max Kilby and Zachary Watson. Moving on to the 7th row then, it's George Palmer Mosby and Bobby McGeer. Row 8, Jamie Tyler Gooden and Adam Sims. Row 9, Max Sheldon Hayward and Noah Checkley. Moving on to row 10, it's Jack Hayno and Benjamin Aaron Draper. And then row 11 is Ethan Pritchard and Jensen Blakesley rounding out the field.
Well, we saw an absolutely incredible Cadet A final, or Pre-A final. Let's see what our Junior Pre-A final would look like. Sam Cole in the number 5 kart with that beautiful multicoloured helmet. Ryan Shepherd alongside him in the blue suit with the white helmet. These two were nose to tail all throughout qualifying, and we are ready to get underway then for our super lightweight Pre-A final. Good start for Sam Cole, who leads the field through the Crook and Oblivion. Ryan Shepherd holds on to P2 ahead of Mikey Brysondon as we make our way up the hill towards Christmas Corner for the first time. Oh, it's a furious contact. And loads of carts, 3 carts going wide. They're going to drop to the very back of the field.
They've dropped to the very back, but look at the lawn mowing they're doing. That is beautiful work. As we see, still about 6 wide heading into some of these corners there. It is elbows out in this Junior Pre-A final so far.
And that is Ryan Shepherd, who has been dropped by Sam Cole. A few car lengths between Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd. Sam Cole leading the championship, having won both of the races, both the Pre-A final and the A final for round 1 of the championship. Mikey Brysondon having a look over his shoulder. We'll see Jack Redfern closing on in, and then Brody Skinner just behind the leading 4.
First contact warnings then. Protagonists from the Pre-B final, Lewis West, involved in a little skirmish at the start of this race. As we see Sam Cole, the back end just about skipping out as we have a look at the number 54 and 38 up the inside. Adam Sims tries to move, it doesn't work, so it has to wait later on.
So I believe our victims of the grass karting on the exit of Christmas Corner was Benjamin Hamilton, Brody Skinner and Ben Yango. Sorry, Frederick Navarro, Brody Skinner and Ben Yango. So they have dropped down the order. Frederick Navarro, the highest of those 3 in P20 as he tries to carve his way back through the field. A couple of drivers side by side on the exit of Oziers. It's the 54 of Adam Sims trying to go up the inside of the 38 of Tom Sand, side by side. Then through the boot they go. And very good drive from Adam Sims to get ahead into the final corner.
Yeah, the switchback works nicely. In fact, I believe Tom Sands had some contact with, was that Max Sheldon Haywood potentially, or Noah Checkley? Either way, that made him go a little bit wide heading through that last corner there. There we see Sam Cole very much under pressure now heading through Christmas Boxing Day.
Ryan Shepherd getting a good run, had a think about going up the inside of Christmas. Sam Cole, very brave, just says, okay, you can put your nose up there. I'm just going to leave you a bit of space and carry the speed round the outside. It's a very fast corner as Christmas. It looks like a hairpin, but you can carry so much speed through the corner. And then Mikey Brisenden and Jack Redfern in P3 and P4. Zachary Watson a little bit further behind. Max Kilby picks up the first penalty of our pre-A final.
He does indeed, currently running in P9 and will drop from that. Max Shepherd, currently fastest car on track, but very close in terms of pace to Sam Cole. These two enjoying their battle at the moment. Losing out just a little bit on that last lap. But George Palmer Mobsey with that 53.4. Very competitive lap indeed.
Brisenden just tucking his head down a bit as he tries to push. And I think Jack Redfern is probably going to work with Brisenden here to try to close in onto Shepherd and Cole. The issue, though, is Shepherd and Cole are not fighting between themselves. 53.4 for Palmer Mobsby, a very quick lap time. And Redfern has to be careful because if they don't really get their heads down and climb up the field, Zachary Watson is going to be closing in.
Following along then with the number... Oh, actually, contact warning for Jason Blakesley there. Where is he? Not sure, but we're on board with the number 14 of Mikey Brisenden once again heading around that last corner. Still a battle ranging on between Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd. Looks like Sam Cole just about to pull out sometime, so we're looking here at the number 14, the number 15. They're in succession as well in terms of their position on the grid. Jack Redfern having a look up the inside. Will he go late on the brakes? Yes, he will. Fantastic move from Jack Redfern there. Has he compromised his run through the next couple of corners? So let's find out as Mikey Brisenden. Does he have a look at the inside? No, I don't think he can just yet.
Jack Redfern then up into P3. He has clean air in front of him. Can he close in onto Ryan Shepherd, who is now half a second behind Sam Cole? Let's not forget Zachary Watson closing onto this three-way battle for P3 that is now being led by Jack Redfern as we head on to the back straight. And Zachary Watson has got a good run, tries to go up the inside of the boot. And brave stuff from Brisenden, just carries the speed around the outside of Zachary Watson to hold on to P4.
This battling going on behind him is allowing Jack Redfern just to ever so slightly break away. Will he? No, it won't. In fact, he had a great run, did Mikey Brisenden through that final corner and has caught right back up now. A contact warning for Declan Luff there coming in. Ryan Shepherd, meanwhile, second the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 53.3. But all of the action is going on for P3 here.
And while these two battle, this essentially means Jack Redfern and Brisenden, there is no working together. Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd have those top two spots. It's all about this battle for P3, and now George Palmer Mobsby and Bobby McGeer have closed in as well.
This battle for P3 now involving 5 karts. In fact, this is going to be a very exciting battle for that last spot on the podium here. But Sam Cole, Ryan Shepherd, it looked to be that a gap had completely vanished. Sam Cole maybe losing out a little bit of pace on this lap, has been able to get caught by Ryan Shepherd once again, following now the number 14 being followed very closely indeed by Zachary Watson, potentially being bump drafted just a little bit as we start the next lap. That is a trade if ever I've seen one.
Should we just pretend Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd aren't here and this is the battle for the lead?
It's just as exciting as if it was. They're having a look in the background. Bobby McGeer potentially seeing, will that outside line be a little bit better while all these 4 in front are squabbling? Because I have a feeling it's going to be one of those drivers at the back of this kind of battle going on here that could find themselves in a very good position in just a couple of laps.
Zachary Watson's just dropped to 2 positions. It was a very nice drive from Palmer Mobsby to get ahead, and then it was Bobby McGeer who sent one up the inside. He's still on the inside heading into Oziers and gets the position as well.
Here we are now, heading back towards the boot. It is Jack Redfern still leading this battle for P3. No penalties to speak of between these 5. Hopefully it happened, just commentators cursed it. Now as we head round that final corner, everyone negotiating it well here as we head into the first corner on the new lap here. Contact warning for Benjamin Hamilton.
Palmer Mobsby right on the back of Bryzenden, who is making Jack Redfern goes defensive, then goes to the outside, and is going to try to hang it around the outside of Christmas. Corner has the inside for Boxing Day.
There was
Squeezes
contact.
Redfern onto the grass. Oh, there's a big spins.
Off.
Big spins on. That's Ethan Pritchard is one of those drivers, and I think the 38 of Tom Sands is involved in that as well.
Yes, he just needs to get his car facing the right direction and can set off again. Those other three is going to be an absolute nightmare to recover. They are embedded in that grass effectively by now.
That looks to me like 2-3 abreast through Oblivion. One drive just carries too much speed, puts the wheel on the grass.
We're getting a full course yellow any moment now. In fact, we might be under those conditions on the track, because that is going to be a fairly hefty recovery job involving a lot of marshals. And there we have, yes, yellows flashing above the circuit there. So we are under pretty much full course yellows, I believe.
Yes. Jack Redfern lost a lot as well. He thought, oh, I've given room to Mikey Bryzenden. He'll give me room. No, you cannot trust the driver on your inside to give you room on the exit of Boxing Day. They will always squeeze you. And Jack Redfern learned the hard way. He's dropped down to P6. Sam Cole, Ryan Shepherd at the front. And then it is, again, this still, 5-6 car battle from Mikey Bryzenden in third all the way down to Noah Checkley in ninth.
And by the looks of things, unfortunately for some drivers with 3 minutes to go on the clock, it's only a full course yellow, not a red. The time is still ticking. This could be race retirement for some. It's Benjamin Hamilton, Adam Sims, Frederick Navarro, Lewis West, not having a great race either, though has actually picked up some positions as a result of the misfortunes of a few others here. Tom Sands, the big person to lose out here, lost 10 positions as it stands.
And Adam Sims was involved in that incident. I think he's been able to come around the circuit, so he's been able to close in to or pass those 5 struck carts. Won't be able to close into the rest of the field ahead, as it is full course yellow. I'm just trying to see, is Mikey Bryzenden closing in? Yes, they've gained 2 seconds of Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd. I wouldn't be too surprised, as there is a penalty for Zachary Watson. That's going to be for the incident with Jack Redfern, I think, potentially.
Very possibly, yes.
Not 100%
red flagged. We've red flagged the race. We've decided that this is it for this race, I suspect, with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I don't think they'll resume the race with this little time remaining. So I think we're probably going to be heading to our cadet finals after this. If these are your provisional, if these are the final results, Sam Cole will take the win ahead of Ryan Shepherd and Mikey Bryzenden. Bobby McGeer, George Palmer, Mobsby will be completing that top 5.
Yeah, great battle though between Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd.
Oh, yeah.
Shame that it came to a premature end. We do in fact have the ambulance out on track just as a precautionary measure. There's some sheeps.
Dinner.
Oh God.
Can you tell that I haven't had lunch?
That and the fact that we were woken up at about 6 this morning in our hotel room by the sounds of the world's weirdest sounding sheep just across from the car park.
You woke up. I didn't wake up. I slept through it.
How did you hear it then?
So after I woke up and you were still asleep, this is like 8:30. There was just like 2 or 3 sheep outside making some of the weirdest sounds ever, and I thought that had woken you up.
No, I can't remember how I woke up, to be honest, but it wasn't to the sound of a sheep that sounded... A sheep? Am I saying that?
A sheep?
An sheep.
A sheep.
As we see the driver there just walking into the ambulance, which is always nice to see. But yeah, this sheep sounded like it was just some random guy just saying the word "bah." It was quite amusing.
It wasn't just some random guy trying to say the word "bah."
It was a sheep.
It was a guy trying to say "bah" badly.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was...
I think you'll see a guy wearing a sheep costume.
Very possibly.
However, with this race red flagged, we are going to be heading on into our
proper finals.
Starting off with our Cadet C final.
Well, that concludes sheep talk as we move on to the grid for the Cadet Super Lightweight C final. It's Max Wainwright, Lega Dimitro on row 1, Jake Matthews and Luke Charrington row 2. Row 3 is Platan Sultan and Toby Broughton. Moving on to row 4, it's William Horton and Ethan Junior Hall. We move on to row 5, it is Louis Lovell and Joshua Lewis. Row 6, Freddie Powell and Joseph Starkey. Moving on to row 7 then, it's Ethan Biddle and Tristan Whiteside. Row 8 is Tom Grulor and Harry Kinkham. And then moving on to row 9, it's Juan Armendariz Bocanegra and then Soren Chambers. Moving on to row 10, it's Smardeep Diwali and then Stanley Stafford, rounding out the field for the Cadet Group C final.
Last chance for our C finalists. Again, same rules as before. Top 2 will advance to the Cadet B final. Still though, we are recovering a few of the karts out on circuit. So once they are back into pit lane, we will be sending out our cadets then for the first final of the day.
Hopes then for the finals going into them, because it is obviously they do matter just a little bit more. Obviously, those being the finals. What are you hoping for?
Racing.
Yeah, I was going to say I am hoping that we get 6 full-length exciting races, because on a couple of occasions now, obviously for safety reasons and for scheduling reasons, we've had to cut some races short, and they were containing some fantastic battles up until then. I'm sure the likes of Sam Cole, Ryan Shepherd, still probably quite pleased with how that race ended in the end, because they came out with fairly good positions. But let's see what these cadets can do now in our proper finals. See, as you say, some of the karts just still being recovered at this point in time, making way for the cadets to come out in just a second. I think that is a twin-engine pace kart that I hear.
Yeah, I think the pace kart is one of those twin-engine pro karts. A couple of Honda engines stuck on the rear.
Just so it's got the pushing power to move any karts that it needs to.
Yeah, it does a good job. I mean, those are the old pusher karts that had to start up the TKMs when they were stricken out on circuit, I believe.
Of course, yes. It's not always a given that a go-kart is going to have a nice, convenient start button sat there ready to go.
So for those people who are slightly newer to Club 100 and they're like, what's a TKM? So TKM are like Rotaxes, but they don't have a clutch, or they didn't have a clutch. So that means that if you stopped in a TKM, you couldn't get going again. The engine would turn off. So you'd have to jump start it, much like you would in a car. If you have to push it and then jump in and put it in gear.
Oh, I've never had to do that. Mine's pure reliability.
I've done that with mine a few times. The batteries has gone dead.
That's mine. I did that just last night.
Did you?
Yes.
Did you leave your lights on?
No, it just decided to have no battery. And then on the off chance that he's watching, one of the very friendly Club 100 crew had a nice Blue Focus ST that also needed a bit of a bump start, actually.
Okay. You pushed each other along.
Well, actually, mine didn't need a push by then. Mine waited to help rescue someone else and then decided to brake.
Oh, so you jump-started someone else's car?
Yes.
Someone else's car?
Yeah.
And then when you went to restart your own car?
Yes. Yes.
That is irony at its finest, isn't it?
Yeah, I've actually currently left it sat outside the Alpha Live HQ with the battery disconnected. If anyone wants to go and steal a red Alfa Romeo, it's just sat in the car park unlocked at the moment because it's got no battery connected. So that was done to make sure that the battery doesn't drain. But glad to say these go-karts are a lot more reliable than these cars here. So we're waiting for the drivers to jump in and get going. Parents in the pit lane once again. It's probably a bit of a theme now.
We've got some support in the chat for a few of our drivers coming through, although I don't know if that is support for our cadets or for our juniors that just went out. We can see the cadets on the grid with their nice... do we call them umbrellas or parasols?
Umbrellas.
Umbrellas.
They're umbrellas.
Yeah.
Parasols, garden furniture. And if you're hauling one of them about to get it on to the grid, it's like a wet race in F1. That is a very impressive effort from the parents there to bring a whole kind of... I'm expecting to see like the ice chillers and the the battery packs that get the hybrid unit started. If we start seeing them coming out in the Club 100 Cadets, that'll be very impressive.
We spot Dante Dillon there, tester for the junior and cadet karts, and very, very, very quick driver in Club 100. I believe he's actually leading the Club 100 Sprints Championship right now. Is Dante. He might have to do a little bit of kart testing. I don't know, I just always call them parasols because I just think umbrellas rain. There needs to be another word if you're using it for something else. But obviously there doesn't have to be. I'm just weird.
As we see now, I think the parents and supporters are being asked to vacate the pit lane, as all of the umbrellas, as I'm deciding to call them, decide to as they are being folded away. These cadets can get on track in just a moment's time.
I think the cadet pre-C final was very good. Sadly, we have 2 less cadets in the C final because 2 of them moved up to the pre-B final.
Yes, of course.
But that does mean opportunity for 2 more drivers to advance to the B final.
Currently 28 degrees here at Whilton Mill. It is an absolute scorcher.
Oh, you've given me an idea.
Oh God.
When I get home, I think I'm going to have an ice cream.
Don't say words like that when
Why?
we're hours away from being able to have one.
It's not that far away.
Well,
Okay,
it
I'll
isn't
tell
for
you what,
you.
okay,
I've got to get back to Liverpool after this. That is a floating go-kart. Oh, wait, no, there's the trolley underneath it.
How far is it to Liverpool from here?
It's about a 2.5-hour drive.
It's 2 hours 15 for me to get home.
Fair enough. Okay, but still,
Okay,
don't make me think about-
different idea. Before we get home, we stop off at the Sainsbury's in Northampton or Tesco's, whatever.
That's the wrong way for me.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, there'll be one going the other way towards Daventry. Grab a tub of ice cream.
My car doesn't have any air conditioning. The second I have an ice cream, it's just going to be liquid.
It'll last long enough.
I'm not sure. You know, it gets very warm in there. That's why I brought like 4 bottle litres of water with me, just because I need that just for the 15-minute drive over to the track.
Maybe that should have been.
I'm not a pretty sight when I arrive after a journey in that car.
Maybe that should have been our questions for the paddock.
Has
show.
anyone got ice cream?
Has anyone got ice cream? What do you like to have on a hot day? It's like ice cream.
Tell
or
us in the
lollipops?
comments.
Yes, ice cream or lollipops. What else can you have? Shaved ice, I know, is a thing in some other countries. We don't really have it that much here. Frozen yogurt if you're in America.
Yeah,
Fruit,
very possible.
watermelon. Watermelon's great in this weather, isn't it?
As that is the lovely sound of a whistle saying it is safe for some go-kart engines to start up. And we are going to potentially have another quick look at the grid for the cadet lightweight C final, super lightweight C final here, or as they are all just heading out onto track now. But I can tell you it is Max Wainwright, Lega Dimitriou, Jake Matthews, Luke Charrington, Blayton Sultan, Toby Rawson. Not entirely sure if this is perfectly in order, but just a quick reminder of some of the names that we are seeing on the track now as they are heading out. A few carts still leaving the pit lane, but a few just negotiating the track, so I imagine we're going to have a couple of formation laps just to make sure that everyone is in order and ready to go.
So keep your eyes out, Ethan Hall. Very quick in the pre-C final, had an incident, dropped down the field, had to fight his way back up. Starting from P8, if he can get a clean start, he is one of my favourites to taking the win in this race. Also, Lega Dimitriou, very impressive as well in the pre-C final. I think finished second after starting maybe like 10th or something. But you know what? We might actually be ready to go racing this time around.
Yes, that was a very quick grid formation as it turned out to be. I thought that we were going to have to wait for another go around here. Let's see though, let's see what this pace kart does. We could be underway in just a few seconds, so won't that be a good sight? Yes, we will be.
Max Wainwright and Lega Dimitriou then on the front row of the grid. Wainwright in the white helmet, Dimitriou in the multicoloured Zappa helmet, and into turn 1 we go with Wainwright leading. Then up the hill we go into Christmas corners. Jake Matthews racing with my favourite number 73 up the hill into Christmas. But Lega Dimitriou was having a look up the inside into Christmas corner. And there they are, making their way through Inkermans and down into Ashby. And it is now Lega Dimitriou who is leading from Max Wainwright. At the very front of the field, Jake Matthews still sits in third ahead of Luke Charrington.
Just having a quick look at the potential for rain that was threatened. It was threatened at 3 PM, then it moved to 4 PM, and then it looks to be that it is going to be nice dry conditions for the rest of the running today, which to some drivers will be relief, to some disappointment by the sound of things, because these are a very comfortable field.
Wide from Max Wainwright, he's been overtaken now by Jake Matthews, and it's that Blayton Sultan who is trying to get into the mix. Blayton Sultan having a very good start, starting from P5 up into P4, and now right on the back of Wainwright as here comes Jake Matthews on Dimitriou.
Side by side then, it's Dimitri and Matthews. In fact, it's going to be 3 wide because Max Wainwright, out of seemingly nowhere, has a look up the inside.
What a move from Max Wainwright. I think he's had a bit of Red Bull because that car definitely had wings. And it's Wainwright back into the lead of the race.
Brilliant move. The strong show of force from Wainwright in the number 46 kart.
Down the hill they go then towards Ozier's. Wainwright back into the lead ahead of Clayton. Oh, sorry, I thought it was Clayton Sultan. It's the number 13, not the 33. Ahead of Ledger Demetrio and then Clayton Sultan in P3. A reminder to everyone, the top 2 advance into the B final.
And Wainwright certainly can't rest easy yet, as that is the 86 and 79 of Toby Broughton and Ethan Junior Hall battling it out there. And it is going to be Toby Broughton who wins out this time around, starting the next lap now, as Wainwright tries to build up a bit of a gap. But as you can see, side by side, it's Demetrio, Wainwright, and potentially Sultan as well. As we get through the next corner, Sultan backs out of it, though, and this could bode well for Wainwright.
Well, Sultan's got up the inside of Demetrio, gained a position. He saw what Wainwright did last lap and said, hey, I'll have a crack at doing that. It's that Demetrio. It is Demetrio who is leading. Sultan up to second, so Wainwright this time has gone from third. Oh, pardon me, has gone from first down into third as Clayton Sultan's car bouncing over the curb as he goes a little bit off circuit on the approach into Ozzy as your top 3. Then nose to tail as we have a spinner on the exit of Ashby corner. You can see the plume of dirt being kicked up into the air.
Demetrio then did one under pressure to start this next lap, as we now have a massive train forming up for the lead of this race. Luke Charrington in that train, fastest lap of the race so far at 58.2. As we see a little bit wide there, Sultan has to be very careful, doesn't want to repeat that too much, but has the inside on Demetrio this time around and takes the race lead.
Clayton Sultan now leading the race for the first time ahead of Demetrio, with Max Wainwright in third position, and then you have Jake Matthews and Luke Charrington nose to tail, really super close. So there is Clayton Sultan still leading the way with the number 3 on his helmet. Do you reckon he's a Max Verstappen fan?
Not quite sure if the paddock walk yesterday was anything to go by. I think us Verstappen fans might be a little bit few and far between on the British karting circuit.
Compromised a bit is Demetrio. He tried to go up the inside of Clayton Sultan through the double right-hander. That has allowed the 46 Max Wainwright to overtake him. And the
Matthews
73
is in there
of
as well.
Matthews follows through.
That was a great opportunistic overtake by Matthews. Saw that gap just about open up for him. Saw the slightly slower car up in front, decided, you know what, it's time for me to have a spot on the podium. A great, sensible start to this race so far. Only just had our first track limit warning and we're a few minutes in. This is very impressive from the cadets here. Well done, all involved. Some great racing going on.
And that's Hall going up the inside in the 86 car. So another position gain for Ethan Hall up into P6. Can he make his way into the top 2? Next up for him is, actually maybe he was just fighting off Toby Broughton. Either way, I think it's William Horton up ahead.
Sultan now starting to build a slightly more comfortable gap as he was as he started the next lap. Fortunately for him, his fortunes completely turned around once again. It's Max Wainwright leading this race, Jake Matthews, and then Sultan following on behind. Apologies, not leading this race anymore, my bad.
So over the line we go. Luke Charrington has dropped a few positions. He's down into P7, Ethan Hall up to 6, William Horton up into P5. It is Jake Matthews with the new fast lap of the race at 57.7. Every time I see the 46 car of Max Wainwright, because it's the number 46 and it's a black suit with orange flashings, I just think, oh, Fraser Brunton.
Okay, see, I see the number 46 and see a vibrant suit, and I just think Valentino Rossi.
Ah, yes. But it's not a vibrant suit, it's
a bit of flash of orange.
A bit of orange.
Not quite as bright as Rossi's, perhaps, but
True.
you know, not. Fastest lap of this race then, a 57.7. Jake Matthews pushing, of course, to try and grab hold of that top spot.
Max Wainwright, though, has been able to close in onto Clayton Sultan, who did have, well, a 7/10 gap at the start of this lap, and it's dropped down to barely a tenth as they are going to come over the line. Max Wainwright with his new personal best off the race of 57.7.
And perhaps unsurprisingly, William Horton, all the battling going on in front of him, has been able to catch up, sets the fastest lap of the race, and is now poised and fancies his chances at a podium or leading this race.
Jake Matthews on the outside. That's going to give an opportunity for Dimitri to go up the inside into Christmas. Has the outside for Boxing Day, and now the inside for Inkermans. The Jake Matthews wanted to challenge Max Wainwright, ends up losing a position. Make that 2 as William Horton stuffs one up the inside.
There is Matthews making sure he defends his position, gets back ahead of the cart behind before we head now down towards the boot once again.
Here is Sultan going defensive once more, just making sure.
Very defensive.
Ensuring that Max Wainwright cannot go up the inside. Is that a good run though for Jake, oh pardon me, not Jake Matthews, Ledger Dimitri, who's up the inside into the final corner.
A little bit wide there.
Still side by side as they make their way into the crook. Dimitri on the outside, that'll give him the inside into oblivion. But keep your eyes on Jake Matthews behind the pair of them, because he might get the best run of all 3. And just behind him is the 66, as here comes Wainwright back up the inside of Dimitri. These two fighting for second is allowing Clayton Salter to once again stretch out his gap at the very front of the field, which is now probably over a second.
Yes, great progress from Salter, really able to benefit from this exhilarating battle going on for that second position. 3 minutes ago in this race then, has been good, clean racing so far, thoroughly enjoyable to watch as we see it is. Wainwright putting the pressure on Demetrio as we head back into the boot. In fact, Wainwright.
Jake Matthews going for the move up the inside of Wainwright. Bit late, and well, that might
I don't know if it was a bit late, or Wainwright seems to go a little bit wide or lost out somewhat heading into the boot, as we have been, a warning has been served to, I presume that was Demetrio's warning there.
Through oblivion we go, and it's a decent run for Wainwright. Again, he's going to look to the inside of Jake Matthews. Again, can't go late enough on the brakes, and now he's coming under pressure from William Horton in the 66 car. Right behind him is Ethan Hall, who is running in P6. Luke Charrington and Toby Broughton closing in as well, as your top 7 all starting to bunch up. Down through Ozzy as we go once more. Demetriou has closed in onto Clayton Salton really quickly. He wants this race win. Can he send one up the inside of Salton? He has a bit of time. No, he runs wide. He puts a wheel onto the grass, and that's going to cost him all of the time he just gained.
Wainwright had a fantastic run through the boot this time round. Has the advantage heading onto that start-finish straight, but I fear for his sake that Matthews is going to have a great defence heading into this first corner.
It wasn't a quick lap for Clayton Salton. That's why Demetriou was able to close in, but Demetriou probably lost 3 to 4 tenths from that mistake. Can he close in once again onto Clayton Salton? The 33 versus the 13. That's a little bit wide as Jake Matthews through Christmas corner. That's going to allow Max Wainwright to close in once again. And there goes Salton, and there goes Demetriou. Jake Matthews past the back marker, which I believe is Soren Chambers.
Yeah, and there is a blue flag there, of course, saying that he has a little bit of time to think about before he needs to move out. Or no, in fact, he was just being informed that there are some quicker carts behind.
Our battle for the lead about to get underway again, and again that rear end. Demetriou carrying so much speed into the double right-hander, doesn't want to lift, and either understeers wide or just has a bit of a moment with the rear end. Jake Matthews all over the back of Demetriou. And if these two battle again, that's going to allow Clayton Salton to pull away. And right now, I think both Demetriou, Matthews and Wainwright are all quicker than Salton, but the fact that they're all battling is just allowing Salton to extend the gap, and he's doing a good job of just being able to keep it consistent at the very front of the field. But Demetriou is poised and is looking like he's about to strike.
Salton managing this race very well. We have less than 1 minute to go on the clock already, as a little bit wide potentially. Salton just able to pit back onto the track quick enough, but there is now Demetriou right over the muffler of that go-kart. Not that they have too much of a silencer on them really, they're still quite noisy things. Heading through the boot now.
Bit of contact, Demetriou just tapping Salton's rear as we head through the final corner to start what will be the final lap of this race. Salton leads from Demetriou, Matthews, Wainwright, Horton, Hall and Charrington.
This is the lap that matters for Salton, and has he ran a little wide there? He has, but hasn't lost out too much from it. There is Demetriou having a look up the inside. Will he go late on the brakes? No, I don't think he will. Who was that looking up the inside there? That was Wainwright thinking about a move. Was never going to stick from that far back there, I don't think.
And that has meant that Jake Matthews has lost some time to the 13th karting. Dimitriou had a look up the inside of Sultan into Ashby. That's going to compromise him. He bangs his wheel in frustration. Got no one to blame other than yourself there. Wainwright looks for the switchback coming out of Parker's. Can he go up the inside into Ozier's on Jake Matthews? Oh, wide!
Big slide.
And Matthews as well has a big moment through Ozier's. Clayton Sultan pretty much has this race win in the bag. And is that the 66? It is indeed. William Horton goes up the inside of Wainwright, but it is going to be Clayton Sultan with 1 corner left to navigate as Clayton Sultan takes the race win. Dimitriou will take P2. William Horton takes P3 ahead of Ethan Junior Hall. Then comes Max Wainwright, Jake Matthews and Luke Cherrington. Toby Broughton, Tom Gruloy and Freddie Powell will be completing your top 10.
What a clean race. Well done to the cadets there. Just 3 warnings from start to finish. That is brilliant racing from everybody. Oh, commentator's curse. Sorry.
Oh dear.
Apologies. That's all bad.
That's,
I say, oh, my
that's
bad.
a very interesting spot.
I presume that would be coming out of the final corner.
Yes.
And drivers trying to make sure that they're not going wide, potentially having contact, moving over to the right, and then having that instantly.
Who is that? Because
Not
it said
sure,
that everyone's
to be honest.
crossed the line, so I think the timing line might be a bit earlier.
Possibly. Here are the results. It is Sultan with a fantastic win in the end. Dimitriou, Horton, Ethan Hall and Max Wainwright rounding out our top 5 here. Once again, a very odd end to the Racing for the Cadet Lightweight C final.
It's also going to mean that our Junior C final is slightly delayed as we wait for this kart to make its way around the circuit. But
I imagine it'll be a fairly easier recovery comparison to what we had for the previous race because they are so near to that pit.
But they've got to do the whole lap round, don't they?
True, but in comparison to the few minutes we had, I imagine that won't be a problem. So that is it for the Cadet C final. We'll join you in just a couple of moments for the Junior C final. But while we wait for that, we do have a small wait while we wait for that kart. In fact, there are the juniors firing up now. So I think we're going to cut over to the Junior Super Lightweight C final.
Here we go then, Junior Super Lightweight C final. Oliver Bamford Sr. on par with Max Nash alongside. Then comes John Wall and Jaden Gerard Shepherd. Alexander Campbell and Daniel Archibald make up row 3. Row 4 will be Jacob Equil and Imogen Owen. Row 5, Oliver Wilbur and Elliot Goddard with Taron McCamley lining up in P12. Sorry, I think I missed out Richard Winco in 9th. Taylor England will be in 13th with Emily Meredith in 14th. Then comes Elena Gabrielli and Henry Ryan on row 8. Jensen Davies and Daniel Hayday make up row 9. Row 10 is Rudy Gilmore Kelly and Wilfred Hobson. Bailey Roberts and Finn Chambers make up row 11. Kira Boylan and Thomas Wordley make up the next row with Henry Pomeranz Storr and Lionel Sinclair Ikoroha. Tyler Masters and Ewan Leonard on the next row as Oscar Wilson and Zane Eltaboshi make up the field.
And it is green lights and we are ready to go racing once again here at Whilton Mill. It's Max Nash versus Oliver Bamford Sr. Heading around the first couple of corners now.
And they'll make their way up towards Christmas corner. Will Max Nash still be leading when they come into view out of Inkerman?
He might be leading, but he has a penalty to serve already at the very start of this race. I imagine that's for some formation lap infringement, something like that. Either way, not an ideal way to start the race. Exactly what Oliver Bamford Sr. wants to hear, though.
That means Max Nash now has to finish this race in first if he wants to advance up to the B final. And he's got the gap to do it at the moment.
Yeah, he is building what will now be a security net that he very much needs in this race. Meanwhile, Oliver Bamford Sr., the one under pressure. In fact, is it? No, it's not. Apologies, it is a great start. We didn't quite catch that start, unfortunately, but just going to have a quick look at who is now, no, it is Oliver Bamford Senior, Jaden Gerard Shepherd, Daniel Archibald, John Wall, the top 5 at the start of this race. Who is that off there? We'll find out in just a second.
Spinner on the exit of the final corner, Rudy Gilmore Kelly, most likely. So you can see the gap that Max Nash has at the very front of the field, fighting on the exit of Christmas corner, just behind the 25 of Daniel Archibald, as John Wall has dropped behind, I believe, Imogen Owen. Watch out for Imogen Owen, very quick in the super lightweight pre-C final, and almost made it into the top 2.
Penalty then for Taylor England. Again, another early race penalty. As we have half a second gap now between Oliver Bamford Senior and Max Nash. That is very important for Max Nash's sake in this race, that he keeps that half a second gap. But Oliver is really fancying his chances right now because effective. He is net race leader. In fact, no, he is not. He's dropped back down. It's now Jaden Gerard Shepherd and Daniel Archibald in with a good shout here.
Max Nash has extended his gap to over a second, pulling nearly 4/10 over Jaden Gerard Shepherd on that lap, as that is a move up the inside from the 28, or sorry, the 29. So Imogen Owen taking the position from John Wall, and I think Oliver Wilbur might have followed Imogen Owen through.
Fastest lap of the race so far then goes to Tyrone McCamley. It's a 55 flat, as we see track limits warning as well for Jens Davis. We're on board at the moment then with the battle going on between the number 25 of Daniel Archibald and the 112 of John Wall. In fact, no, we're not. There is John Wall. We're on board with him now, but number 119 then of Oliver Wilbur briefly.
54.7, new fastest lap for Tyrone McCamley. Once again, it was briefly beaten, I believe, by, I want to say, Daniel Archibald with that 54.93. Daniel Archibald right on the back of Jaden Gerard Shepherd, the top 3 setting practically identical lap times and stretching a bit of a gap to Oliver Bamford Senior in P4. Through Parkers and down into Oziers, and you can see Max Nash still has that gap at just over a second. But he needs to stay consistent and keep on putting in those lap times as Daniel Archibald backs out of a potential move. And tucks in behind Jaden Gerard Shepherd through the boot. Imogen Owen in that very visible neon yellow suit. Neon yellow, is that term?
I think so, yeah.
Neon yellow suit closing in onto Oliver Bamford Senior and dragging Oliver Wilbur along with her.
You've just reminded me of the finals for, no, sorry, not the finals, it was one of the last few rounds. It was at a GYG for the BUGC this season, where I believe it was a Coventry driver who came out in this wetsuit that was so neon yellow, the cameras were genuinely struggling with their exposure. Like, the light was that vibrant, and it was all that we could talk about in the commentary box. It was just spectacular. It was just brilliant. I have no such wetsuit's going to be used today, though, because the weather looked glorious. 30 degrees! Would you believe it?
I swear, every time you bring up the weather, it's getting hotter and hotter.
Should I stop bringing it up, or should I continue to bring it up? I am the cause for climate change,
you know what?
Turns out.
Bring it up more.
Yeah.
Again, need the heat for those ice creams later on. New fast lap, Imogen Owen, 54.429, right on the back of Oliver Bamford Senior, and pretty much all of our top 10 lapping in the mid-54s right now.
Max Nash doing exactly as he needs to in this race, breaking away from the drivers just behind in order to ensure he is promoted up into the next final.
Potential move from Imogen Owen, tries to go up the inside of the 30. Late move from Imogen Owen, that's going to compromise Oliver Bamford Senior and actually allow Oliver Wilbur to try to go round the outside of Imogen Owen. Outside of Parkers, now on the outside into Oziers. We'll have to look for the switchback. That could have been one of the best moves I've ever seen at Whilton Mill, but sadly for Oliver Wilbur, he can't quite pull it off.
Contact warnings for Imogen Owen then, so Stuart's like he's getting a little bit too close for comfort. Perhaps still some great elbows out racing as the lead drivers start the next lap of this race.
It definitely was too late of a move from Imogen Owen as she went down into Ashby. She caught the rear end of Oliver Bamford Senior. Also now, that's Imogen Owen going for the move up the inside of Oliver Bamford Senior. Makes it work as well. So Imogen Owen gains the position. Now has to gain the 1 second or so to Daniel Archibald. further up the field. You can see that gap between Owen and Archibald as they make their way into Parker's, this left-hander. Lot of track to use on corner exit. And then into Ozier's, as that is Whilton, one of our drivers.
Yeah, not quite sure who, but luckily they were just about able to get on track, I think, as we're going to watch these carts come around now. It's going to be the race leaders we're going to see. Great shot of this, actually, as they head down onto that start-finish straight. Imogen Ono is the driver, I'd say, equally in terms of just with Max Nash, probably one of the drivers under the most pressure at this point in time to try and maintain that P4.
Absolutely so, as that is Taron McCamley going up the inside of Oliver Bamford Sr. into Christmas corner. Remember, Taron McCamley had the fastest lap for quite a while. That has recently been beaten by Jacob Equiel, who has put in a 54.2.
Flurry of white helmets approaching us there. It was just a huge pack of carts in the midfield here. Gaps very slim indeed.
Kira Boylan has had a good race up into P17. Remember, Kira had that incident in the pre-C final, so I think started the C final from right at the back of the field.
Did goes to show how it was a shame that that race didn't go her way, that previous final, because this one is going much better for her.
There goes Max Nash. The gap up now to 1.2 seconds. Taron McCamley, fastest driver on circuit. Actually, that's just been beaten by Jacob Equiel, 54.0. And maybe we'll see some 53s from our C finalists as move up the inside goes Jacob Equiel on Oliver Bamford Sr. Oliver Bamford Sr. was running in P4 down to P8, so it's been a torrid recent few laps for Oliver.
Max Nash, meanwhile, building up a nice gap to the carts behind, 1.2 seconds. It's still not insurmountable with 3 minutes to go in this race. Anything could happen yet. We've seen anything can happen. Just think back to the last few laps of the past couple of races, but this is exactly what he needs to do in order to ensure his promotion into the next final. As someone is having an off in the back right there, but we're focused on the battle now, heading through the boot. It is the
108
yeah, 108 of Elliot Goddard there. Exposure.
I think Imogen Owen has just been passed by Taron McCamley. So Taron McCamley up into P4, as that is a move as well by Daniel Archibald going up the inside of Jaden Gerard-Shepherd. McCamley defending from Imogen Owen through the hairpin of Christmas corner. Here come your leaders then down into Ashby, and indeed Taron McCamley is now ahead of Imogen Owen.
Looking behind then, Taron McCamley still very much feeling the pressure from Imogen Owen. Imogen Owen has shown her pace in this race so far, so certainly down but not out just yet. Just going to head back through the boot, and now the leaders just diving onto that start-finish straight once again. I say leaders, the first one to do so is Max Nash, our race leader, in a very good stead as things stand. Contact warnings coming in for a couple of drivers, Henry Ryan, Tyler Masters as well.
Daniel Archibald's got a good run on to Jaden Gerard-Shepherd. Just behind, can he have a send into Christmas? Actually, Archibald's ahead of Jaden Gerard-Shepherd, so I think he's done the move into the crook or oblivion, but he is now ahead as Jaden Gerard-Shepherd fights back, goes up the inside into Ashby corner, trying to remember who is who, and that's a bad run for Daniel Archibald. Taron McCamley is going to go for the move and I believe take P3 off Jaden Gerard-Shepherd. So it is indeed Jaden Gerard-Shepherd in second, then comes Taron McCamley, Daniel Archibald, Imogen Owen.
And while all this battling is going on, it's become a bit of a... We talked yesterday about having themes of the day. Our theme today is mid-pack battles or kind of podium battles going on, allowing the leader to just walk away. And that's what we're seeing now with Max Nash. 3 seconds he holds an advantage over the cart behind. Taron McCamley, 53.9, our first driver into the 53s.
And Taron McCamley, if he can't make it into the top 2 as he tries to go up the inside of Christmas corner, that's going to compromise him severely. Daniel Archibald now hot in his heels through Inkermans and down into Ashby, looking one way, then looking another, as that got really feisty for a moment, but the order stays as it was before Ashby corner.
Yeah, fantastic recovery there. That was not looking particularly friendly heading into that corner.
We're about to head onto the last lap of the race as well. Max Nash is going to cross the line just about in time. And what can Taron McCamley do? He has had really good pace, and he's up the inside now of Jaden Gerard-Shepherd. Backs out of the move. That's going to compromise him on exit and maybe bring Daniel Archibald back into play. Imogen Owen in 5th, just watching this unfold. A little bit of pushing from Archibald on the back of McCamley through Oblivion. And is that McCamley going up the inside? McCamley's on the outside. Imogen Owen tries to go up the inside of McCamley as we're heading through Inkermans now. And that has been a change for position, squeezed onto the grass as Daniel Archibald takes the P2. Imogen Owen facing the wrong direction, and Tara McCamley drops down the order like a fly.
Was that Jacob Eagle having that bit of a moment there?
That might have been, sorry, I don't think it was Tara McCamley. It's Daniel Archibald, Jaden Gerard-Shepherd and Imogen Owen have had the incident in Ashby and dropped through the field.
Meanwhile, though, it's going to be Max Nash crossing the line to take the race victory there. Well done, Max Nash. Exactly what he needs to do. Has that penalty, but should be promoted to the B final based on what that penalty was.
Daniel Archibald will take 2nd ahead of Tara McCamley, so they're possibly 1st and 2nd. Oliver Bamford Sr. in 4th, then Oliver Wilbur and Jacob Equiel, Henry Ryan, Emily Meredith, Alexander Campbell and John Wall. Depending what happened into Ashby, Daniel Archibald with Tara McCamley might be getting a penalty.
Very possibly. But what we know is it's Daniel Archibald who will take this race win after all things are considered. With, on the road at least, it's Max Nash, Daniel Archibald, Tara McCamley, Oliver Bamford Sr. and Oliver Wilbur rounding out the top 5 here for the Junior Lightweight C final. And there are the rest of your results from these 28 drivers, in fact. Nice packed grid here for the Junior Lightweight C final, which we are saying goodbye to, because in just a couple of moments we're going to jump straight over to the Cadet Super Lightweight B final. So here we are then, the Cadet Super Lightweight B final. Row 1 is Noah Hobson and Theo Thomas. Row 2 is Hani Sadiq and Ruben Bagri. Row 3, Caelan Keith and Lewis Prendergast. We move on to Row 4, it's Charlie Sprechi and Corey Chapman. Row 5 is Jacob Sprechi and Elliot Greeks. Moving on to Row 6, it's Casper Davidson and Ruben Gardner. Row 7, we have Alfie Slatterly, Jack Horton. Row 8, Ruben Jenkins and Joseph Davis. Row 9, it's Ewan Farrelly in P17 and P18 Felix Thode. And then moving on to Row 10, it's Matthew So and Drew Rout, rounding out the field for the Cadet B final. Here they are, just leaving the pit lane, getting ready to get the cart back up to temperature, get into formation and get racing in just a short moment's time.
I think we're in for a really good race. Noah Hobson had good pace in the previous heat. Theo Thomas as well. Lewis Prendergast. Remember, he was starting on the front row for the pre-B final. Dropped down the order, had a lot of pace. And then I think there was a penalty or some incident on the final few laps. Dropped down the field. Jacob Trespreggi as well, let's not forget. Remember, he was running right up at the front. Picked up a penalty though, and that has really cost him. So there's a few drivers for all of us to keep our eyes on. But it is Noah Hobson and Theo Thomas on the front row of the grid.
Looking forward to the sibling rivalry in this race. The siblings didn't seem to be looking forward to it quite as much as we explored in the paddock walk just a while back now, as the pace cart is peeling away. And it's going to be Noah Hobson versus Theo Thomas running down the tram lines now. All drivers need to make sure that they follow that there. And we start our racing then up into first position, boxing off. It's Noah Hobson who is able to keep the race lead. In fact, the two lead is able to break away from the rest of the pack, and we're going to see this battle for third position forming up already. That is the number 93, is it, of Hanik Sadiq?
Did you see Jacob Trespreggi? He just overtook about 5 people into Christmas. There was a cart sideways just behind them, but Jacob Trespreggi has jumped all the way up into P4. What a send! And he's right behind his brother Charlie in the battle for P3, but it is still Noah Hobson just in front of Theo Thomas.
1/10 separating these two, of course, on race start, and this is looking to be a very interesting race dynamic going on. We're going to have the battle for the race lead, but the battle for P3 arguably just as exciting here. We are following the number 83 cart of Charlie Trespreggi, followed very close behind by his sibling. Or is he?
He is indeed. It is Charlie still ahead of Jacob, and then it is Lewis Prendergast behind the duo. Is this a potential move? Noah Hobson has to leave space for Theo Thomas. They're side by
there was
side.
contact there.
Oh, no, Charlie Chesbreggy has gone wide and he's into the grass. Charlie Chesbreggy is not going to be happy with that, and that might be a penalty for Jacob. It's allowed the 65 of Ruben Bagri to maybe go up the inside. Prendergast is up into third. Noah Hobson, though, still leads, and I'm going to be honest, I've seen this a lot of times between Jacob and Charlie.
I imagine tensions will be high there. But it is still Noah Hobson who leads this race. We're seeing Theo Thomas potentially falling into the jaws of the carts behind.
Lewis Prendergast, though, up into P3, and I think I just saw a glimpse of Charlie Chesbreggy at the very back of the field making his way through Ashby, but Noah Hobson, can he keep Theo Thomas behind? What can Lewis Prendergast do? Lewis might be the quickest of everyone on the field as Jacob Chesbreggy covers off Ruben Bagri heading into the final corner.
Starting next line, we have a huge train up behind Noah Hobson now, and there is Charlie Chesbreggy dropping back down the order, as you say, now in last position here. Or is he? Yes, he is, unfortunately.
Here comes Prendergast looking for the outside, but that's going to open up Jacob Chesbreggy to go up the inside. Prendergast turns in, finds Jacob Chesbreggy's rear end as Jacob moves back up to P3. Jacob did get 2 contact warnings, hasn't got a penalty, so the stewards have deemed that that incident between Jacob and Charlie was, well, fair, or at the most a contact warning. Through Ozzy as they go, a good run for Jacob Chesbreggy, who's now on the inside of Theo Thomas. Prendergast on the outside at 3 abreast, heading into the boot. Prendergast backs off. Jacob Chesbreggy takes the position, and Prendergast now looking for the switchback, but he can't go on the inside because Hani Sadiq shoves his car up the inside through the boot. Can't get up the inside, though, into the final corner, and Prendergast holds on to P4.
Noah Hobson taking a very wide entry into that first corner. Really needs to try and build an advantage, though, because here is Chesbreggy just behind. He fancies his chances at the race lead. Has a look up the inside here. Will it stick? Will he go late on the brakes? Yes, he will.
And up into the lead goes Jacob Chesbreggy. No penalty either. Clean move. Won't get a contact warning for that one. Tries to cover off Hobson, who looks to the outside, heading down into Ashby corner. Jacob Chesbreggy holds on to the lead, but Hobson wants to fight back. They head down into Ozzy, Hobson having to tuck in behind Jacob Chesbreggy, who goes a little bit wide. That might compromise him. And now Hobson's on the outside heading into the boot. Chesbreggy has to go defensive and keep your eyes on Theo Thomas behind the trio. Opportunity taken for Prendergast up the inside of Theo Thomas, and Hobson's trying to go up the inside of Jacob Chesbreggy side by side through the final corner, and Prendergast has got the best run. He's on the outside. It's nearly 3 abreast into turn 1, and Theo Thomas takes the race lead. Jacob Chesbreggy and Lewis Prendergast facing the wrong way, and they will spin down to the back of the field, but it is Theo Thomas who leads from Noah Hobson heading into Christmas corner.
That was looking pretty inevitable heading into that first bend. They were near enough 5 wide at one point, but Theo Thomas poised absolutely perfectly to take that advantage as we have penalties coming in for Noah Hobson and Ruben Gardner, but that one is big. Jacob Chesbreggy as well, so not a good day out for the Chesbreggys, but Noah Hobson, our race leader on that last lap, now finds himself dropping a position and with a penalty to boot as well. This is looking good for Prendergast, Theo Thomas and Hani Sadiq as well.
Well, don't forget that is Theo Thomas at the front. Prendergast was involved in that spin, and Jacob Chesbreggy has been given a penalty. I don't know if that is a third incident of a contact warning for Jacob Chesbreggy or a clear penalty for a takeout, but Jacob Chesbreggy penalties in both races. Hani Sadiq now up to P3. He's staring at a potential A final with Noah Hobson having a penalty. Ruben Bagri as well in P4. 5-way battle then for the race win. Noah Hobson taken up the inside by Hani Sadiq, and that's going to allow Ruben Bagri to try to go up the inside into Inkermans.
Yeah, a fantastic opportunistic overtake from Theo Thomas there. He was looking poised, he had the pace, and we saw a little bit of contact with the carts up in front as he banged against them heading through the boot, so was ready to get the overtake done heading into those first couple of corners, and now he leads this race on merit.
And fastest lap of the race was Charlie Chesbreggy for a moment, and now it's a 6.4.
I've just noticed that one of the timing markers has set a blistering lap time, as we can see. That actually, we thought we didn't have a 5-second lead, 5-second battle for the lead anymore. We once again do. In fact, it could be a 7-way battle for the lead if things get away, because Elliot Griggs and Caelan Keith are catching up once again.
Well, fast lap though is, I believe, Ruben Bagby a 57.4.
Oh dear, as the number 93 of Hani Sadiq dives onto the grass. I'm not sure if he was squeezed or if he just went a little bit wide. Either way, the back end stepping out, and he did very well to catch that one.
And look who goes up to P3. It's Corey Chapman. We had a chat with him in our paddock show. A lovely lad. He is Corey, and he is looking at those top 2 spots. None of our top 3 have penalties, at least not yet. Theo Thomas, though, under pressure from Hani Sadiq. Corey Chapman directly behind. How will this one go? 67 from 65. Thomas from Bagri, from Chapman, heading through the boot.
Yeah, here is that number 50, Corey Chapman. Went into today with a lot of confidence where we were speaking to him, and here is why. Look, he's now with a spot on the podium, starting the Lex lap as the 2 leaders are battling it out. Looked side by side, looking for that first corner, but they're going to drop back, and it's now Corey Chapman versus Ruben Bagri as we head down into the end of Sector 1.
Chapman has the inside, and it is Bagri on the outside. Invitation for Hani Sadiq, who goes up the inside of Bagri and up into P3. Noah Hobson trying to get back involved in this fight, as he is currently residing in P5. Your top 8 cards separated by absolutely nothing. Maybe Caelan Keith can get involved in this battle in the number 72 card directly behind Noah Hobson.
Corey Chapman just laying low, waiting for his opportunity to arise. And with the issues that we had earlier on in the race, as there's a big spin. There's a big spin in the background there, so we might have a couple of yellows in just a second. But Corey Chapman was so poised and ready to benefit from the misfortunes of others. And here he is having a look up the inside, heading through that last corner. Was a little bit too far back, couldn't think about it just yet, but will get another opportunity, I am sure.
Theo Thomas taking a bit of a defensive line down into the crook, and we have 3 minutes remaining. That is plenty of time for some late battles. As here we go up the hill. Is that going to be Ruben Bagri going up the inside of Hani Sadiq? It is indeed. Hobson tries to follow. Hobson now has the outside for Boxing Day. Can he stay on the inside heading into increments? He can indeed. That's going to give an option now for Caelan Keith to maybe take the pair of them onto the grass. Goes the 93 of Hani Sadiq, I believe.
For not the first time at that corner either. He has done very well both times to keep that car pointing the right direction.
So Ruben Bagri in third with Noah Hobson behind. Hani Sadiq has lost out on quite a few positions as a result. And it just goes to show, if you're trying to fight for a position, you can very easily lose quite a few if things go awry. But still, Theo Thomas leads the race.
Yeah, we've seen this pack battling can reap huge benefits, as the likes of Corey Chapman have seen. But the likes of the Kasbrekis have seen the opposite happen as well.
And Corey Chapman right on the back of Theo Thomas, making him go defensive once again into the crook. Your top 3 separated by nothing as we go up the hill. Corey Chapman trying to find a gap up the inside, has to slot in behind Theo Thomas once more. Thomas goes a little bit wide. Chapman's going to look for the switchback. Bagri's going to look for a way through on the pair of them. Through increments we go. Defensive line from Thomas.
Very strong defence there.
Back over to the outside, heading into Ashby Corner. And it is still Thomas from Chapman from Bagri, and Hobson closing in.
But a second penalty to boot as well. Not a race to remember.
Chapman studied. He's gone up the inside of Thomas into Ozias, and they're practically 4 abreast. Chapman leading the race, but here comes the 72 of Caelan Keith. 3 abreast into the boot. This connects so badly, and on to the grass goes Caelan Keith and ends up tagging the 65 of Ruben Bagri.
Elliot Griggs is going to be P3 all of a sudden. He's absolutely scythed his way up through. In fact, might not be P3. No, it is P3. He's absolutely worked his way up the field. Excellent move by Elliot Griggs there.
And there's a penalty for Noah Hobson. So a second penalty for Hobson. That might be a black flag, as the 93 of Hani Sadiq is looking up the inside of the 60. Never mind, Elliot Griggs will go up the inside of Theo Thomas. Bumper to bumper contact, and maybe an opportunity for Elliot Griggs to make his way up into the top 2. Defensive from Theo Thomas, not caring about Corey Chapman. He's gone. He's going to be taking this race win unless a penalty comes his way, and I doubt it will. Defensive from Thomas as Elliot Griggs searches for a way through.
Elliot Griggs clearly charged by that late move on the previous lap here. We still have an absolutely huge train of carts leading up to P2. Here is Elliot Griggs having a look up the inside, heading up towards the boot though, but around the outside, Theo Thomas just about hangs on. Will the switchback work though, as Elliot Griggs, it does work. In fact, he heads through that last corner now in P2, can start the next lap with just Corey Chapman out in front.
Apparently we are on to the last lap of the race. I didn't see a last lap board out on the circuit, so the drivers may not know, or I may have just missed it. Corey Chapman, though, lead from Elliot Griggs. Theo Thomas right behind. Here comes Theo Thomas. He's going to try to go up the inside very late, and he's going to squeeze Elliot Griggs really wide and allow Hani Sadiq up a position. And if that is deemed as a penalty for Theo Thomas, Hani Sadiq will be up into second place.
Unfortunate for Elliot Griggs, they had some great momentum behind him. But all of this battling is allowing Corey Chapman to just absolutely run away with it now. He's now a second and a half clear. On that last lap was 0.7 of a second faster than his nearest rivals.
Defensive from Theo Thomas, who has Hani Sadiq behind him, but not close enough. And it is a penalty for Theo Thomas, so Hani Sadiq will be taking second. Never mind, he doesn't need that invitation. He's going to go up the inside into the final corner. Needs to be careful. It's going to be a drag to the line. Can Hani Sadiq make it? So close. Elliot Griggs on the line, pits Hani Sadiq for P3, and as a result, will be taking second place and a spot in the A final.
So then, it's Corey Chapman, our race winner, after capitalising on the misfortunes of a few others. A fantastic drive there. Theo Thomas, P2 on the road, but penalties to serve, unfortunately. Elliot Griggs, P3. Hani Sadiq, P4. Ruben Bagri, P5 on the road there, but a few penalties to take into account there. What a fantastic Cadet B final that was.
5 seconds separating the top 12. Theo Thomas so close. That late move on Elliot Griggs. Hani Sadiq thought he had to do it on circuit. If he had just sat behind Theo Thomas, he would have had that spot in the A final. But with that, we're going to be moving on to our junior super lightweight B final. Starting on pole then for our junior super lightweight B final is Rory Hinckley with Jensen Jowett alongside. Oliver Liversedge will be starting in third with Max Cooper in fourth, and then it's Eden James and Max Davies completing the third row of the grid. Ethan Waters starts in seventh with Henry Jones Jr. alongside. Finley Jones is in ninth with Felix Bond completing the top 10. Connor McNamara and Connor Kenny make an all-Connor row 6. Toby Edelston and Caden Ward are on row 7, with Jasmine Richardson and Owen Timon Clydesdale in 16th. Charlie Wainwright and Daniel Campbell make up row 9. Row 10 sees Luke Richards alongside Luigi Perlini. Flynn Perry and Joshua Greaves are in row 11, with Harry Bowman and Jack Philpott completing the field.
So then, we are ready to go once again for the junior B final, and we are away here. It's Rory Hinckley versus Jensen Jowett as we head through that first corner.
We're going to make our way up the hill towards Christmas Corner. Rory Hinckley has a big lead already. That's Connor McNamara, I think, going completely off circuit, and a couple of drivers on the grass. It's one of those Jensen Jowett. It looked to be Jensen's suit. Is this a false start? I don't think so. The false start goes past Christmas Corner, so that's the point where the marshals can decide, or the race stewards can decide that they want to restart the race. Doesn't look like we've had any notifications.
I don't think it was a big enough incident anyway, to be honest. I think just two cars spinning.
There is Max Davies, though, right behind. Who is that in front of him? I don't think that's Jensen Jowett, but it is the battle for P3. Through the final corner they go. Rory Hinckley leading for Max Cooper. Then comes Ethan Waters, Max Davies, Henry Jones Jr. and Caden Ward completing the top 6.
Rory Hinckley then a 6th, 10th lead, as I believe we have a yellow flag out. The driver's acknowledging that. Yes, there we are. So heading into second one, drivers who've got to be a little bit more cautious. In fact, we're recovering a kart, so that I believe is a full course yellow at this stage. So the race is neutralised. Although, maybe, no, just for that first sector, because it looks like we're going racing again, which is good to see.
Through Ashby Corner we go, and then we have this battle, which is for P3. Rory Hinckley and Max Cooper having slightly pulled away from the field. Bad luck for Jensen Jowett, who started right towards the front end, now at the very back of the field. Finley Jones was the kart that we just saw being recovered. As we head through the boot, see a couple of spectators watching the action at one of Wilton Mill's prime overtaking spots. Rory Hinckley, though, leading from Max Cooper. Then comes Ethan Waters and Max Davies. Fast enough at the race, being held by Rory Hinckley, a 55.976.
and he's almost on that crucial 1 second gap. And are we going to see our theme of the day repeating itself once again? The leader is able to break away because the drivers fighting for P2, P3 are stuck in a bit of a pack battle here, as we have got a very close field in this race so far.
Ethan Waters trying to keep Max Davies at bay, and Max Davies has Henry Jones Jr. all over his rear end, and then Caden Ward goes up the inside of Hayden Jones. So Caden Ward with that pink helmet has a little look over his shoulder and is absolutely clear to take the racing line into the boot.
Here is Rory Hinckley then, seen that gap demonstrated, building up a little bit in comparison to Max Cooper. Actually, I say that, Max Cooper has made some time on the previous lap, not to be able to do Oliver Liversedge with briefly the fastest lap of the race. So we've got competition throughout the field here. Having a look then at the number 73 of Max Davis, under pressure from Caden Ward and Henry Jones Jr., but very much focused on what's going on up in front. Ethan Waters, the driver, occupying that bottom spot on the podium, and I think Max Davis wants that.
Very, very tight fight for P3. Remember, the top two will be advancing to the A final. Rory Hinckley and Max Cooper currently occupy those spots. No penalties have been awarded just yet in the race, as that is a good run from Caden Ward on the back of Max Davies. Forces Davies to go defensive. Moves back over to the outside at the last second to take the racing line into the boot.
Heading around that final corner once again, all those drivers absolutely acing it this time through the shot. Great to see as Max Cooper takes the fastest lap of the race so far, a 54.1. That is a good half a second faster than his nearest rival Rory Hinckley for the race lead. It is a very fine lap from Max Cooper there. He will be putting the pressure on Rory Hinckley now, fighting for the overtake.
And that's good news for Ethan Waters in this group for third place, because it means that we might be seeing a fight for first, which brings this entire field into play in the battle for P2, as a little bit wide when Max Davies and Caden Ward goes up the inside through Parkers, will give the inside into Ozier, still side by side, but Caden Ward has made the move, sticking out 3 abreast behind Caden Ward, as Max Davies has Henry Jones on one side and Oliver Liversedge on the other side.
Yeah, fantastic sequence of corners there for Caden Ward. As we say that Rory Hinckley and Max Cooper, of course the guys behind him are hoping that they battle. These guys could really do with not battling at this point in time. We're still early on in the race. We still need Rory and Hinckley to build that gap in order to ensure that they're going to progress into the A final, as Max Cooper sets another fastest lap, and that gap now stands at 1/10 of a second. They are attached to each other at this point in time.
Oliver Liversedge has been able to pull a little gap to Felix Bond, but the top two nose to tail. There they go down into Ashby Corner. Then you can see Ethan Waters and Caden Ward. Caden Ward is very quick, dare I say, one of the fastest drivers on the circuit when they have clean air. But Max Cooper at the fastest lap of the race so far at 53.8, right on the back of Rory Hinckley. Do they work together for a few minutes, or do they fight from now? 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, still a long way to go in this race.
On board then with our 2 race leaders now, still only just about 1/10 of a second apart as they cross the line here. We're looking at the battle now going on between Caden Ward and Henry Jones Jr. Oliver Liversedge setting the new fastest lap of this race, also putting the pressure on Henry Jones here.
Caden Ward matching the time of Rory Hinckley and Max Cooper. Oh, the move. Max Cooper went up the inside of Rory Hinckley into Ashby Corner. Has there been a change? They're still side by side. Cooper on the outside, looks for the switchback. Hand up from Rory Hinckley. Cooper won't care. He sticks it up the inside through Oziers. Gets the job done, but Rory Hinckley trying to fight back. Gets the exit, and now they're side by side heading into the boot.
They need to make sure they do this cleanly, because otherwise they're going to start picking up penalties, and they can't afford to do that this early on. They can't afford to lose out on a chance to progress to that A final. Why not just try and break away from the carts behind? They just want to go racing then.
They do. Oliver Liversedge with the new fast lap of the race of 53.6. Hinckley and Cooper lapping in the 55. They've lost 1.5 seconds. Who's that going wide? Grass
That's
karting.
160. I think that's Ethan Waters, isn't it?
Is it 160? I think it might be the 109 of Henry Jones Jr. As we missed Rory Hinckley, losing the lead to Max Cooper once again, forced to go defensive. And that is Caden Ward, who has passed Ethan Waters and is up into P3.
And this pack now very close to the race leaders. All the battling going on between Max Cooper and Rory Hinckley. Max Cooper, of course, now leading this race, has meant that it's now a 5-way battle for the lead.
Defensive from Max Cooper, moves back to the outside. Keep your eyes on Caden Ward, who's been probably the quickest of this quintet of karts. Switch back though from Rory Hinckley, going to go up the inside of Max Cooper. Goes wide, carries the speed though, and they're still side by side as they head into the crook. Hinckley's going to have the inside for Oblivion, and that's going to give the opportunity for Caden Ward, and indeed it has. Caden Ward up into second place. Max Cooper drops all the way down from first into fifth place. That's the 90 of Oliver Liversedge. Tries to go for a move on Henry Jones unsuccessfully, but it is Rory Hinckley who leads from Caden Ward.
Yeah, it turns out that was Ethan Waters dropping back down through the order here. Well, we have a look now. Looking over the shoulder. Max Cooper losing out this time around. Rory Hinckley back in the lead of this race.
Through Ozzy as they go on to the back straight. Look over the shoulder from Rory Hinckley. Are there any penalties just yet? No, not quite. Hinckley gets a good run through the boot, pulls a bit of a gap to the 1-1-1 as that is going to be Max Cooper going up the inside of Liversedge and back up into P4 to negate some of the damage that he has experienced on this lap. Max Davies a little bit further behind, lapping quicker than all of the top five as they continue to battle. As here goes Henry Jones Jr. having a think about the inside of Caden Ward, backs out of it. And apologies, you were bang on the money, Reeve. It was Ethan Waters who had that incident.
It's a big shame as well. Ethan Waters has a couple of fans in the comments, unfortunately for them. This race not going their way.
Fantastic racing as we head into Ozias once more. Still Hinckley leading from Ward and Henry Jones Jr. The question is, can Hinckley pull out a gap? He did get reeled in, let's not forget, by Max Cooper, and Caden Ward was reeling in the pair of them. But now it just seems that Rory Hinckley has found a new spurt of pace, a second win, if you will, and is leading the field with nearly 2 minutes remaining. Fast lap of the race, Max Cooper, 53.5.
That extra kind of pace towards the end of the race is exactly what he needs. He's had the challenge earlier on. It will almost make that victory feel just that little bit better.
Here comes Henry Jones Jr. Backs out of the move on Caden Ward, was looking at the inside, and that's going to allow Max Cooper to close on in. Can Cooper go up the inside into Ashby? Is going to try it, sends it up the inside of Henry Jones and will squeeze him on exit, I'm sure. Takes the position that's going to allow Liversedge to go up the inside now of Henry Jones Jr. Through Parkers, they're going to be side by side heading into Ozias. Yellow flag out means that Liversedge cannot go for the move. And there is Caden Ward right on the back of Rory Hinckley. Has closed in. And don't forget Max Cooper behind the pair of them.
Rory Hinckley getting ready to start a new lap in just a moment's time. Then let's have a look at the gap. It's only 0.3 of a second. Caden Ward doing very well on that previous lap. Max Cooper, good recovery from him as well.
Last lap of the race, and Rory Hinckley has a few karts over Caden Ward. Max Cooper would be wishing that these two were side by side heading into Christmas Corner. And Max Cooper might be kicking himself for battling with Rory Hinckley and throwing away the advantage that they had. Rory Hinckley won't care. He's got the lead, and at worst, he might finish in second place. Look over the shoulder from Caden Ward. Knows that they have a gap to Max Cooper, and they can battle as hard as they want with Rory Hinckley. Here we go then, on to the back straight. And it is Caden Ward right behind Rory Hinckley. Rory Hinckley, though, is not going to be feeling the pressure. Heading into the final corner, gets a bad run. Not enough for Caden Ward to go up the inside. Rory Hinckley will take the B final victory. Caden Ward will come home in second. Max Cooper in third. Henry Jones Jr. in fourth. Then comes Oliver Liversedge, Max Davies, Toby Edelston, Felix Bond, Owen Timon, Clydesdale, and Joshua Greaves. Very nice to see that fist bump between Hinckley and Ward at the very end of the race.
Very nice indeed. They thoroughly enjoyed that. Great to see. It's really nice to see that. Not only are they taking the victories, but they're having fun while doing it as well, and they respect each other. And that's what we've seen a lot of. We've seen a lot of really respectful driving today, I'd say.
Absolutely. But with that, our B final draws to a close. Hinckley and Ward will be making their way up to the A final in about 10 minutes' time. But speaking of A finals, the Cadet Super Lightweight A final.
as the cadet. So then, it's time for the grids for the cadet super lightweight A final. It's Carter, Inskip, Clarkson, James Malcolm on the first row, Max Lovell, Oliver Youngjow on row 2, Aidan Hammond, Ben Hunt on the third row. Moving on to the fourth row, it's Teddy Young, Luca Batuev, row 5, Wyatt McAllister and Jack Beasley. Moving on to row 7, it's Tate Hart, Jacob Kent, row 8, Edward Jones and James Vout. Row 9, Jensen Barnard and Margaret Kavekis. Row 10, Jacob Underhill and Rory Hamilton rounding out the field for this. The last time we're going to see the cadets on track today. It should be an exciting one. We have some great names in the field.
Absolutely. Corey Chapman and Hani Sadiq moving up then from the B final into the A final. Keep your eyes out. James Vout, Margiris Kovekis, Jacob Underhill all starting much further down the order than they would like, but it is Carter, Inskip, Clarkson and James Malcolm on the front row of the grid. Inskip Clarkson with the white and green suit. James Malcolm with that purple Lewis Hamilton helmet on the front row, and we are ready to go racing. Max Lovell gets a very good start and is making it 3 abreast into the crook as they make their way through Oblivion, but James Malcolm leads the field away, heading up into Christmas Corner, and it's side by side between the 53 of Ben Hunt, who out of nowhere, starting this race from P5, is up into second place. And it is almost 3 abreast heading in through Boxing Day and through Inkermans.
Strong start for him. He just needs to make sure he can carry on this defence now, because he's got 3 angry Carters behind who he's just been able to get past. Can't think about James Malcolm just yet. Oh, penalty for James Malcolm and Max Lovell already. So
jump start. 100% is a jump start. Max Lovell was alongside the front row heading into turn 1, and James Malcolm, well, the only way you get that far ahead out of turn 1 is if you go a little bit too early. So disaster for those two. It means Carter, Inskip, Clarkson and Oliver Yango are staring at a 1-2 currently.
The names have been fairly prominent in the cadet running that we've seen so far. They've done a fantastic job throughout the day, and there is, yeah, a 58.6 on the start of this race for James Malcolm. A curb warning for Rory Hamilton this time around, so elbows are out. Carter, Inskip, Clarkson has had a disaster, however, has dropped right back down through the field. Just when we thought he was poised to take a potential race victory, he's back at the bottom. What a shame there, as there is a driver riding over the curbs there. That did not look comfortable.
Aidan Hammond squeezed on to the grass on the exit of a Boxing Day. That's really going to hurt his chances, but James Malcolm leads with that jump start penalty. It means that Ben Hunt is your effective race leader ahead of Wyatt McAllister as Aidan Hammond goes up the inside through Parker, then ends up on the outside into Ozias, loses a bunch of positions. James Malcolm, though, has been reeled in by Ben Hunt, who showed phenomenal pace in our pre-A finals. There goes the 11. Ellis Cox taking 2 for the price of 1 through the boot.
Up into third position then for Ellis Cox. A fantastic lap for him. Jack Beasley as well, a 57.1. He's climbed 2 positions with that. Contact warning for Rory Hamilton as well, so he is fully elbows out as he tries to climb his way through the field.
James Malcolm goes defensive. Ben Hunt tucks in behind further back. Ellis Cox has Wyatt McAllister and Oliver Yango right behind him. Here they go then, heading down the hill. Is this going to be a potential move? It is Ellis Cox ahead of Wyatt McAllister currently as they make their way through Ashby. And then it is Jack Beasley who has found a way through on Oliver Yango. So Jack Beasley in that blue helmet at the third in that train of carts heading through Ozias now. So Jack Beasley climbing his way up through the field, and he does want some big points.
It is not very comfortable when you hit the curbs here at Wilton.
No.
I remember doing it, and I used to be 6'4". I'm not now. That's a lie. As we go on board with the number 19 of Wyatt McAllister as he crosses the line. Now Jack Beasley for company. Jack has had a great progression through the field, as has Luka Batuev. He's pushing as hard as he can now. 56.9. He's able to progress his way back up through the order. Made a position on that last lap.
Defensive again from James Malcolm as Ben Hunt looks to the outside, and Luke is closing in. Ellis Cox right on the back of Ben Hunt heading through Boxing Day. James Malcolm won't get the best of runs through Inkerman. Possible opportunity for Ellis Cox to go up the inside, decides against it, and your top 5 are separated by absolutely nothing as they head into Parker's and then down the hill towards Ozias.
Luka Batuev still on a charge, now caught up in this mix as well. As here we have the number 41 and number 53. It is James Malcolm and Ben Hunt battling
Ellis Cox hangs it round the outside of Ben Hunt, who couldn't brave it on the brakes, and now it's side by side. That could end badly. Stay out of the tyre barriers. There is a hand up as slow is Ben Hunt rejoining the circuit, but that's him out of the race lead fight for now, and it's Ellis Cox and Wyatt McAllister on the back of James Malcolm heading up the hill, and Ellis Cox has gone up the inside of Malcolm. On the outside is Wyatt McAllister. He will get squeezed a little bit through Christmas, but it is the Malcolm who holds on to second with Ellis Cox in first place.
3 abreast, always a little bit tricky there, but good job to all the drivers for keeping the cars pointing in the right direction. Ellis Cox looking very quick here, but James Malcolm, I'm sure, wants this race lead back. Contact warning then for James Malcolm for that one.
This race can go in absolutely any direction. Carter Inskip Clarkson has been sending some fast laps, but is down in P20 after that lap 1 incident that saw them fall through the order. Here comes Jack Beasley then in the 21 car, can't quite get alongside Wyatt McAllister into the final corner. Jack Beasley, having won both of the races in the first round of the championship, wasn't able to win in the cadet pre-A final and wants to amend the wrongs of earlier on today.
Jacob Underhill, our fastest car on track at the moment, but look at this, the defence from Ellis Cox. He has got James Malcolm and Wyatt McAllister for company.
Oh, they're squeezing each other wide, and that's really going to be bad news for Wyatt McAllister. Jack Beasley finds a way through, and that's the 49 of Oliver Yanga right onto the grass on the braking zone down into Ashby Corner. The 41 of James Malcolm now trying to defend from Jack Beasley. So Wyatt McAllister drops down to, I think, P6 or so, and what was a very, very large battle for the race lead has become a 3-way battle for the lead. Ellis Cox from James Malcolm and Wyatt McAllister. Pardon me, Jack Beasley in third.
Yeah, Oliver Yanga did a very good job to rejoin when he could, but did lose some positions as a result, though. Let's watch out for Jack Beasley, though. What does he do? Does he think about keeping Wyatt McAllister at bay behind, or does he focus entirely on James Malcolm up in front? He was a little bit quicker than James on that last lap. Aidan Hammond, though, takes the fastest lap of this race and a little bit further down the order.
56.1. That's one of the quickest lap times we've seen today. Maybe we'll see a 55. 3 abreast, though, going into Christmas Corner. Jack Beasley at the rear of this 3-car group, and this is allowing Wyatt McAllister to close in. He's got Luca Batuev and Max Lovell right behind him, and it is now a 5-way battle for the lead. There you can see Aidan Hammond in the background of the shot. Rory Hamilton, though, has, I thought for a second, had set a new fast lap of the race, but I just read that wrong. Ellis Cox, though, still leading from James Malcolm and Jack Beasley as they make their way through Oziers.
Top 13 within 5 seconds of the leader in this race. We are just past the halfway mark now as we head through the boot once again, and this 2 separate 3-way battles has very much become one big 5-way battle for the lead now.
Ellis Cox just getting his head down, trying to put in quick lap after quick lap, and we look over at the Alpha timing screen, and it's just blue light after blue light as all of the karts flood past the start-finish line. And here comes Jack Beasley. He's got a decent run. They're all going defensive up into Christmas Corner. Malcolm looks to the outside, and Jack Beasley says, thank you very much. I'll put my car up the inside here. Wyatt McAllister round the outside of Boxing Day, inside for Inkermans, up into P3, and James Malcolm loses 1, 2, almost 3 positions as Wyatt McAllister tries to go for a move, but actually does indeed do it. Luca Batuev was the unfortunate victim who couldn't quite make the move up the inside into Ashby.
Ellis Cox still leading, then Jack Beasley back into P2. We've seen his pace. He was going to climb the order one way or another. Can he maintain this type of position in the remaining 3 minutes of this race? Wyatt McAllister back in the mix as well. This could go anyway. This lead is by no means secure.
Top 3, who knows who's going to be finishing in the top 3 by the end of this race. I don't believe any of the top 5 or 6 have penalties. Ellis Cox, though, leading, going defensive. Right behind him, Jack Beasley. To the outside, Wyatt McAllister. The 41 of James Malcolm tries to go up the inside. They're almost 3 abreast on corner exit. Good run, though, for Wyatt McAllister. He's on the grass. He tags Jack Beasley, who's almost sideways through Inkermans, down into Ashby. It's 3 abreast through Ashby Corner, and wide go our 2 race protagonists. That is disaster for Jack Beasley and Wyatt McAllister as they will drop to practically the back of the field.
What a shame, all becoming undone with so little time to go. Penalty coming in for Rory Hamilton. We'll get to see what the stewards think of that incident there. This is looking a little bit better, though, for the likes of Ellis Cox as they head round that final corner now with a bit of pressure being put on Oliver Wanjo now.
Ellis Coxo leading the way and leading by over a second from James Malcolm. Oliver Yango looking at a P3. Rory Hamilton, the only one with a penalty. And I think the stewards will probably just say that's a racing incident for Ashby. 3 abreast. It's always going to end in disaster. No one wanted to back out. Oliver Yango is not going to back out. Up the inside of James Malcolm, side by side. But keep your eyes on Luka Batuev, who might look for the switchback through increments. Can he go up the inside of Oliver Yango into Ashby's? No, he can't. So Yango is up into second place. James Malcolm, though, is in third. Ellis Cox leading the way in first position with James Malcolm in second. Oliver Yango is sitting in third. Luka Batuev, though, is in fourth place with Zaya Ono down in fifth. Max Lovell in sixth with Aidan Hammond. Jacob Underhill, Rory Hamilton having that penalty is in ninth. Ben Hunt in 10th. Remember, Ben Hunt right up at the front of the field had that incident earlier on which saw him drop through the field. Fast lap of the race, though, still for Aidan Hammond, who is right on the back of Zaya Ono in this battle for P5. Ellis Cox, though, 1.5 seconds ahead of James Malcolm, who has picked up a track limits warning. And from James Malcolm all the way down to Rory Hamilton is only about 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds separating this group of karts. And there is a James Malcolm on your screen heading down the hill towards Osiers with Oliver Yango in that orange suit and white helmet directly behind him.
So then, penalty for Max Lovell. Down in P10 at the moment. A couple of track limits warnings coming in as well. Ellis Cox building that gap out in front.
Aidan Hammond has found a way through on Zaya Ono. We are on to the last lap of the race. I don't think there's enough time for Aidan Hammond to really fight for these top 3 spots. None of the drivers in front of him have a penalty. That's a good run, though, for Oliver Yango. He's going up the inside of James Malcolm, heading into Christmas corner. Luka Batuev behind the pair of them. What can he do? We'll be looking for the switchback side by side through Boxing Day as we head through increments. And again, Malcolm fends off Yango, heading down into Ashby corner.
Still looking over his shoulder is Oliver Yango. Doesn't want to lose that position as we head now down through to the middle sector here. We see the Ellis Cox, meanwhile, still 1.3 seconds ahead on this, the last lap of the race. And we watch him now heading through the boot with no one for company. He must have felt a little bit lonely out there for the past couple of laps, but there's still plenty of action going on here. It is James Malcolm currently in P2, Oliver Yango P3, and it's going to be Ellis Cox takes win. James Malcolm P2, Oliver Yango P3, and Luka Batuev P4. Aidan Hammond rounding out the top 5 here with that fastest lap towards the end. What a finish that turned out to be. Completely turned on its head.
Yeah. Congrats as well. Big congrats, Jacob Underhill, starting from the very back of the field pretty much. Finishing
fantastic effort.
Pardon me, finishing in P6. Zaya Ono takes P7 ahead of Rory Hamilton, who had that penalty, so it'll be Ben Hunt who takes P8. Max Lovell also picked up a penalty, so I think it'll be Teddy Young in 9th, and Wyatt McAllister completing the top 10 possibly.
So there is our race result on the road for the Cadet Super Lightweight A final. As you can see, all 22 karts coming to the end of the race here, and we'll join you in just a second for the Junior Super Lightweight A final, our last race of the day. It has absolutely flown by.
Final race of the day then, Reeve, our Junior Super Lightweight A final. Sam Cole on pole, Ryan Shepherd alongside Mikey Brisenden starts in third with Bobby McGeer in fourth. George Palmer Mobsby in fifth with Jack Redfern starting in sixth position. Seventh is Noah Checkley and Jensen Blakesley. Zachary Watson and Nathan James Boyle make up row 5. Max Sheldon Haywood and Max Kilby make up the 6th row of the grid. Row 7 sees Jamie Tiley Gooden and Declan Luff. Row 8 is Brody Skinner and Benjamin Amorim Draper. Ben Yango and Jack Hayho are on row 9 of the grid. Adam Sims and Tom Sands on row 10. Ethan Pritchard and Lewis West on row 11. Frederick Navarro and Benjamin Hamilton on row 12 complete the grid. We do have 3 warm-up laps, though. Keep your eyes out, though. Frederick Navarro, very quick. Brody Skinner, quick. Both of them involved in incidents in the pre-A final. We'll see what they can do to climb their way up through the field and make amends for that opening race.
We have seen some fantastic battling between Sam Cole, Ryan Shepherd, brought to a bit of a premature end last time they were out on track together. So hopefully for their stakes and our stakes as well, we get to see some more fantastic running between those two, fighting for that race lead, of course. Last time around, they'll be hoping to replicate the same thing as we have warm-up laps this time around. So this is a little bit more at race pace before we form up and get going for the full-on time race here.
We had Oliver Yango out in our cadet final, and now we've got, I'm 99% certain his brother Ben, because there have been messages in the chat saying Mini Yango, so, or Yangju.
I presume so then.
Going to guess so. We'll see whether he can do as well as his younger brother did, picking up a P3 if I'm not mistaken. I say that, I've pretty much already forgotten what happened in that race. There's been so much
difficult
action
to
today.
keep track of all of the different points of action. Imagine we could all just put it together for one big, exciting race. That would be great.
We need more time. We need like a half an hour of that racing just
we
going on.
wouldn't have any voices left.
No. Well, there's the checkered flag. And rather appropriately, Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd were nose to tail coming over the checkered flag.
We've got the Digi flag.
Way!
The Digi flag's back. Does someone want to tell the steward?
One of the stewards is pointing at the Digi flag.
Is that just kind of,
he doesn't have to do any more
yeah, he's just
work.
proud of their work. Look,
Yeah.
it's mended. Look how great this is. It's back. No more funny reg plates.
Also looking to the likes of Ethan Pritchard, who was involved in that incident through turn 1. I think actually was the driver who jumped into the ambulance as well. Really good to see him back in the kart. There he is, in his orange bell helmet. And there were a few other drivers who were involved in that. I think Lewis West, Benjamin Hamilton, Frederick Navarro were all involved in that incident that had occurred in turn 1.
That ambulance must be, a paramedic must now be quite used to this circuit. I reckon this should be time to see what that ambulance can do for a lap time.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll wait till after the racing.
After the race,
Yeah.
ambulance goes out. You go out in your Alpha as well.
No, I won't make it.
That's what the ambulance is there for.
I meant the car.
Oh, okay. Either way, Sam Cole on pole, Ryan Shepherd alongside him. Sam Cole has won every single race of the championship so far. Can he make it 4 from 4? The whole field looks to be gridded up and ready to go, so we'll just wait for the pace car to pull to the outside on the run into the final corner, and then we can get underway. Sam Cole, blue suit, the multicolored helmet. Ryan Shepherd, blue suit, white helmet. So we are ready to go racing, and away we go for the final time here at Whilton Mill. It's a really good start. I believe that is Brizenden, who has pulled alongside Ryan Shepherd on the run up to a Christmas corner. Sam Cole has checked out. Shepherd holds the inside as we have almost 3 abreast into Christmas corner. And then through Boxing Day, relatively clean from everyone. Somebody having a trip onto the grass, sliding through, will rejoin the track and will not catch any of our other drivers.
That was Noah Checkley in the number 52 car there. An unfortunate start to his race, but was able to rejoin quickly and safely as well. Good to see, so he can now focus on a bit of a recovery drive.
Is that Jamie Tidy Gooden up to about P7? He's had an absolute cracker of a start. Started from, I think, about down in P13 or something. Ryan Shepherd, though, coming under pressure now from Mikey Brizenden, and Sam Cole will be having a little yawn at the front of the field saying, here we go again, a nice Sunday drive.
Can't say that, it's only half a second as we have the penalty given for Jensen Blakesley. And yes, you are right, it's P9 for Jamie Tyler Gooden, so a good start to the race. We've made up 2 positions. In fact, no, am I wrong there? No, that is Jamie Tyler Gooden making up 4 positions. So a great start for him in this race. Nearly halfway through this first lap then with Sam Cole. That half a second margin looking distinctly shorter than what it was just a few hundred metres ago.
Good send up the inside, that is from George Palmer Mobsby, going up the inside of Bobby McGear, I do believe, into Palmer's. And there is the 31 of George Palmer Mobsby, now ahead of the 74 of Bobby McGear as they make their way through the boot and Sam Cole is being reeled in, and Mikey Brisenden is following Ryan Shepherd to make this three-way battle for the lead. There is Jamie Tyler-Gooden right on the back of Zachary Watson. Actually, I believe that might be Jack Redfern.
It looks like there is a tale of two races beginning to form here. We have that three-way battle for the lead. They're quite nicely spaced and they are just lapping quite consistently. And then we have for fourth and further back, we have another exciting battle forming up. It's going to be another of those 7-kart pack battles that we've got so used to now today in the midfield. So let's see how the drivers negotiate that. Who is going to win out? Who is going to fall back? Let's find out.
Ryan Shepherd has pulled from Mikey Brisenden, who I'm presuming made a mistake somewhere on the lap. Look over his shoulder from Sam Cole. And yes, Ryan Shepherd is right behind you as the duo make their way through the boot. And I take it back. It's not going to be an evening Sunday drive for Sam Cole. It's going to be a furious Sunday battle as Sam Cole looks to pick up his 4th race win of the season.
Sam Cole, strong lap from him, nearly matched by Ryan Shepherd, though that gap has shrunk down ever so slightly. I was on board at the moment with George Palmer Mobsby, heading through to Christmas and Boxing Day in just a second here. Cone warning in for Lewis West and a couple of contact warnings as well. So elbows out in this very last race of the weekend.
This is confusing me a bit. I'm looking at Nathan James Boyle and Jamie Tyler-Gooden, and it's almost like they've swapped helmets.
Maybe they have.
Or I've got terrible memory.
You might, it's very possible that you, just like me, have got terrible memory.
I'd like to think I haven't, considering I've probably commentated about 20 of their races. There is a 28.
Sorry, your name is?
There is the 28 of Nathan James Boyle going over the line right in front of Jamie Tyler-Gooden.
Now a fantastic previous lap, a 53 flat, sees him right on the rear wheels, on that rear axle of Sam Cole now. A couple of contact warnings coming in once again, but Ryan Shepherd absolutely flying. And this battle that we were somewhat robbed of a few races ago, we get to enjoy all over again.
Fantastic. Ryan Shepherd right on the back of Sam Cole. Brisenden's being closed in by Palmer Mosby. Has not been able to maintain the pace of these leading two. 53.0 from Ryan Shepherd last time round as we are approaching the 52s once again. Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd, the only two drivers to make it into the 52s today. If I recall correctly, yesterday it was just Daniel Monroe who did eke into those 52. Cone warning for Jamie Tyler-Gooden. But all eyes on this two-way battle for the lead between Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd.
These two are actually pushing each other along nicely. There's always the threat that when you start getting into a bit of a battle, a bit of a squabble with the cart near you, that you're going to start slowing each other down. They seem to be progressing through the race really nicely, managing their pace while enjoying this battle, pushing each other along, because they've absolutely broken away from the cart behind now. 2.5 seconds, the margin between P3 and P1.
Sam Cole and Ryan Shepherd will just continue to push each other along. I don't think Ryan Shepherd is going to go for a move unless it's a really obvious one. Maybe he'll just wait until slightly later in the race. We saw it for one of our cadets, and Ryan Shepherd just showing his nose to Sam Cole before they reach the braking zone, just letting Sam Cole know, look, I'm still here, you have not gapped me, and you are not pulling away from me that easily.
Michael Brisenden looking in a very good position here indeed. He's been able to break away a little bit from George Palmer Mobsby behind, but importantly, is now got himself a little bit of clean air. Can focus on those carts battling out in front, because if anything happens between these two, he is in a very good position indeed.
Sam Cole driving on the middle of the circuit on the run towards Christmas. Doesn't know if he wants to go defensive or just take the normal racing line with how close Ryan Shepherd is.
I think sat in the middle is a clear mark of defence. If ever I've seen one, it's trying to make that go-kart as wide as possible. But having a look up the inside, Ryan Shepherd thought about it too far back.
Parker, always a difficult place to make a move work, but I think that's Ryan Shepherd saying, look, the battle has well and truly started. We've only got 5 minutes of racing, and I'm going to start the battle for the lead now.
Still in the low 53s, despite this battling, the fastest cars out on track in a league of their own at this stage in the weekend. Maybe not quite, a little bit slower on that lap, actually. George Palmer Mobsby and Bobby McGeer catching up to Mikey Brisenden on that previous lap. Cone penalty for Zachary Watson coming in after a warning. A little bit of a squirm under braking for Ryan Shepherd there, we saw. Kept hold of it well, though.
I think Shepherd wanted to go for the move and then realized, oh wait, Sam Cole is braking really late. I can't make this. Had to back out of the move. Nathan James Boyle has been able to make a move on Zachary Watson up into P7, and now behind Jack Redfern is the 31 of George Palmer. Mobsby goes wide. He's going to drop a couple of position. Has to slot in behind Bobby McGear, but it is Mikey Brisenden who holds on to P3.
After that great charge, shame to see him dropping back a couple of positions. I'm sure Brisenden very happy with that, though. Only really has McGear to worry about, or more importantly, perhaps has a nice buffer zone down to Palmer Mobsby at this stage in the race. As we have, who is that looking at? That is the number 15 of Jack Redfern, having a cheeky little look. He is planning and plotting his next overtake. Penalty for Mikey Brisenden. That is a disaster for him. Currently running in P3. He's going to be dropped a little bit further back.
That's probably going to be for a bump and pass on the 31 of George Palmer Mobsby. There was also a cone penalty for Zachary Watson, so that's going to be a +1 position. He's just been overtaken by Jamie Tiley Gooden as well. So right now in P3 is actually Bobby McGear.
A couple more warnings coming in. I'm just keeping one eye on the track diagram showing us how Ryan Shepherd and Sam Cole are progressing. It looks to be Shepherd dropping back a little bit through Sector 2 on this lap. We'll have confirmation. Here we are now following them through the boot. I say a little bit, it just means that they're no longer within about 2 centimetres of each other. A penalty for Jensen Blakesley, unfortunately for him. A little further down the order, but we see Sam Cole, Ryan Shepherd crossing that line now with 2 tenths separating these two cars. So they have in fact caught up. Mechanical for Frederick Navarro. An unfortunate day gets just that little bit worse for him. He had such a strong showing earlier on, and issues out of his control, unfortunately.
Car 15 is up the inside, goes Bobby McGear on Mikey Brisenden. He wants P3 on circuit. That's going to allow George Palmer Mobsby to go around the outside of Brisenden through Boxing Day and up into P4. Side by side as defensive goes McGear, and Palmer Mobsby looks for the switchback. He pulls it off beautifully. George Palmer Mobsby up into 3rd place, and Bobby McGear will have to settle for 4th for now as Jack Redfern is behind this trio of karts searching for a way through. Penalty for Brody Skinner.
Still 2 tenths separating Sam Cole, Ryan Shepherd. We wait to see that gap now shrinking to 1 tenth across the line this time around, because Ryan Shepherd puts it a blistering 53.0 that time round. Here we are following them now. Sam Cole ducking down in his kart a little bit, trying to gain as much of an advantage as possible. So late on the brakes, the kart right on a knife edge in terms of grip. See the back end stepping out as we head through Christmas and Boxing Day.
Defensive from Sam Cole. You can see the rears locking up, but Ryan Shepherd's going to look for the switchback.
Oh,
Sam Cole goes wide, and Ryan Shepherd takes the lead of the junior super lightweight 8 final with just 1.5 minutes remaining. They'll have this lap that's about to come and one more.
But still, Sam Cole certainly down but not out here. Has a look up the inside, was very brave. That was probably not really going to stick, and it didn't. Still has to sit behind Ryan Shepherd as we head through the boot one more time. Back onto that start-finish straight, as you mentioned. In fact,
Ryan Shepherd, though, really brave to hold it round the outside of Sam Cole. But now Sam Cole is behind. Can he get the drive out of oblivion? Up the hill we go towards Christmas Corner. Look over his shoulder from Ryan Shepherd. Sam Cole
is going to hang it around the outside. He was trying to.
He might be looking for the switchback. If he can get the switchback and then the run down the hill, there's a contact warning for Sam Cole. That's going to be for the incident into the boot. Defensive goes Shepherd. Cole might try to do the Shepherd move of looking for the switchback, but cannot pull it off this time. Ryan Shepherd is wary of his own tricks as we head down into the left-hander that is Ozier's, and on to the back straight. Once again, defensive from Ryan Shepherd. And this time Sam Cole's going to go around the outside, has to back out of the move. Bit of contact between the two of them, and Sam Cole muscles his way up the inside of Ryan Shepherd, has to back out of the move, and Ryan Shepherd finds himself in the lead as we head onto the final lap of the race.
Yes, now the final lap. They cannot afford any more contact. They just needed to keep the nose clean. It would be a right shame for Sam Cole to pick up a penalty, or for anyone in this battle for that matter to pick up a penalty after a fantastic battle. Race long here. Having a look up at the inside then. Has to switch back around.
He wanted to get the switchback, but he was already alongside Ryan Shepherd, so couldn't make it work. Is he going to send it into Ashby? He wants to have a go. Has to back out of the move. Ryan Shepherd still leads, and there's only 2 more overtaking opportunities for Sam Cole. This is one of them heading down the hill towards OZS. Too far behind. He needs to get the run onto the back straight and go up the inside into the boot. Ryan Shepherd will look over his shoulder and he knows he's got the gap he needs. He just needs to navigate through the final 2 corners and he pretty much has done it. What can Sam Cole do? Too far back. Ryan Shepherd through the final corner will take the checkered flag and the junior super lightweight a final victory. Sam Cole will take second. George Palmer-Mobsby will take P3 in almost a drag to the line with Bobby McGear. Mikey Brisenden 5th on circuit. Then it's Jack Redfern, Nathan James Boyle, Jamie Tyler Gooden, Max Kilby and Zachary Watson completing the top 10.
What a run for the lead towards the very end of that race. Unfortunately, right when it counted, Sam Cole just that a little bit wide. Ryan Shepherd saw his opportunity and seized it to perfection. It ended up being a Ryan Shepherd victory, but I think either one of them would have deserved the victory there.
Oh, it was a fantastic drive from the pair of them, and Ryan Shepherd, that switchback through Ashby was fantastic. You know, add another 5 minutes, Sam Cole's probably leading. Add another 5 minutes after that, Ryan Shepherd would be leading.
Yeah, they would go until the fuel tank runs dry.
Yes. But fantastic driving from the pair of them. Deserved win for Ryan Shepherd and his first race win of the season, which will help him, well, maintain the gap to Sam Cole in the championship. But some fantastic battling here today at Whilton, just like yesterday.
Exactly, yes. I think arguably battling even more enjoyable than yesterday. We've had some serious battles, like race-long battles, for really important positions. Either way, both days, absolutely brilliant racing all round.
Cracking battling, really close to wheel action, and even better, no rain.
I know, yeah. I'm somewhat disappointed. Today, I'd say more so than yesterday. I'm a little bit disappointed about the rain, especially here, especially from cadets, how excited they were to have that extra bit of drama. I thought that would have been brilliant, especially if you're heading through somewhere like Ashby's or Osgills, or maybe the top end of the circuit, running through the elevation changes where they're not expecting a fully rubbered-in track to all of a sudden be covered in water. That would have been chaos, but we had some great grip conditions out there, and that allowed us to have some brilliant racing.
Absolutely fantastic, but I think that does bring our day to a close. The Club 100 Junior Championship will be returning at Gleneagles in a few weeks' time. But for myself, Reeve, been a pleasure to have you alongside me in the commentary box.
No, likewise, I've enjoyed this weekend very much. Nice to finally commentate with you, Yousuf, and we hope you watching at home have enjoyed watching this stream as well. And make sure you're subscribed to the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You've hit that like button. We see a few have been leaving comments as well, which is much appreciated. And yeah, there's a new app out as well, isn't there, where you can subscribe to the timing if you're wanting to try and keep up with everything going on screen.
And I actually have the app on my phone, so I can't forget what it is. It's the Alpha Race Hub.
Yes, that's its name.
But with that, from myself, from Reeve, from our wonderful production crew here at Alpha Live.
Yes, we should mention Adam Chapman's last ever event. I embarrassed him for it yesterday. I'm going to embarrass you for it again today.
We should have got him a cake.
Oh, I know, that would have been a good idea.
Oh.
Yeah.
We can still pop to the shops, but yeah, from all of us here and...
Oh, there's muffins here.
There's perfect.
Yeah, we'll just give him one of his own muffins.
But that is all, and a big thank you as well to the excellent Club 100 teams, and of course all of the drivers for putting on a fantastic show for us. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.